Everyone, and welcome to the case study for QuickTurn Real Estate. I am your host, as always, Art, aka known as the Real Estate Vet. And today I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what it means to do QuickTurn Real Estate, why we created this group, and what kind of information we can share. So the first thing I want to talk about is just the why of why QuickTurn Real Estate. I was a real estate investor. I've been a real estate investor for 26 years. I was a landlord for probably about 20 years, and I bought and sold a lot of property, just doing wholesaling. I've done fix and flip. I've done some BRRRR method where you buy it, all of that stuff. All of that stuff is been out, and I've done all of that stuff and had limited success with it. And one of the things that frustrated me was there were some things that they don't tell you about real estate investing when you get into it. Everybody wants to tell you how great it is. They don't share the ups and the downs of it and everything else. Like being a landlord, it is not all that it's cracked up to be. I had a whole experience with that, and this is all I've done. I did not have a job. I did not work for someone else. I worked for a bank literally for 1 year and went into real estate and decided to take it on full time. I would just figure it out, go for what I could do. And so I had some frustrations. I was blessed to later on in my career come across the process of quick turning real estate. After doing so many different things, I came across a strategy that I had done parts of the strategy, but I hadn't done the full strategy, and I decided to give it a try, and it made a world of difference. So in this video, I just want to discuss some of the things that are key points that go on with quick turn real estate, why I chose it, what is it about, what does it take, and everything. I'm just going to touch on those things, and then hopefully give you kind of a idea of what kind of information we go over in the group and the group calls and everything else. The group calls are something we do every week. We do a live and we do some kind of training and teach you different things, hopefully to help you make better decisions and build hopefully a real estate business. And I'll get into that in a minute. So first thing, that the reason I got into quick turn real estate and stopped doing landlording and things like that is because of this. I needed to make enough money. I had watched videos, paid for training, done all these things, talking about getting into real estate. And me and my wife got into it full head on, ready to go make the world, change the world. And we were struggling, and we had tons of rental property. The problem is when you have rental property, if you get out there and you're thinking I'm going to be a landlord, the problem is when you get to a certain scale, when you're doing one or two properties and the side money, it's not enough money to do great things. It's enough money to have some extra cash when they pay. But think about it. If someone doesn't pay this month, you not only lose the rental income from this month, you also lose the income from other stuff because you have to cover the rent or the mortgage on that property from that same month. So you lose twice. So when you scale up, it makes sense because you're making more money. But at the same time, when you scale up, one or two people that stop rent payments and things like that make that much more of a problem. And it makes it so your income is very sporadic. And so that's one of the things me and my wife struggled with. You'll meet her in some of the lives. Aisha, she's great. She's been in this with me. She's done a lot of different things, and she's going to talk about her experiences as well. But we got to a point where we were frustrated and we wanted something else. And that's when we turned to quick turn real estate. It allowed us to live just a better life, have more money in our pocket, always have the ability to grow and expand. And it just made a world of difference. So this is us literally probably 6 months after we started doing quick turn real estate. And it just made a big difference in our lives. So that was the first thing, make enough money. And especially if we're someone who took this head on and we do not have a job outside of this, we now live completely off of our real estate investments, have done it for years, and we're very happy with the results, but it's a process. Another thing with us is that you want to have the freedom to spend the money. This is my family. That's Hazel. For all of you that don't know, Hazel is my dog, my wife, my kids, my mother-in-law. This is us just having the freedom to spend money, to go out and actually enjoy the money that we make. So many times you get into real estate and you'll be so busy managing your property, dealing with tenants, dealing with contractors, with fixing up places and all that kind of stuff. You won't get the chance to actually enjoy the money. And if you don't enjoy the money, it will be gone. You will spend it on things that need to get done, or when the time get lean, you'll say, well, I just put this off and I wanted to have freedom to be able to actually spend the money that we make and enjoy it. And so QuickTurn Real Estate, because of the structure and how it works, allows us to do that. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, I enjoy myself and everything else, but we can live our lifestyle every single day. We can choose to get up and go to work. We probably spend in our real estate business about 6 hours a week actually working the business. We have employees and things like that that help us. But this was an important factor to me. One, the making the money, then the freedom to spend the money. The next thing was the fact that we wanted to have scaling for help. We wanted to be able to scale. This is our team when we first started. This is some of the people on our team. This was actually, we started toward the end of the year, and in the first couple of months when we closed some deals that as our team scaling, we took everybody out for toward the end of year kind of dinner for everybody to enjoy themselves and kind of just spend time together. And, but you are able to do things like this when you build a scalable business that actually can make money. So that's one of the things that's important for us. We want to be able to scale with our business. And so we needed help and we wanted people to help us. This is our team. Now, another thing that is important to me is we wanted to build a business like this. We had to build a repeatable process that is roughly recession proof. If you've ever been in real estate, so for you experienced investors that deal with real estate every day, you know that real estate, if you're buying and selling real estate, it can be a rocky road because right now, I don't know when you're watching this video, but right now, the market is interest rates are rising. Everyone's kind of scared about what they're going to do. Is the market going to crash or how is housing going to crash? But you want a process that is repeatable, that you can consistently repeat, and it's recession proof. Something that you can make money when the market is up, when the market is down. And as I explain and go into some of our training, you'll see why our process is recession proof, why quick turning real estate makes sense when the market is up, when it makes sense when the market is down. And I'll compare it to some of the other strategies like fix, flip, and buy and hold, which is managing property, and why it makes sense regardless of how the market is doing. So we'll get into that. Now, I want to just explain really quickly why this works. Why does this whole process of quick turn real estate work? Everybody talks about they've got a strategy and their strategy is the best. I'm telling you, for us, it makes sense. And let me explain why. Quick turn real estate is simply the process of finding deals, buying those deals and negotiating those deals, buying the deal and actually purchasing the property. So we're not wholesaling. We're not getting it under contract and selling it to another investor. We do not fix the property up. And 99% of the times, we're not doing any major rehabs unless we absolutely have to, but it's very rare that we ever do a full rehab on a property. Most of the time, we're doing sweeping and cleaning up, cutting the grass, things like that, if anything. And then we turn around and sell that property on the open market. There's some very simple strategies behind why this works. One of the biggest things is that when you're selling properties this way, most wholesalers in the wholesale strategy, they rely on other investors to buy their property. We rely on the market. We don't care if it's an investor, if it's a new homeowner, if it's a seasoned homeowner that's had a property, they're upgrading or downgrading their home, even if it's someone with a FHA or VA loan. We don't care. We just want to sell the property. Because we sell to anyone, because we own the property, we have a much larger base of people that can buy our properties. So even when the market is shrinking, there's always somebody looking for a house. If there's no one looking for a house in the market, you've got bigger problems than your business because the economy is failing. But more than likely what's happening is people are looking for a house. And if the interest rates are up, they might be looking for a more affordable house. And because our properties aren't at the top of market, we didn't rehab them, we make sense for them. They can fix up the house themselves. People are not stupid. They can fix up the house themselves. They'll buy from us. And we've got a couple of key things that make sure even if the market turns really soft, we can still make money and still turn profits on our property. As of today's date, my lowest deal or worst deal in quick turning real estate probably has still netted me about $8,000. And that's profit. And that was the lowest deal where we still made $8,000 on the entire process. So quick turn real estate works. It's a simple matter of buying property, getting those deals in, negotiating those deals, buying the deals, and then turning around and selling those properties on the open market. It's very straightforward. And I'll get into more of this in the training, but this is the overall process. Now you may be asking yourself, how long does it take for me to get into something like this? If you're interested, how long did it take us to get to this point? Well, I'll tell you like this. Typically, it takes 90 days, in my opinion, or in my experience. It's taken about 90 days from when you start this process, once you know how to do it, to when you're actually buying a property and then, when you're actually getting a check. Now, it depends on the season, it depends on the time, but as you learn to scale, you'll see why this won't matter because you're actually going to learn how to do multiple deals at the same time and control all of it very easily. And that will allow you to always have cash flow coming in. So we always have a check. We're always closing something. Think about it. When you scale this, if you've got 5 or 6 or 7 properties that you're selling at any given time, let's say you only sell 2. This month, you only sell 2 properties. But in those 2 properties, you made $70,000, 35 and 35, which is our average sale price. Then you still made $70,000 that month. And that was a poor month. If you're in a good month and things are strong, you sell 4 or 5 of the properties. Now you've made 35,000 times 5. You're looking at $120,000 of that month, and that's profit. So you can deal with it. Getting started takes the longest. Once you're going and you got this machine going, you're going to consistently be able to bring in money that's much stronger than any rental income that you could bring in, much less headache than any rental property and a rental income, and less contractors to deal with, less stresses of you bought the house, you were fixing it up, you didn't realize it had a cracked foundation. Now you got to spend $10,000 you don't have. We don't deal with any of that. And we bought properties that were needing major repair, properties that needed absolutely nothing. I bought properties and sold them to the tenants that lived in the property. So you got a lot of options and it just makes sense. So that's about how long it takes. Now, you may be asking yourself in these kind of scenarios, what do you need to start with QuickTurning? And again, I'm not advocating that you definitely take this on. I'm just talking about our strategy. As we do the training, a lot of the pieces of our strategy can be applied to any real estate investment strategy. It's just that this strategy makes sense and it's building a real estate business and not just real estate investing. That's where a lot of people make the mistake. They become a real estate investor and not a real estate business owner. And we are real estate business owners. So what you need to start is pretty straightforward. You need some credit because you are going to need credit. You don't have to have the best credit, but you do have to have some credit. You do have to have a little bit of cash, or you can get funding. We can show you how to get funding, things like that. We'll talk about that on some of the videos and some of the training, how to get funding, how to fund all your deals and everything else. So we'll talk about all of that stuff, credit and a little bit of funding, whether it's from you or whether it's borrowed. Those are the 2 biggest things that you need. And you need a strategy. You need a process, know how to do it. And once you have a process and a strategy, you are well on your way. So it's not much involved with this, but come along, join the group as we do the training, as we do the videos, and these are all free, nothing costs anything. Then you'll learn the process, you'll learn what we do, and then you can ask questions. I'm happy to share. And then if you need help along the way, by all means, reach out to me, reach out to somebody on the team. Let us know. We'll, talk about what that means for us to help. But this is something you can do on your own. You can get some of the steps and all the pieces that you need, and you can make this happen. So it is very real, and it's not, let me be clear, it's not perfect, but at the end of the day, it's a really good strategy to make a lot of money. When I mess up, like the property where we only made $8,000, I messed up. But at the same time, we had properties that same month that were over $50,000. So it hurt to only make 8, but it did not hurt nearly as bad as I was counting on that 8 to feed my family. And it's not the case. We had other money come in that month. So hope this is giving you some overview on our QuickTurn strategy and how we use it. And hopefully you'll get into the coaching. You'll ask questions. If you're new and you check out this video, if you got a question, if you want to know some of the stuff we do, if you got questions about any specific part, ask a question. We'll be happy to share. We've got tons of videos on training. I do videos every week and I'm very active on social media. So I'll, help you with some of the stuff that we talk about. But hey, I want to share this with you. I want you to be the best version of you that you can be. And this is something to help you. So hopefully this is worthwhile and this has been something that's giving you some insight and some ways to look at things. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and I look forward to seeing you in the group. Welcome aboard. And as always, happy hunting. Talk to you guys. Welcome. All right, let's get going. So, in this call, we are going to be discussing how to present offers to sellers to get a yes. So, this has been something that I've wanted to actually do this presentation for a while. And I thought it was something that was very important because a lot of people don't know how to make offers, and it's not as simple as you think. You would think telling somebody how much you're going to give them would be pretty easy. It's not that simple. So, let's get started. Why does how you offer matter as much as what you offer? Why does how you offer matter as much as what you offer? So let me just get a show of hands or a show of me or something like that. How many of you all have actually made an offer to a seller, not through a realtor, but actually yourself made an offer to a seller? Just let me know in the chat. Has anybody here actually made an offer to a seller? And good, Joan. So you've made offers to sellers. Very good. And Gerald, good. You have too. So a couple people in here. Anybody else made an offer to a seller? How did it go? Did they accept your offer? Did they shoot you down? How did you feel you did on making the offer? Okay, now, Miss Jackson, you said yes, but I'm a realtor. Have you made offers for yourself on a property? Have you made your own offers, not for someone else? Okay, not for yourself. Okay. It's a different thing. You can easily walk in there and say, well, this guy wants to give you this, but I get it. So that's fine. So how many of you have made offers? Well, do you have a consistent process when you make offers, or do you just wing it? Do you just kind of just go with the flow, see what happens, and hope they say yes? If you are like most sellers, have you ever had us, and this has happened to me a couple of times, have you ever had a seller accept the offer and then pull out a few hours later? Like you go home, they said yes, you're all excited. Okay, good. Accept it on wholesale offer and as a realtor. Very nice, John. Have you ever had a seller accept the offer and pull out a few hours later? That happens sometimes. They'll call you back and say, you know what, I changed my mind and now I'm not going to do the deal. Well, the reason you are losing offers is because you aren't properly presenting your offer. Now, as a realtor, because I'm assuming, without knowing for sure, I'm assuming we have a couple of realtors in here. I know Joan's a realtor. We've got a couple of realtors. Realtors pride themselves on making offers because it's what they do all the time. However, what we're going to talk about as far as making offers as an investor is a little bit different because you have to look at it a little bit different because the seller is oftentimes not in the same space they would be as with the realtor. So it's a little bit different. With the presentation process, we often get properties at 50 to 60% of what they are worth today, not in the future. So I know a lot of you all probably make offers. You say the house is worth $200,000 once it's fixed up. It's worth $100,000 today. I'm going to make an offer of $95,000 today and try to do it that way. We often, on that same property, we often make offers and get them accepted on properties where for that same $100,000 house, we might get it for $50,000 or $60,000. Even though it's worth $200,000 once it's fixed up, right now it's worth $100,000 and we might get it at 50, 60 cents on the dollar. How many of you would love to do a presentation that will get you a deal at 50 to 60 cents on the dollar? Your money is already kind of put together and already set up in the deal. So your offer is making you money off the jump. Before you put down a hammer, you started making money. Okay. Now, the problem with how investors make offers. So let's talk about how investors typically make offers. This is what I call garbage in, garbage out. If you don't do the process or the steps that are required to get in front of the right sellers, it's kind of like getting garbage in. If you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. You are not going to get deals that you're very successful with if you haven't put some effort into how you're finding that person in the first place. So if you're an investor or you've tried investing and you're doing something like cold calling, you're doing something like putting out bandit signs on the side of the expressway, if you're doing something like, I don't know, putting up flyers, anything that's not a consistent process, then you're going to get sporadic types of sellers, and it's going to make it harder for you to make an offer and get a good number on it. How you find your sellers matters. That's what I'm trying to explain, that the way you find the sellers, the people that you talk to, that actually matters. A lot of people don't look at it, but your marketing is actually part of your negotiation process. At least it should be. So your marketing matters and how you find sellers matters. Most investors focus only on the number. So when you go to present an offer, you say, hey, I know you're looking for this. This is what we offer. Actually, in a lot of cases, the number is not the main focus. What is the main focus is satisfying their need. If you can learn to satisfy your seller's need, you will make a lot more money and get deals at a lot better price. But you have to present it in a way that makes sense to see that their need is satisfied. Does that make sense to you all? Let me know in the comments if that makes sense to satisfy their need over the number. Now, I know there's some of you that are sitting there thinking, all right, you're crazy. There's no way that if I tell them I'm going to give them 100,000 versus somebody else getting them 80,000, they're going to go with me. And I would bet to differ, because I've gotten people to take my lower number plenty of times over competition that have given them higher numbers. I'm going to explain that in a second. You must create conversation with the sellers. You must create conversation with the sellers. People like to deal with people they know, like, and trust. If you're into sales, you've probably heard that before. People like to deal with people they know, they like, and they trust. Now, you might be thinking, I don't have time to get all of that. I don't have time for them to know me, like me, and trust me. Well, you can do that in a very short time. And I'm going to talk to you and explain to you how to get them to know you, like you, and trust you enough to want to deal with you to buy their house. You must prep the seller for your offer. You must get your seller prepped for your offer. If you do not get your seller prepped, you are doing yourself and the seller a disservice, because they want to deal with somebody they know, like, and trust. So you got to get them prepared for doing business with you, if that makes sense. Is everybody following along so far? Okay, you can hear me. You can see everything that's going on, because we're getting quite a few people. So I want to make sure we're doing okay. Everybody can see everything okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, John. So let's move forward. Our goal tonight is to give you an easy to follow offer presentation. That's what our goal is. If you're a beginner, if you have never made an offer, this will give you confidence when you talk to sellers, which is very important, that you feel confident when you're talking to sellers. So that's what you'll gain from this as a beginner. If you're an experienced investor, our offer presentation will help you get more offers accepted at a lower, more profitable number. So if you're lowballing sellers or something like that, if you're taking low numbers, this is going to help you get better numbers when you talk to sellers. Okay. If you follow this presentation process, you will have a complete offer presentation that is difficult for sellers to argue with, because they see exactly where the numbers are coming from. Now, for those realtors that are in the call, it's different when you're making an offer as a realtor. You are an intermediary. You're an intermediary as a realtor. They can tell you what they really feel. They can tell you, excuse my language, they can tell you to go to hell. They can tell you that's not what I want. But when they're dealing face to face with the person making the offer, the actual buyer, it's a much different storyline, because by the way we do this, they're not going to be inclined. They're going to listen to the entire thing. And I'm going to explain that in a second. So it's a little bit different with realtors. So realtors, I need you to turn your realtor brain off just for a second, so you can grasp this and you can get how somebody would look at this differently. Because I argue with realtors all the time, and they tell me how what I'm about to explain to you guys won't work. And I literally use it every day, but they will tell me that it doesn't work. Okay, so just follow with me. What do we know about making offers? Why should you listen to me? Who am I? Why would you want to even consider listening to me about making offers? Over the last 3 years, and that's really, we've been doing this for about 10 years, but the last 3 years, we have made over 400 offers on properties. And that's not going to one property the same time, multiple times. We've done over 400 offers on different properties over the last 3 years. So we know we've been doing this for a while. 2, using our QuickTurn process, which is the way we buy and sell houses, we typically buy below market and we sell at market without fix up. So for those of you all that are on the fence about choosing a real estate investment strategy, let's think about it. What is your goal with the real estate investment strategy? Just put it in the comments. What's your goal? Is it to own a lot of rental property? Is it to have a bunch of tenants? Is it to fix houses up? What is your goal with owning or buying property? Let me know in the chat what your goal is for you personally. Why do you want to own real estate? What is the benefit? Anybody? Let's see who gets this trick question right. I shouldn't have said trick question before I got a response, but let me know, what is your goal with owning real estate? If you're on this call, more than likely you're an investor or you want to become an investor. So what are you thinking what is your goal? Well, I will tell you this. Your goal should be to get the check. That should be your goal. Your goal should not be to own a bunch of rental property. Your goal should not be to have tenants and deal with tenants all day. I guess that could be your goal, but it's not very fun. Your goal should be to get to the check. That is what we do with our business model. We have stripped all of the real estate stuff down, from fixing up houses, from dealing with tenants. We've stripped it down to where we just get the check. Our business model is different because we don't deal with tenants in most cases. We don't deal with contractors in most cases. We deal with the seller. Good, Joan, to put money in my retirement account. Excellent point, because at the end of the day, that is getting the check. That's where we want to be. We want to put money into something, into the retirement account, we want to set up for retirement. We want to set up generational wealth, something. Our goal is not to own tenants or not to have a bunch of tenants. Our backstory, let me give you a little bit of our backstory. We used to go visit houses and try to make lowball offers all day. We were trying to wholesale properties. We were trying to get people to just give us a low number. We used to go visit a house and then tell them, hey, they wanted 100,000. We were offering them 45,000, and they would always tell us no. We often got rejected, and we wasted a ton of time. It felt like we were doing something, but we weren't making any money. We were just going to people's houses and making offers. Once we implemented a sales presentation, our offer acceptance shot way up. People want to understand why you are telling them a lowball number. Think about you. If you were selling a house and you wanted X amount of dollars and somebody comes with a low number, what's the first thing you think? You're thinking that they're insulting me. You're thinking that they're not serious. They're wasting my time. You're thinking that, oh, they just wanted to they're trying to steal my house, that kind of thing. That's what you're thinking. We have to beat that mindset to let them understand that we're not pulling this number out of thin air. We're actually getting this number based on numbers. I have a phrase I always say: men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Numbers are the truth. Numbers are the truth. And if you can show them numbers to justify what you're doing, you will get so much farther than just throwing out a number to somebody. Okay? We learned that every part of the process can lead to more deals. And I'm going to explain what that means in just a second. The steps to a successful offer presentation. Let's talk about what it means to have a successful offer presentation. One, we want to collect information to use in our presentation. So we're collecting information from the seller. Two, we want to present the reasoning of our offer before the offer. So before we give them our offer, we want to present the reasoning or why we're giving them this number. So we want to explain it. Three, do the math with the seller. This is very important. If you do the math with the seller and they understand it, they're less likely to turn away. They're less likely to change their mind. You have to do the math with them to let them know where it's coming from. Use their numbers in your offer. I'm going to explain what that means in just a second. Ask them how much you should make. Now, let me ask you, of the people that have made offers, how many of you all have asked the seller how much you should make on their house? I'll wait because I want to hear this. Has anybody ever asked the seller, how much should I make on your house? Now, I'm going to show you a good reason to ask that, and I'm going to show you how you're going to use that to your advantage, okay? So next, you want to construct the offer right in front of them. So I'm going to build the offer right in front of them, and it's going to answer a lot of questions for them. Constructing an offer helps the seller understand, and that's ultimately what we want. We want the seller to understand. Sellers don't have to have top value. Not all the sellers. Some do, some don't. But the people that don't have to have top value, if you give them reasoning of why this number makes sense, they will accept it. I know it sounds crazy, but they will accept it if you give them the right reasoning. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to collect information to use in the presentation. So let's talk about that. Ask the seller questions to discover their motivation, their house value, and why they are selling. Did you know we are all taught as investors to go look for motivated sellers? Motivated sellers are the one thing that you cannot quantify, you cannot find, because people's motivation changes all the time. Somebody can be motivated to sell one day and they can be not as motivated the next day because circumstances change. Motivation is an emotion, and you cannot quantify motivation. You cannot quantify an emotion. So we have to talk to them and decide and let them tell us if they're motivated. We can also ask them about the house value. And we can also ask them why they are selling. The secret to getting people to take less than what their house is worth is to know why they are selling. Sometimes money is not the most important factor when they are selling a house. And I know people are going to say that sounds weird, but I guarantee you, people sell and money is not their main reason all the time. So we'll get into some examples of that in just a second. I want you to write down their responses because you're going to use them later in your offer. So what they say, they're going to think that they're just having conversation, but you're actually using that information because you're going to put it together with your offer. Now, what we do is we use a 2-call system. Our 2-call system is meant to collect information on the first call, and then the second call is to actually make them an offer. So the first call is to collect information, get to know them, and then we're going to do a follow-up call, and that's when we're going to actually make them an offer to buy the house. Now, you might say, why don't you just do it all in one call? Well, it's very simple. We want to plant a seed of what we're going to offer them. We want to let them know and let them understand that we're going to offer them a lower number than what it's worth. And we want them to understand that, give them a little bit of time to digest that, and then come back and give them an offer on the second call. Now, I don't want you to worry about if they lie, because we're asking them for all the information. Because if you need to renegotiate, you will be using their words later to renegotiate. And I'm going to explain how that works really easily. Sellers can't argue with the facts that they gave you. Does that make sense? They cannot argue with the facts that they gave you. If I say, how much is your house worth, Mr. Johnson? How much work does it need? And they say, oh, it's worth $100,000 and it needs $20,000 worth of work. When I come back to them and say, based on what you told me, it needs $20,000 worth of work, there is no arguing that because they gave us the number. Does that make sense? And that's what's going to be key to getting them to go with a lower number. Okay. So let's talk a little bit. I want to touch on this. What should you ask a seller? If you get on the phone with the seller, what kind of questions should you ask them? Because the questions are meant to get them to know, like, and trust you enough to listen to your offer and consider your offer. Let's go in the order of importance. I'm going to go through these questions. What is your house worth? Ask them directly. What is your house worth? Now, remember, we have not seen this house. We have not been to this house. We have just gotten a call saying, hey, I'm interested in selling my house. What is this house worth? What do you want for the house? Did you catch that? The reason we asked them 2 questions that seem the same, what is it worth and what do you want for the house? Because the assumption we're going to make and we're going to ask them is that, okay, I understand it's worth this, but what do you want for this house? Because that's meant to gauge their motivation of if they're willing to take less than the house is worth. And this question works really well for that. Okay. Is it listed? Is it listed with the realtor? Nothing wrong with being listed with the realtor, but we personally do not buy houses listed with realtors because realtors, nothing wrong with realtors, but they're gatekeepers and they're going to keep us. So if we come with a number, unless we're doing our presentation to the realtor and they have no dog in the fight, so their attitude is just get the highest number, we're not going to make them an offer. So if it's listed, we will literally tell them we don't buy listed properties. That's fine that it's listed. If it does not sell, don't cancel your listing agreement. If it does not sell, then give us a call back. We can take a look at it. I don't want them to cancel their listing agreement. I don't want them to try to get out of their agreement with the realtor. I'm just not going to push them to buy, to buy their house. The reason I don't want them to do that is because if they screw their realtor over and cancel the agreement, there's a good chance they could try to cancel the agreement with us. And we work ethically. We work ethically to try to get people. We want people that are honest because we do honest business. Okay, so let's talk about that. Is it listed? What is wrong with the house? What kind of work does the house need? What's going on with the house? What's wrong with it? That kind of thing. How soon are you ready to sell? That's another question we ask. How soon are you ready to sell or close? Why are you selling? That's another great question. Obviously, why are you selling? What do you owe? What do you owe on the house? How much equity is there in the house? What will you do with the money when you sell? Now, that's something you might not ask all the time, but there's a very good reason to ask that question. What will you do with the money when you sell? Do you have anything else you want to sell? This one question alone, and I kid you not, this one question, do you have anything else you want to sell, literally made us over $1 million on one deal. And it's because we asked the guy, he had a house he wanted to sell. We went through the whole process. And then at the end, we asked him, do you have anything else you want to sell? He said, yes, I have 19 other houses I want to sell. And we ended up buying 20 houses from him that he never would have brought up had we not asked, do you have anything else you want to sell? I don't know why people would do that, but that's what he did. And finally, do you know anyone else looking to sell? Because I always need referrals, and I tell people in a way where they're going to share their referrals. And if it comes from somebody else, deal with this guy or deal with this person. It speaks volumes to your credibility, if that makes sense. So these are just a couple of the questions that you can ask a seller. These questions can make your entire fortune. Learn how to ask these questions, and it will literally print you money because you will be breaking down sellers and getting great deals on properties. So now that we've asked them the questions, we want to present the reasoning of our offer before we make the offer. Have you ever, and I'll say this to you all, are you all following along? Is this making sense? Is it too complex for you? Just let me know in the chat. Is this making sense to you guys so far and everything I'm saying as far as how to present your offer? We're getting into the meat of it, of how to actually present. I just want to make sure I'm not losing you all in this, or it's like I'm speaking a foreign language at this point. I try to keep it pretty basic. Present the reasoning of your offer before the offer. If you've ever gone to buy something and they say, buy this new car, it's $59,000, and they start telling you all the benefits, and you can't hear any of the benefits because you were just focused on the fact that this guy just told you 59,000. You came in here wanting to spend 30,000. He's saying 59,000. You don't even want to hear what's going on with this car because you're over your number. So you don't even hear it. That's the same logic we're going to use with the seller. If we give them an offer first, they won't hear any of the explanation, and we want them to hear all of the explanation compared to us saying, you know, your offer presentation should be about 15 to 20 minutes when you make your offer because it's a presentation. You should discuss repairs, stuff that they talked about, closing costs, because those are real expenses, the market value, and your profit. Yes, I want to discuss my profit with the seller. You want to use the numbers they gave you in that presentation. So if I ask them, how much does it need in repairs? And they tell me $20,000. I'm going to say, okay, well, this thing is $20,000 in repairs. And they're going to say, yeah, that's what I think it is. And that kind of thing. By the time you say a number, they should reasonably understand where that number came from. So we're going to break that down. Sellers need reasoning to accept a low offer. They don't need a number. They need reasoning. That's how you get a low number accepted. If you're just giving them what they asked for, you don't have to give them reasoning. You can just say, okay, this is what I'm giving you. Here it is. But if you're asking them to take less than they want, then you need to give them reasoning. So let's do the math, because you're going to do the math with the seller. I'm going to give you, let's break down how to present a deal with math. Now, these numbers for where you stay, these are 1990 numbers. So before you say, oh, I can't buy a house for that amount, I just did numbers to make it round and even and easy. Okay. So don't beat me up about the numbers. Let's say we've got a house worth $120,000 right now. It needs $20,000 in repairs. And once the repairs are completed, it's worth about $180,000. And we talk to the seller and they say they want $100,000 right now. Okay. So that's what we got. A house right now is worth 120, needs 20,000 in repairs, it's worth 180,000 after the repairs, and the seller wants $100,000 right now. So let's look at how we break this down. We'll take 100,000 minus the 20,000 in repairs, which is the number they gave us. That gives us $80,000. We're going to take 80,000 minus 5%, give or take. That's the closing cost, which comes out to about 76,000. Then we're going to say, what should we make in profit? So if I were the seller and I asked you, and I said to you, so Mr. Seller, we as a real estate investment company, we have to make a profit on everything we do in business. So what do you feel is a reasonable profit for us to make? What do you think they would say? Now, you can say, well, they're going to say zero. But you got to understand, if they say zero, then there's absolutely no reason for you to continue this phone call. Think about it. If I'm not going to make any profit on this deal, why should I even do the deal? So they're not going to say zero because, and I know that sounds weird, but they're going to be thrown off by the question. The reason we ask this question is because it's establishing with them that we are going to make a profit. What do you feel is fair? Because that profit, let's say they say, well, $20,000 or $10,000. Now let's say they say, oh, $1,000. And I'm going to say, well, as a company, we have a minimum requirement to make at least $10,000 on a property. And that number can be adjusted, obviously, but we say we have a minimum to make at least 10,000. If they give us a higher number, then that's going to help our value. And then after that, our offer for all cash would be about $66,000 on that property.
That's how we're going to present the offer. So now they see how we went from their 100,000 to 66,000. Now you might be saying, just because you gave them numbers like that doesn't mean they're going to accept it. Here are my actual numbers. My actual numbers are at 60% of the as is value, which is 120. So my actual number that I would like to pay or better is going to be $72,000. So that's 60% of the as after the what it's worth now value. I give an offer and still have space to play with. So let's say I make the offer of 66 and they say, no, I can't do that. Okay, let's discuss how close can you get to 66? And we go back and forth until we get to a number. I'm willing to go, they're going to have to push me, but I'm willing to go up to $72,000. Now, for those of you all, does that make sense to you all? Can you see how that will work? Because I broke down the numbers and I gave them, including our profit and everything else. And now they're pushing as a lower number. We're pushing to get up to a number that makes sense versus pushing them down to a number that we want to get to. We're trying to get them to where we can come to an agreement, and we've given them the math and given them the numbers. This is what makes a good presentation. Now, let's talk about what does this accomplish? When you do this process, what does it accomplish? One, it gets the seller talking. We ask questions. If you've set up this call correctly, they've been talking the majority of the call. You're asking questions. They're the ones spending all the time talking. That builds trust. People love to hear themselves talk. Two, it finds if the seller is motivated. It finds out if they're they have what I call motivated equity. They have equity in the house and they're motivated to sell. This will let you know by talking to them and asking questions. Three, it's going to lower the seller expectations by asking them questions about what kind of work the house needs and everything else. It's lowering their expectations on what they're going to get as an offer on the property. And the other thing is when you're talking to them and building trust, it's going to a lot of times stop them from going and talking to another seller. A lot of people are going to say, okay, I'm dealing with this person because we've had an in-depth conversation. I've explained everything to them. I don't feel like explaining it all over to somebody else. So it's going to build trust and isolate us apart from the competition. It finds that the seller has a time restraint. That's also a motivation. Some people need to sell because they need to move out of town. They want to do this, that, and the other. They have a time restraint. It's going to let you know that because you're asking them questions. Finds how much equity is on the table. Asking them how much they owe and what they want is going to let you know how much equity we have to play with, which is important when we're putting together our offer. Lets you know if the seller can become a potential owner financier or private lender. Remember, I told you the question where I asked, what are you going to do with the money once you sell? That question is specifically so we can later on set them up for, hey, how would you like to invest and get a good return on your money since you're not doing anything with it? And they can help you invest in other properties. And we did a whole training on that. If you're interested, let me know. I'll get you a copy of that training. But this is how you can ask them questions and make a seller of a house your investor on the next house. Does that make sense? You can actually get them to invest on the next house. Now your seller is primed for a profitable offer. We've gone through a process with them. Now they're primed for a profitable offer for us and something that makes sense for them. Okay. Can you do this? So some people are sitting here and I'm sure you all, did you all get all of this? Are you getting this whole process? Can you do this? I will say this about negotiation. Negotiation is hard. That's why we spend most of our time asking questions. Asking questions isn't that hard. So is asking questions too hard for you? Is that something you feel you can't do when you get on the phone with the seller? Real estate negotiation does not have to be hard. It's actually very easy. You're just communicating and talking with people. And the way we're doing it, we're structuring it so we give everybody the same process. 3, the price is the most manipulated part of the process. The price is the thing that's the easiest to get around because you have to work on the numbers and we look at everything else before we actually look at the price. So that's something that's easily manipulatable with people in their mind. Their number can jump up and down in their mind while you're on that same call. Sellers want to be heard. They want you to listen to them and hear what they're saying and hear what their issues are so that you can help them, to see if you can help them. If you're paying attention, you can help them and it will make a huge difference for you and for them because you're helping them. Okay? Sellers don't want a number. They want resolution to their issues. That's just the truth. They want to know that you are solving their issue. So you have to talk to them and learn what their issue is because a lot of times it's not the money. Not every time, but it's sometimes not the money. Our job is to find their issues and package our offer in a way that solves their issues and shows them that is solving their issue. That's our goal. Even after all of that, some people will not take our offer. I don't want you to think everybody's just going to jump over themselves to take our offer. Some people will not. I like to say some will, some won't. So what? Who cares? The goal is to make offers. If you make more offers, you will get more accepted deals and you will make more money. And at the end of the day, that is why we are here, to make more money. Okay? So that's how we do this. That's how we present offers that win. Now, if you want help building your own real estate businesses, this is something that you think you want to get into, you think you want to grow and learn, let's talk about what it takes to build and where you want to go. I have just posted a link in the chat. The link into the chat is to set up a call with us, to do an audit, to take a look at where you're at, to take a look at what you want to do, what are your goals, and see if we can help you accomplish that. If you have fear or lack of knowledge or not wanting to fail, those things will not pay for your future. Those things are not going to help you. Fear and doubt and being unsure, that's not going to help you move forward. I talked to a person today and they said that they've talked to other coaching programs and all kinds of stuff like that, and they told them 16 different ways to buy real estate. No one needs 16 ways to buy real estate. It's just going to confuse you, especially if you are new. You need one step-by-step process. It needs to be easy and simple and make money. That is what we show you. That is what we teach. If you want to talk more about this, DM me on Facebook Messenger to learn about our QuickTurn strategy. Again, we buy and sell properties without fixing them up, without going to see the property, without dealing with tenants, without dealing with all the headaches that you typically deal with in property. We don't have to deal with. If you're interested in that type of strategy or think you might want to learn more, then set up a call with me. We'll send you some video trainings to watch and check out to learn more about what we do. We can help you make a decision, even if it's not to work with us. We can help you make a decision of what process you should do to move forward. We have a lot of options and we have resources that we can share with you that we can help. So set up a call. Now, what I do say is if you are just not in a position in life, I've talked to people and they're not working, they have no income, they're on Social Security, they just don't have, I'm going to suggest that you not go into this first. Not that I'm just trying to dissuade you, but at the same time, I don't want you to take money or funds that you should be using to live and trying to buy real estate. You have to get stable first. If you're stable and you want to grow and you want a proven system and something that makes sense, by all means, set up a call to talk with me or my team. We'll be happy to talk with you. But I don't want you to do it if it's going to create a hardship for you. All right. Any questions or anything like that that I can address? Did everyone get something from this? Did you learn something? Did you understand where I was going with everything? Let me know in the chat what your thoughts were. If you have questions about setting up a call, let me know where you're at. I'll be happy to answer any questions for you just for a few minutes before we get off. So anything else, anybody have any questions for me? If you don't have any questions, if I don't see any come up in the chat, I'm going to leave the link here where you can set up a call. Like I said, you can set up a call. Joyce, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Great information. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Gerald, as always, I thank you, sir, for being part of the call. Appreciate you. Anyone else, if you have questions, leave them in the chat. I'll be sure to answer. Otherwise, set up a call. I will see you on the call, and we'll talk about where you're at, where you want to go, and how you can get there faster. All right. Fitzgerald, thank you. Good presentation. Miss Jackson, thank you. Great info. Thank you. I keep calling you Miss Jackson just because I don't want to mispronounce your name. I like the info. Thank you. Harold, I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. So if you have questions, by all means, set up a call. I'll be happy to talk with you and we will get you going. All right. Until next time, guys, if you didn't get here all of the information, if you didn't get here on time for all of the information, I will be posting a replay of this training tomorrow. So you'll get an email with a link to the training. So you should be able to access this training tomorrow. And there'll be a post in the group. So you can click on the post and you can get a copy of the training. So if you missed the beginning, don't worry about it. We'll get the training out to you tomorrow. Until next time, guys, I wish you all the best. Hope you have a great week. Hope you make some money. Get to the check at the end of the day. I will talk to you all later. Have a great rest of the week. Come on in. Come on in. How's everyone doing tonight? Just let me know where you're at. All right, Sunday. Sunday, how are you? Joanna Nagy. Hey, how are you? Come on in. Everybody's coming in. Good to see. Good to see you. We'll be talking about, hey, Gerald, good to see you. Very cool. All right. Charmaine from Atlanta. Welcome, Charmaine. All right. All right, we're good to go. Okay, guys. So I'm going to wait about one more minute and then we're going to get started. I just want to make sure everybody gets in here. Let's see if I got all my stuff. All right. And I know a couple of people come in late all the time. So while we're waiting for everybody who's interested in this, we're going to be talking about setting up owner finance deals. Has anybody here ever set up an owner finance deal? Joanna from Texas, welcome. Good to see you. Has anyone here ever set up an owner finance deal? And did it work out okay? Because sometimes owner finance deals can go kind of crazy, but I'm going to show you some stuff about how to get a deal set up with owner financing. And it's a great way to make some really good money and put stuff together pretty easily. So, all right, we'll get started. Give me about another 10 seconds and then we'll be good to go. All right, so I'm going to be asking questions and talking to you guys, and I've got something very interesting we're going to be offering at the end of this that I want to talk to you all about. So stay around to the end of the training. It should be only about half an hour, so we're going to get into this. So how to properly structure an owner finance deal. This is how to get and set up an owner finance deal to protect you and the seller, because one of the things that you'll really be worried about is, you don't want to mess this up because you're dealing with people and you're dealing with money and everything else. We're going to talk about that. So can everybody hear me and see me okay? You can see my screen all right before we get started. I know we got a couple people still coming in. Just let me know in the chat if you can see me and if you can see me and see the screen okay, you can hear me and everything. Is it choppy or is it pretty smooth? Just want to make sure before we go in, and I know everybody says they can't understand me. Okay, good. All good. Thank you. Thank you, LaShonda. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. All right, so let's get started. Is financing keeping you from real estate? Is financing something that's stopping you from real estate? Are you unsure how to finance deals? You feel like you don't know how you're going to get the money to finance a deal. You don't know if you were to find a great deal, what would you do? That kind of thing. Do you think that there are too many ways to start in real estate and the whole thing just feels overwhelming? It's like all these different strategies. I know a lot of you guys are probably in other groups and you talk to other people and they talk to you about all these different ways, and everybody's program sounds like it is the thing and is the way to make some money, and it can be overwhelming at times. I like to say that everybody teaches a bunch of different strategies, but they don't really focus on one and just give you the step by step, and that can be kind of frustrating at times. So maybe you've looked at a deal and you don't feel comfortable risking your money for the down payment. Have any of you ever been in that position where you've got some money for down payment, but hey, I don't want to lose my money because, I'm going to put it on this deal and I'm scared about losing my money or not doing the deal right? Or what if my numbers are off? That kind of thing. Okay. Well, if that is you, you are not alone. Most people go through this same thing. Financing real estate deals is one of the biggest obstacles to getting started. A lot of people say that they were scared to do a deal because they didn't know how to finance it. They didn't have the financing already set up. And even if you've got good credit, you can still be scared that you're not going to get approved because of maybe income or something like that. Well, I'm going to show you how to get around all of that. By the end of this session, you'll have a proven method to finance all your deals easily and affordably. And I'm going to show you how to do this step by step on this call. So we're going to kind of break this down. So let me tell you, first of all, we're going to move kind of fast. If you have a question, either raise your hand and ask it in the chat. Just put the question in the chat. I'll try to address the question. If it gets too far off topic, I'll save it for later. Maybe we'll set something up. But if you're just joining us, stay to the end of the call because we've got something very interesting that some of you are probably going to be interested in at the end of this call. So I'd like to talk to you about it. Tonight, we are going to show you a powerful owner finance strategy that will transform how you finance your deals. So if you've ever looked for financing of deals for beginners, you're going to learn how owner financing can be your secret weapon in real estate. You can use owner financing to grow and build a real estate business and actually make some money without having a ton of money up front. For experienced investors, learn how to use owner financing to leverage your money so you can do more deals. Let's say you got $10,000 and you want to put it to work in real estate. If you're going to spend 10,000, you can spend 10,000 on one deal and that's it. Or you can learn to do it in other ways and have that money really work for you and grow without committing it to one deal. So I'm going to show you how to do that. If you understand this owner financing strategy, you can do more deals. It'll be less stressful and you can make more cash. That is the goal, to not stress so much and have something that you can do over and over again. So why most new investors fail at owner financing? Let's talk about it. Why they don't do owner financing or they mess up when they try to get into owner financing. They don't have the right strategy. And I'm going to explain why our strategy works. And I'm going to explain why you can have the wrong strategy. See, what happens a lot of times is people like to take one thing like owner financing and apply it across the board to all the different ways that you can do real estate. And when you do that, there are a lot of times pitfalls or problems that can come up. Think about it like this. Let's say you set up owner financing and then you rent the house out to somebody and then they stop paying rent. Now you just put your name on the line for that financing and you got to cover that payment when you weren't expecting to cover that payment because you thought you had a tenant. That strategy is putting you at a grave risk because you run the risk of being sued. You run the risk of pissing off your seller. You run the risk of the property being damaged. It's just a bunch of stuff. So you have to have the right strategy. So I'm going to explain that in a second. Another thing is they focus on the things that many investors don't know how to get a seller to agree to owner financing. They don't know how to get somebody to say yes. And I'm going to show you a secret weapon that will get a lot of sellers to say yes to you with owner financing. Most of us are looking at it in the wrong way. We're looking at it like, what can owner financing do for me? But we need to look at it as what it can do for the seller. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Number one reason is lack of knowledge. Many investors don't know how to structure the deal to help them in the first place. They don't know how to, if somebody says, I'll agree to owner financing, the biggest fail with owner financing when you explain it to the seller. If you can't explain it in a way that makes sense and it's very simple and common, they're going to say no because it's getting too complicated. So that's where the biggest fail happens, when just explaining how to do the owner financing or why should they say yes. So before I get into all that and get too far ahead of myself, why should you listen to us? Why should you listen to now? I'm on this call again. My name's Art. Me and my wife do this. My wife Aisha is with me. We do real estate investing and we do all of these strategies that we're going to talk to you about. We've been where you are and we face the same financing challenges. I remember at a certain point, we could not get a bank loan. We could get a bank loan, but we had gotten enough where the banks told us no, they would not give us any more bank loans. And so we had to figure out what to do next. This was back when I was a landlord and I was buying rental property. But they told us no, they wouldn't do it anymore. And we were basically dead in the water. And so we had to figure out some other way of financing deals. And through trial and error, we discovered the power of owner financing. It was actually by mistake that we even discovered owner financing because we hadn't heard of it before. And we had an investor that wanted us to buy a piece of property. And he basically offered the whole thing to us. We kind of stumbled onto it because we made a deal. We put together a deal and it kind of stumbled into owner financing. I'll explain that in a second. So our story of how we consistently close deals with owner finance, I'm going to give you the 30-second rundown. Our backstory. We started 27 years ago in real estate. We bought and sold. We were buying single family houses and we were going to be landlords to the world. We were going to rent out everything. And for a while, it was great until banks stopped lending to us. We couldn't buy any more properties and we were kind of dead in the water. We couldn't grow fast enough to keep up with our income. If you've ever had the privilege, I call it that, of doing a rental property, single family rental property, a lot of times it does not make enough to replace your income unless you have a lot of property and you have to keep growing or else you're going to drown, if you want it to replace your income. And that's what we wanted. We wanted it to replace our income. And so eventually we figured out a hack to get sellers to agree to owner financing. And best of all, it was on our terms. So we got them to agree to owner financing and it was with the way we wanted them to agree to it. And I'm going to share that hack with you. So our owner financing journey, let me talk about that. We learned that the secret to owner financing is making it where the seller feels they got the better part of the deal. If you can make the seller feel that they got the better part of the deal, then they will, they will really, really go ahead and agree to it with no problems. They'll push to actually get you to take the owner financing deal. By combining the quick turn strategy, which is the strategy we'll use, I'll touch on that in just a second, with seller financing, we have more funds available to us than we need. So I'm going to explain how we can use this strategy with owner financing, and you have a lot more money than you even need for deals. We now have a way to get sellers to ask us for owner financing, and I'm going to talk to you about that. You're going to actually, the way I'm going to explain it to you, you're going to tell the sellers what I'm going to tell you, and they're going to say, yeah, can you take this owner financing? How would you like that? Let me know in the comments if you would like sellers begging you to take owner financing from them instead of going to a bank and getting bank money. That's what we're going to do. Why owner financing is right for today's market. So everybody knows about today's market. Yes, I'm glad you all are excited about this. Everybody knows about today's market. There's the interest rates are high. Banks aren't loaning as much. The market is slowing down, but the prices haven't dropped. And so everybody's like, how can I do deals? Well, here's the thing. Owner financing is fast. I can set up an owner financing deal in days compared to, 40, 30, 45 days with regular financing. Owner financing is fast. That's one of the biggest benefits. Owner financing has no qualifications. Now, it doesn't matter your credit, doesn't matter how much money you have to put down, doesn't matter your experience. The biggest qualification is this thing right here. If you can use your mouth and you can talk with confidence, you qualify. So that's great. That's a great piece for everybody. Owner financing has no down payment requirements. How many properties could all of you buy if you didn't have to put down any down payment? Imagine that. What kind of deals could you put together if you didn't have to come up with down payments to buy property? You set the terms. Excuse my typo. You set the terms. You get to control what the payment will be. You get to control the term. You control all of that stuff. And I'm going to show you how to do this. Allows you to get in and out of a deal with little cash. So you're not going to have to put together a lot of cash. And this is going to let you do more deals. The secret to real estate is doing deals. It is not holding property for 20 years and owning a property for 20 years. You know what happens when you own a property for 20 years? People tear it up. That's the short answer of it. And I know this from experience. People will tear up your properties if you own it for a long time. I used to think that was the way to go. It is much easier to put together what I'm about to show you. So let's talk about it. The 3 secrets, let's get into this. Are you all ready for this? Have I lost anybody up to this point? Are you all following and tracking everything I'm saying? Does it make sense so far? Again, I'm not trying to push you and I don't want to go too fast, but I want you to understand everything that I'm talking about as far as owner financing and why you should be using this. Okay, so you're getting it. So let's talk about the 3 things we're going to use to secure owner financing. Okay, so these are the 3 things. The only 3 things you need to build your business using owner financing. Number 1, the right strategy. Now, I'm going to say this. The right strategy will make it easy for sellers to say yes to your owner financing. Remember what I said earlier about rental property. And so if you try to set this up and say, I want to put this in the best way for you all to get it and understand it. Just because you start one way in real estate does not mean you have to stay there forever. You can learn one way to do real estate, and then you can really go off into something else once you get to a certain level. You should start with the right strategy initially. If you don't have a large cash pile of money, then you need to start with building up that cash of that large amount of money. That's going to be the first thing you need to do. Once you build up that pile of money, then you can make decisions on going someplace else. Then you can do something else if you want to, but you need to get that money together. And the right strategy is going to let you do that, and it's going to make you more attractive for sellers with owner financing. 2 is know how to ask. You have to know how to ask sellers for owner financing. That's really the most important thing. If you can't ask them the right way, they're going to say no. They're going to say no because they don't understand it. You've got to have a firm understanding, and I'm going to break that down in just a second. Next is keep it simple, keep it short. The shorter your terms, the more money you can make. You do not want to be in this stuff for 20 years and all that kind of stuff. You got to keep it short and get in and get out, make your money and move on. Now, I'm assuming that all of you all are thinking that this might be the way to go. And the secret to the quick turn strategy is negotiation. I want you to think of that differently. I know we're in the real estate and we're talking about real estate. This is actually not real estate. This is actually negotiation. We're going to make our money in negotiation. And I don't know if you knew this, but negotiation is the most profitable and fastest way to make money on the planet, because you can negotiate. Where else can you go and say, I'll pay you 50,000? And they say, I want 100,000. And you go back and forth and you end up agreeing at, $60,000. You just made $40,000 in a few minutes. That's negotiation. And we're going to use negotiation throughout the process, in the quick turn process, from buying the property to getting the financing set up to everything. So owner financing is a key part, and negotiation is a key part of owner financing. So let's talk about number one, the right strategy. Why use quick turn with owner financing? The biggest benefit is you only need their money for a short time. Let's think about this. Put yourself in the eyes or the shoes of the seller. You're talking to me about selling your house, and I tell you, hey, can I pay you for the house over the next 10 years, and I'll pay you $700 a month for the next 10 years. And I know I'm paying you 120,000, but you'll get it over the next 10 years. Does that sound appealing to anybody, to get your $120,000 at $700 a month for the next 10 years? Now, remember, not only that, but I've got to hope that you stay alive for 10 years. I got to hope that you make your payments for 10 years. I got to hope you don't tear up the house for 10 years, all that kind of stuff. Quick turn allows us to only need the money for a short time if we do owner financing with it. You don't need the money for very long. I tell sellers that I only need your money for about 6 months. 6 months. Now, here's the thing. If you might say, well, that's still, I don't want to wait 6 months for my money. If you don't sell, what are you going to do with the house for 6 months? I don't know. I'm going to rent it out, or I'm going to, try to sell it or something like that. By telling them that I can buy it and I can have your money to you, and the longest it's going to take is 6 months, it becomes very easy. It's almost like just doing a regular sale. If you were to list it with the realtor and try to sell, it might take 6 months to sell it. You can have the price I can give you and your money in 6 months or less with owner financing. You can show the seller how the seller will benefit from doing business with you. Now, what I mean by that is, when you talk to the seller, you're going to talk about the benefits of getting owner financing. Now, it's not going to make sense yet, but just wait a second, because when I break it down, you're going to be like, oh my goodness, that makes so much sense. So just follow along if you're getting lost. You're going to show the seller how they benefit from doing business with you. This is going to eliminate your competition, because you're going to get the benefits. You're going to show them the benefits. They're going to think it's a benefit to them. You can use price as a way to get the seller to say yes to owner financing. I'm going to show you this in the next slide. Okay. Know how to ask. That's secret number 2. Know how to ask a seller. How do you ask a seller for owner financing? So what do you think you do? Do you go up to a seller and say, hey, I'm interested in buying your house? Or they say, hey, I want to sell my house. And you say, okay, well, can I pay you over time, or can I pay you with owner financing? That is an excellent way to get a no answer. It will get a no. One, here's how you do it. The first thing you do is you make them a cash offer. Now you're saying, Art, I don't want to do a cash offer. I want to do owner financing. Listen to what I'm saying. Make them a cash offer. Let's use a deal. For example, this house is worth $100,000. And I use that because the numbers are round. This house is worth $100,000, and I'm going to make them an offer of $70,000. Let's say we go back and forth and we negotiate, and they say, well, I want at least $80,000 for my house. And we make them a cash offer and say, hey, Mr. Johnson, I can offer you $70,000 cash. And they're thinking about it. They're maybe, I don't know. They don't agree, because they're not going to agree right away, but they're thinking about it. Next, I'm going to follow up with a higher owner financed offer. Well, Mr. Johnson, I know you want to be at 80,000. I can probably get you closer to your $80,000 if we can structure the financing a little bit. You see, when I go buy your house, I'm going to go to the bank and get a loan, and I'm going to have to pay them interest. I'm going to have to pay a down payment, and it's going to cost me about 5 or 6% of the deal. And what I'd like to do, instead of paying them that 5 or 6%, I'd like to kind of do a deal with you where we can kind of structure the financing. I only need it for a short time, and we're going to structure it so that you can get the money and I can pay you that difference. So if we can set up a short-term loan where I'm going to pay you off in, let's say, 6 months, and I can give you, and because of that, I don't have to pay the bank. I can do it for, let's say, $76,000. So that'll give you some more money. And at the same time, it'll allow me to move faster. And I might be able to pay you off even sooner than the 6 months. But at the longest you're going to wait is 6 months. Now, before you say yes or no on this, the first thing I'm going to say is that if you don't sell to me and the thing sits on the market for 6 months, you're no better off. This way, you know it's sold, you know that you're going to have your money coming to you, and you can move on and go do whatever else you need to do. Does that make sense to you? And by presenting it in a way that way, now what they're going to do is they're not going to just say, yeah, that makes sense, let's do it. They're going to have questions. So you're going to have answers to those questions. What kind of, they might ask, well, do I have to give you any money? Because people ask that. Do they have to give you any money? They're not giving you anything. The only thing they're doing is waiting a little bit of time to get their money. Now, the next question might be, well, how am I protected? How do I know that this is going to work out for me? And then you can explain how the owner financing is set up to protect them. It's set up to protect them because you're going to do the same thing that the bank does. You're going to give them a mortgage, which is the thing saying that I owe you money on this house, and you're going to give them a note saying how you're going to pay it off. Now, that could be 6 months with no payments. That could be payments every month. Whatever you negotiate that you're comfortable with, you're going to give them that stuff. They're going to be a bank in this sense, and you're going to get the house. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So let me kind of follow up with that. Keep it simple, keep it short when it comes to the lending. The shorter your owner financing is, the better. I have tried owner financing. I've done owner financing on deals where I just told them I would keep the money until I paid them off, whenever I paid them off in the future. And I've gotten people to agree to that. But those were deals that weren't very, very profitable in the long run. They didn't have a lot of equity. The shorter you make the owner financing, the better it is, and the more likely they are to say yes. People will wait 6 months for their money because they probably won't move the house in that 6 months time, even if they are, especially now. Joanna, you asked, is owner finance the same term as seller finance? I heard about both. Owner financing is. Now, seller financing, the difference, there's a slight difference. So Joanna asked, is owner financing the same as seller financing? Owner financing and seller financing are similar, very similar. The thing with seller financing is really the same thing, except for the fact sometimes you have to be clear. The person might not have any equity. So let's say they got a loan. Let's say that same house, they got a loan for $75,000 and you take over that payment. Some people consider that owner financing or seller financing because you take over the payment. I'm not talking about taking over the payment. I'm talking about getting them to negotiate. Now, you can take over the payment if that number, let's say they owe 60,000 and they were looking at 75,000. They'll get 15,000 at the closing. I'll make that payment until the 6 months is up. That way they don't have to worry about it. You can negotiate it that way, but the properties that we buy most of the time and that we make the most money in, they have a ton of equity, and I'm going to explain why that matters in the next slide. So the shorter the owner financing, the better. Set it up with a note and a mortgage, just like a bank. So you're going to go through the same process with setting it up just like a bank with a note and a mortgage. So you're contractually obligated to do what you say you're going to do. Let an attorney do the paperwork. You do not have to sit here and try to figure out this paperwork and take a chance on messing it up. Plus, they will appreciate the fact that you're getting a professional to do it. You can do it through an attorney. You can do it through a title company. I've done it both ways. It's not that hard, but you want to let the professionals do it, and it looks better to the seller. Only agree to terms you can keep. If you are going to do this and you can't make the payment, or you don't know how you're going to make payments, then simply negotiate terms where you don't make a payment. Now, you might say, well, how do I make it so that I don't have to make a payment? You explain to the seller that I can give you this price, but in exchange for this price, I'm not going to make payments. A lot of times the payment thing won't even come up unless you bring it up. I've had sellers, I usually get, when I do owner financing, I usually get 0% interest. I usually get no payment for the 6 months. And I usually get where I don't have to cover any closing cost on their side. I cover only my own closing cost. So don't set up terms that you can't. If you're concerned that you're not going to make the monthly payment, don't agree to a monthly payment, because your word is way more important than the house, if that makes sense. You don't want to do it that way. Now, this is the part that remember. So Joanna, you asked about owner financing versus seller finance. And I said, it's better to have a deal with a lot of equity in it when you're doing this kind of strategy. These are the techniques. What I'm about to show you right now is kind of advanced, but I use these techniques to supercharge my profits when I'm doing owner financing. Number one, here are some advanced strategies you can use to grow from owner financing. This is what we did to help build our business as we were growing. One, discount payoffs by offering early payouts. So let's say you got the seller. He said, okay, I'll take the 75,000 and I'll wait 6 months. Okay. You say, okay, fine. And you set up the terms and everything else. Let's say you did the quick turn strategy and you have the house ready to sell and it's sold. You got a buyer for it in 2 months. Let's say it takes you 2 months and you got a buyer for it. You go back to that seller and you say, he doesn't know that you have a buyer or not. You say to him, hey, Mr. Johnson, I was doing some stuff and I've got a deal set up and I think I might be able to get you paid off early, but I don't think I can pay the full amount. Would you be willing to take a little bit of a discount to get your money right away? Now it's been 2 months now, so he might be like, yeah, I'd like to get my money now. Okay, well, I can pay you off at $67,000, $66,000. Do you want to do that? If he says yes, you just made even more money because you got him to discount his amount. If he says no, then it's no harm, no foul. You just pay him off and you didn't get to discount that loan amount, if that makes sense. But it's an easy way to make additional funds just by getting the deal done earlier. That's why the strategy matters so much. Another thing, ask the sellers if they want to do it again to create private lenders. So for those of you that don't know, private lenders is another way to finance your deals. You can finance a property and finance a deal by basically putting together a private lender that will put up the money to buy a property. So I've had private lenders, let's say they say, I've got $100,000 I can loan you. They will loan you $100,000 for you to buy a house and you just make payments to them. And then when you pay the house off, you pay them off and you move on. You can do that with sellers that agree to owner financing. You can say, hey, Mr. Johnson, we're ready to pay you off. Everything is going well. How did you like it? And they can say, yeah, I liked it. I was fine with it. Or I like getting that payment every month if you're paying them a payment every month. And then they can turn around and say, well, what can we do? You say, well, how would you like it if we did this again? And this time I can pay you interest. I can pay you an interest percentage on every deal we do. And it's the same thing. 6 months, I'll use your money and we'll put it together that way on another deal. You would be amazed at how many sellers will say, yes, I will do this. One of the reasons they do this is because if you ask them, what were you going to do with the money when you get it anyway? They were just putting it in the bank. So they weren't getting an interest rate that was really impressive in the bank anyway. So by offering them to become a private lender, they can get a higher interest return on their money. Think about it like this. Let's say I offered to pay them 7% interest every time I use their money. So I take their $100,000 and I go buy a house and then I pay them off, but I pay them 7%. So I paid them 107,000. And then before that year is up, I use their money again and I borrow the 100,000 to do another house and I pay them 107,000. They've made a 14% return on their money just letting me use it twice. Let's say I'm able to get it done 3 times in a year. Look at the money that they're making on that, the cash that they're making on that money. This is an excellent way for them to make great money and for you to get access to funds that just make sense for you. You can negotiate prices with owner financing to get 0% interest or no payments. I've talked about this. A lot of times you can get 0% interest. And if they say, well, how much interest are you paying? The first thing I'll say is, well, I'm not paying any interest because I'm paying you additional profit or additional money for the house. So that's how we get to a higher number. And that makes sense to a lot of them. And you will get the loan or get the financing at 0% interest for that time. And you might have been okay with that number anyway. You just negotiated it. So these bonuses make owner financing even better if done correctly. They make more sense. They make you more money. It is not hard to set this up. It's just a matter of you feeling comfortable and putting it together with your seller. So what are your first steps to owner financing? What should you do first to get started? Choose your strategy, whether it's fix and flip, rental, wholesaling. I've talked about all of these. We use the quick turn strategy. It makes a lot of sense. It allows for a short turnaround for their money. And I'm making my money. I'm moving on. I'm making my money doing the next deal. I'm making my money quickly. I don't have to hold the house for 6 years with them. So that's why we use that strategy. But you need to pick a strategy and understand how you're going to get their money out. Find sellers with equity. Sellers with equity are 100% more likely to do this. If you get a property with no equity, you can still do it, but it won't be as profitable because the terms are already set by the bank loan, if that makes sense. The bank, if their interest rate is 8% and they're paying, $1,000 a month, you got to pay 8% $1,000 a month on the money because that's what the loan is. If you get sellers with equity, you can negotiate to your heart's content. Okay. Weave asking for owner financing into your offer. The same way I explained asking for owner financing by talking to them about this is a cash offer. This is what I can offer you with owner financing. And you make the cash offer where if they accept it, because the thought might be, well, what if they accept the cash offer, Art, and I don't have cash? You make the cash offer so attractive to you that you can go find a partner or someone to joint venture with so you can still do the cash offer. Either way, you're going to win. You're going to either get owner financing on some deals, you're going to get very good cash offers on other deals. Either way, you're going to win. So there is no loss here. Now, key points to remember, things I want to point out. One, not every seller will agree to owner financing. No matter how good you are in negotiation, not every seller is going to agree to this, especially if you're in extremely hot markets and everything is moving. But the way interest rates are right now, we are seeing a ton of people agree to owner financing, and it's not stopping us from doing a lot of deals because people are open to just getting rid of the property, especially the right sellers, the ones that want to get rid of the property. They're not trying to hold it for an investment. Two, you must do what you are supposed to do with owner financing. The worst thing you can do is not follow through with these sellers. You do not want to get in a position where you told somebody you were going to do something and you did not keep your word. It just looks bad on your brand. It looks bad on you, and it sets you up for a possible lawsuit, all kinds of stuff. So you must follow through with owner financing. Don't directly ask. Offer it as a way to get a better number on their deal. This is going to be a big piece of how you get to that point by offering them to do it in a way where it's not directly asking them just, would you do this? It's saying, here's the trade-off. You'll get a higher number, and that's going to help you. Now, let's talk about this. One-on-one help. How would you like one-on-one help? In the past, we've had you set up a call, but we're doing something different, and I want to let you all in on it. We are taking applicants for our new podcast. We're setting up a new podcast where we're going to do one-on-one coaching, and we're going to break down how to get you started and growing in real estate. So this is a podcast we're going to do. We're going to do a one-on-one call. It's going to be a Zoom call with one-on-one. We're going to talk to you about where you're at. What do you feel is holding you back? You know, all that kind of stuff. We're going to give you a path to grow, kind of help you see where you need to go with that. And we're going to do a podcast. You'll be live on our podcast talking to us about where you are or where you want to go with real estate. And we're going to do one-on-one coaching with that. We will be brutally honest about what you need about growing your business. If you are faint of heart and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can do this, I don't know if this is going to work for me, or you don't really, if you're scared, it's okay to get on scared. But at the same time, I want you to understand that the way we're setting this up, we're going to give you some brutally honest information. We're going to tell you like, hey, this is what you need to be doing. This is what you need to, this is where you need to go with it. We're going to be pushing you. So if this is something you're interested in, then take a look. The requirements, you must be serious about real estate. If you're somebody that's like, I'm not really sure I want to do real estate, this isn't for you, because we're trying to help people that actually want to get started right now. Okay. So you must be serious about real estate. You must have some funds or credit to get started. If you get on, and I don't, it's nothing against it, but if you get on and say, I have no credit, I have no money whatsoever, you can still get started in real estate, but it's going to be harder. It's going to be more difficult. We want to talk to people that have some money. You don't have to have all the money in the world, but you have some money, you have some credit to get started. You just need help with the strategy and what's really holding you back. And maybe you've tried something in the past, and we're going to talk about that. You are okay with honest advice. Sometimes it may touch a nerve, because when I talk to people, I try to be very, let me hold your hand. But at the same time, some people are dealing with stuff that they just don't want to deal with. And they're like, that's what's holding them up. So if this is something that you think you might be interested in, we're going to put these. Now, these will be broadcast. These will be broadcast online. So they'll be, online. So we're not going to put any of your personal information in, on the podcast. It's not going to be anything that is going to, I don't know, hurt you or anything like that. We're not going to embarrass you. That's not the goal. But at the same time, we will want to talk to you, and we will want to give you some brutally honest advice. And, so we're going to want, we're going to want to tell you. So if this is something you're interested in, I'm going to put a link in the chat. This link is to join the podcast. Now, you can pick a time and answer the questions. Just answer all the questions. If it's not something for you, that's fine. You know, if you can't do it or you think it might be too brutal, we're not going to embarrass you, but we will be brutally honest about what you need and what's holding you back. A lot of people are just, you know, fear has a grip on them. So I want to touch on that. So I put the link in the chat. If you're interested in being on the podcast, it should be a lot of fun. It should be very helpful. And we'll talk to you about how we can help you, get you some one-on-one help and how you can grow. Okay. I hope this has been interesting to you guys. I hope you have learned something. Click the link and you can apply. We won't take everybody. We're only doing these once or twice a week, and we'll kind of roll it out. So if you can't make one of the days, we can move it to another week. But this will be something we'll be doing kind of ongoing, testing it out to see how it goes and see how you guys like it and how we can help. So click on the link, sign up. It's a one-on-one help. It's a, like I said, a Zoom call, and you will need to be on camera. So just be aware of that. And I will talk to you guys later. I hope this has been good for you. Hope you've learned something. If you got questions, let me know in the chat. Gerald, you're welcome. Glad you were on. I hope to see you guys in the Zoom that we can do one-on-one help. I hope we'll get some of you guys on board. And I will see you guys later. As always. Started. We're going to be talking about tonight building a passive income machine with commercial real estate and QuickTurn. This is a guide on how to build a business and grow generational wealth. Now, the reason I call it a machine is because you're going to learn a strategy tonight that wealthy people use to grow their income massively and avoid taxes. So that's one of the big benefits of this whole program. You're going to be able to avoid taxes, not illegally, but to do it in a way that the government actually wants you to do. And I'm going to explain that in a second. So I'll be asking you some questions. So if you can just in the chat say, you know, when I'm asking questions, just, you know, talk in the chat. If you have questions for me while I'm going through this, ask them in the chat. I'll stop and kind of go into your questions. So let's first talk about what's your plan. How many of you all sit down and figure out where you want to go with real estate? You probably are thinking, hey, I'm just starting in real estate. I don't know what I want to do. I kind of want to do something. I think I want to buy houses and rent them out, or I think I want to fix up houses. But how much time do you figure out what would be? I want you to start thinking about what would be the end goal. What kind of income would you like to see yourself with? What kind of, would you be dealing with this stuff every day? Would you be dealing with tenants? Ashley, you said every day. That's great. And I want to make sure you're focused on how you're going to do it as far as where you want to get to. So I tell people all the time, what kind of money do you want to see yourself making as an end goal in real estate? Is it $1 million a year? Is it $500,000 a year? What do you feel would make you comfortable if you were going to do this for the rest of your life and this was going to be your primary income? Yes, the how factor. So we'll talk about that. What is your end goal with real estate? If you were to say, hey, I want to do this part of real estate until I stop doing business or I stop running myself, what do you want to do? What do you want in terms of from investing? And what I mean by that is to come up with an actual dollar amount. Now, that dollar amount can change, but you need to have a good idea of where you're trying to get to, because if you don't, you'll end up going someplace and you'll look at it when you've gotten to where you were going, you never really wanted to be there. And I say that because that happened to me and Aisha, my wife. We started buying real estate and we just knew we wanted to buy a bunch of real estate. We really didn't have a plan past buying a bunch of real estate. And then we looked up and we had a bunch of real estate and we realized this wasn't where we want to be at all. And so you want to kind of avoid that and you want to focus on the end dollar amount, or what amount of money would you say, hey, when I get to this point, I think I'm okay, and kind of focus on that. Let me lay out a path to wealth and what is possible with QuickTurn and commercial real estate. Now, for those of you that are new, it's okay if you're new. I'm going to talk about a process called quick turning. You'll understand what it is as I go through this, and I'll kind of go through it slowly. If you have additional questions, then just ask in the chat and we'll talk about it. So let's talk about a path from no experience to a commercial real estate portfolio. So let's say you have no experience. By the end of this training, you will have a path for you to build a portfolio. This is a real plan, a laid out plan of how you can go from I have no real estate experience, I've just thought about it and wanted to get into it, to I now own multiple commercial large scale properties. It may seem a little bit scary and intimidating, but it's not. You will see how starting from a small savings, you can eventually purchase large scale commercial. So I'm going to walk you through, not saying you can start real estate with no money. You need to have some money. And if you don't have a lot, that's okay, but you need to have some to get started and kind of get to where you need to be. We're going to talk about a step-by-step plan to build wealth. This is the same plan that wealthy people use all the time. When you talk to somebody and they say they own a bunch of property or they have investments, this is the exact same plan that a lot of wealthy people have used, and it's celebrated in America because of the tax benefits. This wealth can provide for you and your children. When we get into this program process, you're going to see how it can actually provide something not just for your lifetime, but for your kids, so that your kids can live off of the income that this brings long term. And this plan can be done without paying significant taxes. So if you're somebody that never thought about taxes, let me tell you, when you start making some serious money in real estate or any kind of investment, Uncle Sam becomes your partner. And unless you know how to handle your partner, you will end up in trouble because you will owe taxes. And a lot of this stuff is capital gains taxes, which can be higher, significantly higher than the taxes you pay working for your job. So we're going to talk about that. Now, how do I know this will work for you? How do I know any of this works? Let me tell you our story to commercial wealth, how we got into commercial real estate and commercial wealth. My wife, Aisha, and I started as real estate investors right out of college. We were hell-bent on taking over the world with buying single-family houses. We bought a bunch of properties in a short time. We bought 30-something houses in 3 years. And we did this with the plans of building a whole portfolio of single-family houses and renting them out and just making a lot of money. What changed for us was that as we built more and more properties, as we picked up more and more properties, we did not feel wealthier. And in fact, we felt more held down from just dealing with tenants and dealing with. How many of you all are landlords and have ever dealt with a tenant, or have ever dealt with or even seen what goes on with tenants? Now, not all tenants are bad, but it only takes one or two bad tenants to really make you not want to deal with any tenants at all, because they can be very stressful and it can be a whole headache. Gerald, you know what it's like. It can be horrible dealing with the wrong tenants. And that's what kind of changed for us. We got to a point where we did not want to deal with tenants anymore. It was just too much. I have horror stories that I can tell you that I won't scare. I don't want to scare anybody that's a landlord, but I'll give you an example. I had a tenant that called the police on us because she smelled carbon monoxide in her apartment. Now, if any of you know, you cannot smell carbon monoxide, but she did it because she wanted to get out of paying rent, and she used that as an excuse of why she couldn't pay her rent that month, because she couldn't keep her kids in the apartment. Just horror stories that I have. I have a ton of horror stories with tenants. What happened for us was we sold off those properties. We started to look at what we could do now, what we could do differently. We got into other aspects of real estate. We tried fix and flip, buying properties and fixing them up and selling them. That worked, but at the same time, it was very stressful dealing with contractors, them not showing up, contractors trying to run off with your money. We did wholesaling. That was frustrating because we would get a property under contract. The seller would decide not to sell to us. We would go through a whole thing and we would fall apart. Deals would fall apart. And it's really stressful when you're counting on the money to come in. Nothing really worked for us the way we wanted it to until we got into doing some stuff that was called wholetailing. Wholetailing is a larger kind of scenario where you're buying property and then turning around and immediately selling it. Instead of fixing it up, You're not doing any fix up. You're not doing any tenants or dealing with any tenants. It's just a better scenario. Now, we help people do this same kind of business model because we've made really good money with it. We call it quick turning. And like I said, it's buying properties and then turning around and selling them. And that will be a key part of how you build your commercial wealth, how you're going to build up your commercial portfolio. And here's the thing, once you learn this process, with your help, we can both be even bigger. We actually have an ulterior motive of helping people build this kind of business. We want them to, once they start making the kind of money that comes from QuickTurn, we want them to invest with us in larger scale commercial property. And I'll talk about that in just a second to give you an idea of what that looks like. So it's just a better way of doing things. So let's talk about the plan to a commercial portfolio. You don't have any background experience. You're not sure what to do, but you want to get eventually into commercial real estate. That is your goal. Let's talk about a step-by-step plan. The first step is to choose a strategy. Choose a strategy of how you will get funds, because you're going to need funds for commercial real estate. The next step is to execute only one strategy repeatedly, to do it the same way consistently, keep going with it, and develop a strategy of constantly doing the same thing, because that's the only way you're going to make significant money. If you jump around, if you've ever heard somebody talk on a master class or one of these programs and they say something like, you know, we do this with some properties, we do this with some properties, that is very stressful. There's all kinds of stuff that happens every time you switch strategies, and you don't want to get into that. So we try to avoid that. Take profits from that venture and put the profits into commercial property. There's a benefit to doing it this way, and I'm going to show you how you can do it and still live your life comfortably, because the first thing you're thinking is, if I take my profits and put it into commercial, what am I going to have for myself? I did this so that I can make money. But I'm going to show you how you want to put the money into commercial, because that's what's going to get you out of taxes. So we'll talk about that. Exit your commercial properties into larger commercial properties until you reach your desired income. You're going to keep rolling your funds over until you get to your desired income. So let's discuss each of these in a little bit of detail. Are you following along with me so far? Because everybody got quiet. I want to make sure. Are you guys with me? Do you understand what I'm talking about as far as picking a strategy and everything else? You're with me so far? Let me know in the chat. Just tell me, hey, I'm with you. Give me a thumbs up, whatever you can, so I know that you all are on the same page. Okay. Now, let's talk about choosing a strategy, choosing your investment strategy. You need a proven system to build a war chest. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. Right. You need a proven system to build a war chest. The war chest is the cash that you are going to use for investment. We use QuickTurn real estate. Now, there's a couple of reasons why we use QuickTurn real estate. And if I didn't explain it, let me explain it. It is buying a property. Your main income from that property is the negotiation of the equity in that property. So it is not just getting the property and fixing it up. We're not dealing with contractors. We're not dealing with, going and doing a bunch of major renovation. It's not dealing with tenants. You are making your money on the negotiation of that property. So that's why we chose QuickTurn. It creates consistent income. By constantly buying and selling properties, you're going to build a lot of income, and it's going to become consistent, even though what you're doing is not a passive income kind of thing. People talk about passive income with real estate. Passive income with real estate is a myth. People use that to try to convince you that it would be better than your job. The truth of the matter is, if you're a landlord, you are not passive investing. You are active investing. You are dealing with tenants on the regular. The more tenants you have, the more you will be dealing with them every day. And if you don't have a lot of tenants, you're probably not making enough money to leave your job anyway. So it's kind of a catch-22. This generates large lump sums of cash. As I explain how QuickTurn works, you're going to generate large lump sums of cash, which are going to exceed what you need to live. Now, when I started with QuickTurn, we got to a point where we figured what we needed to live was roughly about $150,000 a year. We ended up doubling that number to about 300,000. We had a good year, and we doubled that number to 300,000. So once we get past $300,000, everything else we do, we kind of invest into commercial real estate. And it only requires that you learn a few skills. QuickTurn does not take too much time. If you're somebody how many of you all are limited in time that you can put to a new venture because of your job, because of your family, because of your life, and things just get in the way, and you don't have a bunch of time to go around and drive for dollars or cold call, people seeing if they want to sell their house. If you don't have time for all of that stuff, then this is a perfect strategy for you because of the fact that you don't have to do that. You only need to learn a couple of skills. It can build large amounts of cash quickly, and that is what we need for commercial real estate. Now, once you learn the process, the next step is to master it. Now, the reason I say that is because once you get to a certain point, you will know how to do QuickTurn. It becomes scalable. And scalable is when you can hire people to do some of the stuff that you don't necessarily want or need to do every day. You have to do some stuff to learn it and know the first steps. But once you get to a certain point, you can hire help. You can hire people to answer the calls. You can hire people to even do the negotiation. You can hire people to get the financing for you. And you'll have enough money to do that. That's one of the benefits of this. You can build it as an actual business, not a job that you have to do after your regular job. By doing one process over and over again, you will make more money with less mistakes. You get better at it. You don't make as many mistakes. It's not as stressful. You understand the benefits of it, and it just makes more sense. You will make more than you need as income. That's what I said about how we got to a point where once we had the income that we needed, the business still was throwing off money to us. It still continued to throw money off to us, and we stopped. We didn't need the money. Here's the thing. If you don't use the money, you're going to pay taxes on it. And capital gains taxes, if you don't know, they are massive. So capital gains taxes can be as much as 40 to 45% of what you bring in. Imagine bringing in $100,000 and then you got to pay the government $45,000 of that 100,000. And if you make the mistake of spending the money, then here comes the government and they say, no, you don't owe us 45,000. Now you owe us 75,000 because of the penalties. It is a very serious thing. You don't want to get into that trap, but this is a way to avoid that. At this point, you will have a large lump sum of cash and a high tax bill. That's what you don't want. You don't want a high tax bill, and you don't want this large lump sum of cash just sitting in your bank account. Put your profits into commercial. At this point, you can learn to do large-scale commercial deals. Large-scale commercial deals are the deals you're going to do that allow you to build cash flow. You analyze these properties and you negotiate with commercial sellers. You're already going to be good at negotiating because you've been doing that in your QuickTurn business. You can then analyze deals and negotiate with commercial sellers and put together deals with them. You will have funds to purchase the property and do due diligence. Did you know when you do a commercial property, you might have to spend $50,000 just on an inspection, depending on the size of the property, just on an inspection of making sure everything is supposed to be is correctly done on the property. That's not buying the property. That's not getting anything done. That is just the inspection to make sure the property is what it says it is. You could end up spending $30,000 on permits or stuff with the city. The bills are monstrous. But if you're someone that's built a war chest and you got the funds ready, you can put it to work. And because those are investments, you're going to be able to avoid some of the taxes that go along with having that money. That makes sense. Does this make sense to you guys? Does that make sense about avoiding taxes? People don't look at taxes. They always look at, I just want to make the money. Trust me, you should be looking at the taxes just as hard, if not harder, than making the money. You can also invest in groups and lower your risk and increase your profit. So that's one of the things we do. We invest as a group. That's one of the benefits that we have with our students and everybody that we work with, is that once they start making some money in QuickTurn, we have a vested interest in them being successful with QuickTurn, because then they can invest with us in larger scale commercial, and we can invest as a group. It lowers each individual's risk of what they're getting into, but also increases our profits because we can buy bigger projects because we've got more funds to put together. Set up properly, these profits will be tax deferred while in the commercial investment. Now, tax deferred, for those of you that are not sure, does not mean you get to avoid the taxes. You still owe the taxes, but the government is saying because you invested in commercial real estate, we will defer the taxes, meaning you don't have to pay them right now. You can pay them once you sell your commercial real estate. That's a key thing right there. Once you sell your commercial real estate. Does that make sense? What you do with this is that you roll your profits into your next deal until you get what the income that you want. So let's take a real life example of this. Commercial property, let's before I get to this part, let's take a real life example of this. You invest and start building money with QuickTurn. You make, let's say, $100,000 above what you need to live. And I know these numbers might sound scary and intimidating, but it's not. These are real life numbers. You get to $100,000. You then say, instead of just putting that money in the bank and saving it and owing taxes on it, you decide to go ahead and put it to a commercial piece of real estate. You put it to a commercial piece of real estate, and that piece of real estate multiplies in value, because commercial property is valued different from residential, if you didn't know. With the right strategy, you can 3x, 5x, or even 10x your money in commercial real estate. So it's very common to get into a deal and then 5x your money if you put together the right deal. So you put in $100,000, and in 3 or 5 years, now you've got $500,000. You got $500,000 that you're working with, and you sell that property. Now, when you sell that property, you can choose to take the money and pay taxes on it, because now you owe taxes on $500,000, not $100,000. You owe the $100,000 part and $400,000 more. But now you've got that money, and then you can either continue to take it and spend it, or you can do what I would do and what I tell people to do is roll it over into another investment, put it into another commercial property. You get to defer the taxes again, and you don't owe the taxes again, and you put it into another property. Now, let's be clear. Are you just putting your money up and never getting anything from it? No, you're getting cash flow from that commercial piece of real estate. That commercial piece of real estate is paying you every month, and it's a large enough piece of investment that you can hire a professional property manager. They're affordable. You can even start your own property management company if you want to get to that level, and you can manage the property yourself and keep some of the money as profit for you managing the property. Or you can hire a professional. Either way, you get to defer your taxes, and you get to get the cash flow that's taxed at a much lower rate, which you can avoid a lot of those taxes too with the property. Does that make sense to you guys? You continue to live off of your commercial income. You don't need to pull your cash out of the property right away. You can leave it in there until you're ready to go find another property, another project. Continue your QuickTurn business. Remember, you've got 2 businesses now. You've got your commercial real estate, and you've got your QuickTurn business of buying properties. You got both businesses running. So you've got a commercial business that's deferring your taxes and giving you a really strong cash flow. You've got your QuickTurn, which is steadily building cash that you either have to put into another commercial project, or you got to put it into something else. Let's say you say, you know what, I'm tired of the single family stuff. The numbers are too small for me. I make that much money on my commercial property every month. You can sell the QuickTurn business, sell the business, not the houses. You can sell the business, because if you have a business that has a process that generates a steady income, and you can show that to someone else, other people will buy it. Gerald, that's exactly right. Other people will buy your business, and you get a cash out of that business, or you can keep it and give it to your kids to pass it down if they want to do that business. It's up to you. Or you can sell it, take that cash, put it into commercial, and just live off of your commercial income. Best thing ever. It's the American tax system working in our behalf for once. So the question becomes, how much do you want? What kind of income do you want? Stop building when your income is at the level you want. Let's say you say, well, I can comfortably live on $300,000 a year. I can comfortably live on $500,000 a year. You can stop investing once you get to that point. Once your commercial properties are throwing off enough for you to get $500,000 a year, you can stop investing. You don't have to do another thing, and you're good to go. Or commercial property can be professionally managed, leaving you with completely passive income, real passive income. That's what we're all aiming for. You can do that with property management. Your only job will be checking on property managers to make sure they're doing everything. And you should check on them. You shouldn't be completely blind to what's going on with your business, but you should know that it's much easier to check on a commercial investment manager than it is to manage commercial property. Your interest can be passed to family. You don't have to sell this thing until you pass, until you die. Nobody likes to think about dying, but at the end of the day, you can keep your commercial property paying you a cash flow until you die. And then you can pass it on to family and let it work as a minimum income for future generations. How would you like to set your kids up and say, hey, I got 3 kids. I make $300,000 a year for my business. Kids, each one of you is going to get $100,000 a year from this investment once I pass, and you can live off of that money, and you can still go do whatever you want, but you've got a minimum $100,000 income. Or they can sell it and liquidate it and take the cash and start their own dreams. Because if let's say they sell that $600,000 investment, now it's worth $1.5 million. Now it's worth $1.5 million, 1.5 million. You can say liquidate it. They got to pay taxes on that money. But then at the same time, now they've got a lump sum of cash to go start their own dream. And at that point, really, you're dead. Do you really care? That's just the honest truth of it. Because this is how you generate generational wealth. Generational wealth does not mean they have to keep the investment for their entire life and all that kind of stuff. They can take the money and run if they think that's a better option for them. If you think it's a better option for them, you can tell them to take the money and run, or liquidate it when you are ready to be done with it. The goal overall is that you have options. You have options, and you started off with a very low income, not low income, but low amount of savings or low amount of money that you put to work to do this. So you did it in a way that did not harm you or cause you a lot of stress. So if you want help building your business like this, if you want help building a portfolio like this can literally change from someone who has enough savings or a small amount of savings to someone that has millions of dollars in equity over a little bit of time. Set up a quick 15-minute phone call with me. I will put in the chat. If you're looking at the chat, I'm putting in a link to set up a call with me or my team to talk to us about how we can help you, how we can talk about you getting into this type of business. It is not too hard. It is not something you can't do. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources. If you've got some savings, we can talk about where you should start at, and we can go based on what we know. We'll talk about where you can start at. Even if you don't have the resources that are necessary for this, we can talk about where you're at now and where you can start. We have some options for you to start, even if you don't have significant savings. But that's the way to get on this path the quickest. The other way is to do one deal, get that deal turning and making you some money, and then put that money into building this kind of business. If we can help you, we have resources we can share to help you make an informed decision. Like I said, we will share that. If you're on the fence about this, my suggestion is to set up a call. It cannot hurt. Everybody that's been on a call with us, we do not, make you feel bad. We talk to you about your options. There's no hard sell of you got to buy this thing or something like that. It's literally just to see what's best for you, because our goal is to ultimately help you get to a point where you invest with us in commercial. So we have a vested interest in seeing you be successful. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. So this is something that you can do and you can build right away. You can get started right away. And like I said, even if you don't have significant savings, we can show you how to start with a relatively low amount. If your credit is not where it needs to be, we can show you how to start there. Now, would it be easier if you have great credit? Obviously, it's just going to be easier to build your business. My point is, don't let any of this stuff stop you. Don't let any of this stuff keep you from building and going after your dreams. Let me know, what did you guys think of this? Let me know in the chat. What did you think of this training? Did this cover enough stuff? Did you want to go more in depth? When I do these trainings, I try not to go too deep, because some people that are new will feel lost. And I don't want you to feel lost. I want you to get a general overview of what we're doing and get you to a point where you can say, oh, this makes sense. I can see how this would work for me, and I can get help. But I don't want to go so deep into it that you all are thinking that, oh my goodness, this is too much. It's making my head hurt, that kind of thing. Let me know in the chat. What are your thoughts? Does this training seem to help you? Is it something that benefited you, or do you feel that it's worthwhile? Do you feel that I'm glad you found it interesting. Is this something that you feel where you'd like me to go more in depth, but I don't want to lose too many people? Or do you think this is good? So like I said, set up a call if you haven't already. Gerald, I'm glad you found it. Share, I'm glad. Good. I'm glad, man, everybody. Okay, great. So good. So if you have questions, I want you to set up a meeting and we can talk about where you're at. We can talk about what you're doing. Even if this isn't what you want to do and you want to say, Art, I want to tell you about what I want to do. We can talk about it and see if what you're doing makes sense. And I can give you my input. I can say, hey, be careful of this, because I've done a lot of stuff. But I want you to set up a call. Let's see if it makes sense. I'll be happy to talk to you, happy to help you. I hope you've all have enjoyed this. I hope you've gotten something from it. I will post, if you got in late, I will post the replay to this. Tomorrow you will get an email, because we should have everybody's email. If you're in the QuickTurn group, if you're on this call, then we have your email, because you wouldn't have known about it anyway. So yes, Todd, I will give some case studies. I'll give you an example. Really quick, I'll give you an example of a property we did. We did a 23 unit condo. It was a building that had 23, it was 23 apartments. They were condos. And we bought but some of them didn't sell. So they had about 12 that did not sell. We went in and bought the 12, and then we went back and bought the other ones from, it was 11 properties. We bought those other 11 properties back from the owners. We then went in and did some renovation and cleaned them up, and it took us 2 years to do it. Over that 2 years, we were able to 5x our money, and we were able to walk out of that deal with 5 times what we put into the deal. It became a multi-unit building again from a condo. So we actually reversed it back. And there was some legal stuff that went with it, but we reversed it back to a commercial multi-unit, and we were able to get a 5x return. We've also done some stuff. Now, right now, we don't do a lot of apartments. We now focus more on mobile home parks, because they've got some great benefits with mobile home parks. And we focus on self-storage units. And if you really want to get creative, but you can do a mobile home park and combine it with self-storage units. A lot of people that have mobile homes or that move in, they're called manufactured housing now. A lot of people that do manufactured housing, they don't mind living next to a self-storage unit, and you can get another cash flow from people doing self-storage, and it's going to be less break-ins and things like that, because of the fact that those same people are going to kind of look out for the self-storage units. They don't, if they see something fishy, somebody, maybe not all of them, but somebody will call. So there's a lot of benefits to commercial that can give really strong cash flows, that can give you really strong returns, and it's not as hard as people think. Yeah, it's a great strategy. You can even, if you really want to go big, Ty, you can do mobile home, a manufactured housing park. You can do a self-storage unit off of it, and you can do RV parking. So storage for RVs. A lot of people have RVs in certain areas and they need parking. You can put just a flat plat of land and do RV parking with it. Now, here's the beautiful thing, Todd, and I'm going to go a little bit in depth for you. Once your mobile home park or your manufactured housing park, once you're able to expand it over 150 units, once you've got over 150 pads on that, so you've got 150 places for people to have their home, then you can actually sell that whole thing to a RIT, a real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trusts are always looking for good cash flowing investments. Mobile manufactured housing, no, is that state specific? No, it is not state specific. There are some states that really, really love mobile home parks, but there are some states that don't, and they still have mobile home parks. In fact, the government, President Biden, if you're watching this, President Biden is president right now. President Biden put out a memo of them trying to convince local municipalities to open up more land to mobile home parks. Now, the reason this matters is because one of the things that makes mobile home parks valuable is that they actually are limited. Most people have this thing called NIMBY, not in my backyard. Most people don't want mobile home parks in their backyard. So a lot of municipalities try to stop mobile home parks. But that's a great thing to buy a mobile home park, which there are a ton of mom and pops that own mobile home parks, expand that park and then sell it to a RIT. It will be like printing money. I don't know how else to tell you. It's like printing money. And the rich will pay a premium. And here's the thing. There's so much I could get into this. I don't want to go into it, and we're over the time. But yes, there are plenty of strategies. You just have to have something that makes sense. You have to have a strat. We have done a lot of strategies, and we do very well with commercial. We do QuickTurn to build up our cash. We do commercial to build up our long-term wealth and to put our money in to not. I would rather my money go to this stuff and it not go to taxes. So, Todd, yes, we can definitely talk. Just set up a call. We can talk. We can set up a call. You can go on the link and set up a call. We can talk. Like I said, we do all of this stuff. This is what we do on a regular basis. If you're in here, like I said, I will be putting a replay up tomorrow. You'll get an email, and I'll put a post in the group. You'll be able to get a replay of this if you came in late. We cover some great information, and it's really a way to really level up your investing and get to some stuff. You do have to have some money because of the fact that commercial real estate is not for I'm trying to do it no cash out, or I don't want to spend any cash. You got to have some cash flow to work with. QuickTurn is a great way to get to that point. and build a business that consistently brings in cash. So I hope this has been helpful. If you haven't already, set up a call with us, talk to us. We'll talk about how we can help you get there, how we can help you take advantage of some of this stuff, and how we can possibly work together. Okay? I hope you all have enjoyed it. We went a little bit over, so I apologize, but we got a lot of stuff in, and I will see you guys on the next call, and you'll get a copy of this tomorrow. Until next time, I wish you guys the best, and as always, 5 questions to ask sellers to make sure you can get super profitable real estate deals. Now, this is the exact framework we use to generate almost $1 million in profits within 12 months. And for those of you that don't know, when we started doing our process, the QuickTurn process, our first year, we were able to do $870,000 in profit. That is not what the houses were worth. That is what money that is money that actually hit our bank account. And I don't say that to brag. I just say that to show you the possibility of what's possible with this strategy of buying and selling homes without fixing them up, without putting time into rehab, without dealing with tenants, without dealing with contractors. All of that is possible. So I'm going to show you and explain how to do that. So let's go ahead and get started with these 5 questions. So let's start with talking about, do you want to buy houses, but you don't want to talk to sellers? Are you someone who does not want to talk directly to sellers? Have you talked with the seller and stumbled over what to say? Maybe you didn't know what to say to a seller. You felt kind of nervous. The call just felt awkward, or you didn't know, really what to do. Have you been afraid to talk to sellers for fear of saying the wrong thing? You're excited to get a deal. You just don't want to mess up. And so you kind of try to avoid talking to sellers. Some people are not talking to sellers because they don't even realize that's the thing to do. They think that they should go through their realtor. But I guarantee you, if you don't go through a realtor and go directly through a seller, there's a lot more money on the table. Do you struggle to make offers because they're too low? And what I mean by that is a lot of people are, when they figure out their numbers and they want to make an offer, they get nervous and they think that, oh, this offer is too low and they're not going to accept it. So they inflate the offer even before they've made it to the seller, just because they're scared that the seller will say no. If that's ever been you, I'm going to show you how to get around that. Most investors never learn good negotiation tactics, and there's a clear reason for that. And the biggest reason is because we don't, as investors, typically have to do a lot of negotiation. We let the realtors do it. We get the house. Once we get the house, we spend our time focused on, fixing the house up, putting a tenant in it, all that kind of stuff. And there's a better way than that. So I hope this makes sense to some of you guys. Maybe you have found sellers, but they weren't motivated. So this happens a lot when you spend so much time looking for a deal. Maybe you've been on PropStream, you've tried to reach out to all of these people, and you've done all this stuff to try to find sellers, and you spend so much time, and you finally get somebody that's willing to talk to you, and you're nervous because what if they say no? What if they don't like my offer? And you're scared to really talk to them and what to say. A lot of times when you're scared to make the offer you want because you fear they will say no, you just don't know what they're going to do. And so you kind of second guess your offer or what you're going to put together with them. Or you offer more than you want in hopes that you won't insult the seller. So I got a whole thing about insulting sellers, but you don't want to insult the seller, so you don't want to ask too little or offer too little for them. Even worse, you take a deal that isn't great, and this happens a lot. People take a deal that's not great just so you can get started. You've been looking for a deal for several months. you haven't been able to find one, somebody finally says they'll talk to you, you take a deal and the numbers aren't great, but it's something you think, I can kind of work with it. And so you take the deal anyway, even though the numbers don't work for you. Well, by the end of this session today, you're going to know how to talk to sellers to build trust and easily make offers and get those offers accepted so that they take the offer, so that they work with the offer. This is a big thing for a lot of people because it's one of the most basic things in the business, but a lot of people are scared of it. So tonight we will show you our quick turn seller negotiation process. This is how we negotiate with sellers, how we talk to sellers, and how we get them to say yes to a deal. First thing is how to identify the right sellers to make an offer to. You don't really want to make an offer to every seller. It's going to waste a lot of time and energy and frustrate you because not every seller is right for you to make an offer to at that moment. We'll talk about that in just a second. How to let the sellers feel in control, but give you all their secrets. Did you know there's a way you can talk to sellers and get them to tell you everything that they don't want you to know? And it's easier than you think. So you're going to let them feel that they're in control, but they're going to give up all their secrets about what they're really trying to do with the house, what's going on with the house, what number they really want, and all that kind of stuff. How to feel confident when making offers. A lot of how you talk to people is your confidence. If I talk to you guys and I say, well, I'd like to do this and I'd like to do that. If I sound like afraid, that comes off in the conversation as opposed to, so we're going to do this. This is how this is going to go. We're going to pay this much. And then they just agree to it. So that confidence makes a big difference. And you need a way that you can consistently feel confident when talking to sellers. You want to make sure that they understand where you're at. So how we get many offers accepted at 50 to 60 cents on the dollar. So our students and the people that work with us, we get a lot of offers accepted at 50 cents on the dollar. So if the house is worth $100,000, we get sellers to sell it to us at $50,000, $55,000, $60,000, and there's a lot of space in there for us to make a profit. How many of you all would like to do deals at 50 to 60 cents on the dollar? It is completely possible. I have students doing it every day, and I'm going to show you how we get that done. Okay. So the next is finally how to get the sellers asking you to take their offer to buy their house. So did you know you can actually get the seller to take to make an offer to you and say, this is what I want. And so you can buy their house, but it's them making an offer to you. And then you just decide if you want to accept it. So we're going to talk about that. So let's talk about who this is for. If you are a new investor and are just learning about the real estate business, then keep watching because this is very important information that's going to help you grow. And it's more than you typically get when you go onto the free webinars and all that kind of stuff, and they just kind of hype you up about real estate. We talk about some actual things that go on in the business to help you succeed in the business and help you win. If you have started learning, maybe you've taken a class or two, but you haven't bagged your first deal yet. You haven't gotten your first deal. You've been looking for a while, but you have not gotten that first deal done. Then pay attention because this is going to help you when you talk to a seller, and it's going to give you some great information. The next thing is if you're an experienced investor, you've done a deal, but you have never dealt directly with sellers, which there are a lot of investors that only buy stuff through realtors. And so they just never get to a point of actually talking with sellers and negotiating directly with sellers. Then watch this because this is going to give you a framework that you can use and it's going to be a lot easier. So let me talk about really quickly who we are, why you should listen to us. Does it make any sense to listen to me and whatever? Let's talk about that. So my name is Art, and along with my wife, Aisha, we have successfully personally negotiated hundreds of deals directly with sellers. We only buy properties directly from sellers. We do not buy property through the MLS. We do not buy properties through realtors. We just do directly through sellers. We get much better deals. We did some numbers the other day. We have earned over $6 million plus negotiating sellers below their asking prices. So we have gotten sellers to come off of more than $6 million of what they were asking for with real estate. Now, I know that's not saying that we did $6 million in profit on those properties, but it is kind of saying we did a lot of profit on these properties based on getting the seller to take less than they wanted on the property. And so when we added it up, we're over $6 million that we've negotiated. We've trained others in our methods, and most that train in our method get deals below what they thought was possible. I have students right now that did not think that they would be able to get a deal the way they have. I have a student right now that literally called me almost in tears saying she did not want to make the offer that we were talking to her about because she felt that it was too low. We told her how to say it, what to say, and the seller accepted her offer and she's closing on the property now. So we can teach you how to negotiate as well and make more money. Negotiation is the money. Make no mistake about it. Don't get confused. Don't think that the money is in fixing up houses. Don't think the money is in renting out houses. The money is in negotiation. So let me touch on that just for a second if I can. Now, some people are thinking, I'm sure as you're listening to this, you're probably thinking, well, no, Art, I know the money isn't in negotiation. I would rather get the monthly cash flow from tenants. Well, let me explain how that works. When you buy a property and rent it out, you make a small portion of profit every month. You make, let's say you rent it out, and after you pay the mortgage, after you pay the taxes, after you pay the insurance, after you pay any maintenance, let's say you're making $500 a month on that property, that one single family house. And so over a year, you're going to make about $6,000. 500 times 10, 12 is $6,000. You've made $6,000. Here's why I don't consider that profit. Because literally, let's say you had a tenant in there for 2 years. They paid every month like clockwork, never had a problem, and they paid you. So you made a total of profit of $12,000. Let's say they move out, no problems. You move somebody else in and you get the wrong tenant. That tenant can easily cost you $12,000 in repairs or damages or lost rent or more in a very short period of time. That business is very slow to make a profit because you have to get out of it with the profit, not just make the profit. Compare that to what we do with QuickTurn, where we're buying and selling houses. We get our money the day we sell the property. We buy the property, we don't fix it up, we don't put a lot of money into the property. We turn around and sell it based on the negotiated equity that we have in the property, and then we turn a profit. I hope that makes sense to you. Let me know in the comments if that makes sense. It's a better way and it's a larger amount. Our profits typically average 30,000 or better, 30 to 35,000 or better. So it just makes sense when you're doing properties. Once you've made some more money, once you've gotten some cash, once you've put a war chest together of some cash, then you can go and buy rental. And here's the thing, I don't even suggest you buy single family rental then. Instead, I suggest going into commercial real estate and buying larger scale commercial. That's our goal with our students. We actually want all of our students to make money in single family and then take that money and invest with us as a group into larger scale commercial, and we can build generational wealth from that. So I know that's a little bit off subject, but it's just to explain why I'm not a big fan of rental property and single family rental property. And I have been a landlord for single family rental property for years. And I was so happy when I got out of it, and it made a difference. And luckily I got out before insurance fees went up like crazy, because insurance is crazy right now for rental. Why there is nothing more profitable than talking with sellers. Let's talk about that. No money can be made faster than talking with sellers. Remember how I said it took you 2 years on that rental to make $12,000? I can make $12,000 on negotiation with a few words of saying, hey, I can't pay you this, I can pay you this, or whatever, and I can negotiate $12,000 in a matter of seconds. And that's the truth. Most sellers are not skilled in negotiation. And as a real estate business owner, once you get this into a process of scale it, you'll be doing this every day. You'll be negotiating with sellers every day. Do you think it's hard to win or create a win-win scenario with sellers when you're dealing with someone who doesn't do this every day versus somebody who's done it 10, 15, 20 times this month? You're going to get better. You're going to win at these negotiations, and you're going to make more money. Motivated sellers with equity just need a logical reason why they can take less. Now, I'm going to explain this statement for a second. Stay with me. If you have a seller that has a lot of equity in their property, you are not trying to get all the money from them. You just need some of the money of that equity. So let's say they've got 100,000 in equity. You don't need the 100,000 in equity. You might only need 40,000 or 50,000 or 35,000 of the equity to do a deal. So to them, they're still going to walk away with $50,000 or $60,000 of that equity, and they may be willing to do that. Compare that to somebody that has very little equity, and they're only getting $10,000, and you want to take $5,000 from them. You're going to have a hell of a fight on your hands because of the fact you're trying to get them to take even less of the small money that they are getting. So we always aim for people with plenty of equity that are motivated, and that way it's not as hard of a sale, if that makes sense. By getting good at negotiation, you don't need to pick up a hammer. You don't need to visit a house or work a job. You can replace all of these. Yes, I mean you can replace your job. How many deals will it take for you to replace your job? We did a training a couple of weeks ago on how much effort does it take to make $300,000 from building a real estate business versus what it takes to build that much in your job. This will make you $300,000 in less than a year if you follow the process and you're consistent with what you do. The 5 questions to ask sellers. So let's get down to the nitty gritty. These are the 5 questions that you want to ask sellers that will bring you more profit. Number 1, do you have a house that you are hoping to sell? I know that's going to sound obvious, but we'll explain that in just a second. Number 2, how much is your house worth? How much is your house worth? Number 3, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? Okay, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? Number 4, how much does the house need in repairs? How much does it need in repairs? And number 5, do you have any other properties you want to sell? Now, I know what you're thinking. All right, those are some really basic questions. We don't ask any of these questions for the reason you think we ask these questions. I'm going to break this down to you so you can understand. So if you're sticking around, you'll really get this and it'll make sense. This is a psychological play that we're going to use. Let's discuss what we will learn with each one of these questions. Number 1, do you have a house that you are hoping to sell? Why do we ask this? This establishes their need for you. They are not doing you a favor. They want something, and this acknowledges that. It establishes that they have a need for you, not you needing them. How many times if you've ever been on the phone with the seller and you start talking to them, and then they say, yeah, I might sell it. It depends on if your price is right. They're taking a position of power. Or I might sell it, but I got another guy that's interested in it too. I might sell it to them. They're taking a position of power. When we ask them, do you have a house that you're hoping to sell? We're forcing them to say, yes, I do. Yes, I need something from you, so that it establishes that you need something from me, and it puts the position of who's in charge. Now, I know this doesn't seem like it, but you're going to get that if you get them to psychologically understand that they need something from you. This is a psychological shift to make them understand that they are in an asking position and they need something from you. So that's the first question, and that's why it's important. Second question, how much is your house worth? Why do we ask this? Let them establish the value so that you can negotiate. If they establish value, there is no argument about the value because they said it. So if you were to talk to someone and say, well, what do you want for your house or whatever, and start talking to them, and they say, I don't know, it's worth, what do you think it's worth? And you give a number, then they can always argue it's worth more than that. Once they give a number and say, this is what my house is worth, then that is the standard. That's what we're going off of. Until I can prove it wrong, that's what we're going to go with. But for this conversation, we're going to base everything off of them giving us that number, so we have control because they've established a number. What if you talk to a seller and they say to you, oh, I don't know what my house is worth? How can you sell something if you don't know what it's worth? If I had a bike and I wanted to sell a bike, and somebody came to me and said, wow, that's the bike you want to sell? I'll give you $8,000 for it. And I had no idea of value. What am I going to think? The first thing I'm going to think is, wow, he gave me $8,000 as the first offer. This bike might be worth more. I'm not going to take that offer. Let me go see if someone else is willing to pay more. Let me go find out the value. We don't want them to do that. They have to understand or have an idea of value. Even if it's wrong, they have to have an idea of value. This is a way of making them feel they are in control, and using this information, they give you an established fact so it can be argued in the future by them. So later on, we're going to say, we took your word for this is what it's worth. And if it changes, now we're using what they told us to help us in our argument, if that makes sense. Number 3, what do you want for the house after all the expenses are paid? So after everything's paid, the mortgage is paid off, everything is done, What do you want for the house? Why do we ask this? This helps us determine motivation. It has nothing to do with what our offer is going to be. It helps us determine motivation. If they say they are willing to take less than their established value, so if they say it's worth 200, but they're willing to take 180, they are motivated to sell and can give you some of the equity. This allows us to make profit without fixing a property up. We're telling them before we set a number, what do you want to make for the house after everything is paid, to see if they're motivated. This is an indirect way of verifying if they are motivated. How many of you all don't do this? And when you're talking to a seller, you say something like, well, why are you selling? And they don't give you a reason that really shows their motivation. This question will get to their motivation right away. I don't want to spend my time talking to unmotivated sellers. So this is going to establish motivation. It gets them to tell us without directly asking them, and it bypasses their defenses. And what are they going to say? I don't know what I want for the house. Everybody knows what they would like to get for the house. And so it helps us. They can't walk away from this question. It's a way to box them in and get them to give us an answer. Number 4, how much do these make sense to you guys so far? Are you following along with this? Is this making sense, these questions? I'm trying to get, the questions are not really the important part. It's the psychology of how we're getting them to think and framing their mind so they can go in and they give us what we want. We haven't given them a number yet. Do you realize that? We haven't told them this is what we're paying. We're getting them to talk. So I'm glad it makes sense. Clyde, Gerald, I'm glad you're seeing it. How much does the house need in repairs? So let's talk about that. Why do we ask this? By asking the seller for repair costs, not what it needs to be repaired, how much they think, right? Exactly. He who mentions price first loses. By asking the seller for repair costs, their information can be used to help in your offer presentation to justify a lower price, and they set the number. So there's no argument. Remember, listen to what I'm saying. I did not ask them what needs to be repaired. I didn't say, does the bedroom need to be repaired? The bathroom, the kitchen, does it need a new roof? I said, what do you think they're going to, now here's what's going to happen. You're going to ask them this question and they're going to say, oh, well, the kitchen needs to be updated. The bathroom needs to be updated. The roof needs to be replaced. And then you're going to say, okay, how much do you estimate that stuff to be? Now, they can't dance around this and say, oh, about $1,000. They know for a fact that they're not going to be able to get it done. Even if they give you a low number, that number can be used to justify me lowering my offer to them. So it's just a way to use, we're using their words again as facts. So we're going to take their words as facts, and later on we can use that as a negotiation point. So when we say, oh, we're only paying you this much, and they say, well, why? Well, you told me yourself it needs $20,000 in repairs. And so that's part of, we have to figure that in. And so we have to make a profit. What do you think is a fair number for us to make as a profit? These are things that they can't escape, but they have to answer them. And they don't realize it's helping them in their mind to lower their expectation of what they're going to get as an offer, if that makes sense. And then number 5, do you have any other properties you wish to sell? This question is almost a bonus. Why do we ask this? Many sellers have additional property that they may want to sell, but didn't consider telling you about it. They just don't tell you. I don't know why. They won't know until you won't know until you ask. This one question has gotten me a lot of multiple property deals. Okay. This is just a fact. Many investors have multiple properties. Think about it. A lot of times you're going to be talking to a landlord that bought 5 or 10 or 20 or 50 houses. They've been buying them for the last 10 years. And they've been buying a house a year. So now they're ready to sell. They're getting older, or they're tired of being a landlord, or they're moving out of state and they can't manage the property. There's a whole bunch of reasons why they would sell. But now you're going to be talking to them and getting them to tell you if they have more properties. You would be amazed at how this works. I've told the story before. I did this. We did a call with the seller. He told us about a property. He said, I've got this property. I want this much. We did the whole spiel of asking him about the property. The last question we asked is, do you have any other properties to sell? He said, yes, I have 19 other houses that I want to sell. Can you buy them all? Or he said something along the lines of, but I'm going to sell them each individually. And I said, well, why don't you let us take a look at buying all of them? And we bought 20 properties from one guy. I've bought 5 property portfolios. I've bought probably 7 property portfolios, 3 property portfolios. You don't know unless you ask. This is a bonus question that will make you money. How would you like, instead of going and finding a new seller, Just buy all the properties from this seller who's selling them. The worst case scenario, he'll say, well, I've got multiple properties, but I don't want to sell them all right now. And then you can say, keep me in mind because we'll buy the next one. And he will. They'll call you back. And this makes sense. So what do these questions do for you? You can tell by my picture, they do well for you. They establish trust. All of these questions are open-ended questions that get the seller to talking. That is our goal. We want the seller to talk because when they talk, they drop their defenses. Sellers feel more comfortable. They share more information than they should be when talking. So you don't want to you should not be the main one talking in your negotiation. So if you're scared of negotiations, then learn the questions to ask so that you don't have to talk a lot. That way you can't mess up. Does that make sense to you guys? If you ask questions and get them to talking, they will share the entire world with you. I can't tell you how many sellers have been very combative when we start the conversation. And then after we ask them a couple of questions, they're telling me about their daughter moved out of state and they just want to go with their daughter and move out of state. They really need to sell. They want to sell the house that they're in also, but they just want to wait until they're ready to sell. And then we'll set up a deal with that. All of this stuff is made to get them talking and giving more information so you can make the best decision. This also eliminates talking. Is it said listen and your bank account will glisten? Yes, Clyde, that is excellent. Listen and your bank account will glisten. That's excellent. They eliminate competition. Talking eliminates competition. When sellers get on the phone call with us and talk to us for 20 or 30 minutes and they've been talking, they feel eager to hear our offer. They stop calling other investors. They want to hear what we're offering them. They want to talk to us because what do most investors do? Even the few, and there are just a few that talk to sellers, what do? They ask them how much, they ask them where the house is at. They set up an appointment to go see the house. They then wait and pull comps, and then they go over there and they criticize the house and say what's wrong with it. Then they say, well, the only thing I can offer you is this. They didn't even talk to the seller. Yes, they end up basically talking their way out of a deal. They did not talk to the seller. They did not ask the seller what they wanted. What if they say a number that the seller was not even considering? What if the seller, but I'll give you an example. We bought a house a while ago. The seller had the house and it was worth $200,000. This house was a beautiful two-unit building. It was a two-flat. The seller bought it like 20 something years ago and they paid $30,000 for this house. They bought it for $30,000. And when we went in and asked them what did they want, they said, well, I know it's worth more. If I could get $80,000 for the house, I would be happy. We would have easily paid them $120 for the house. Why would I then go in and say, but if I hadn't known, if I hadn't asked them what they wanted, they would have said $120. Oh, sure. And they would have jumped at it. But now I've just made a $40,000 difference between what they're saying they wanted and what we would have considered offering. I've even offered some sellers more than they've asked because I try to be fair. And what I don't want is later on their family member or somebody to say, oh, that's way too low. So I've had sellers say, if I can get $20,000, and I said, no, we're not going to pay you 20. We can give you 50,000 on this house. And they've taken it and they've been ecstatic because of the fact that they feel we did something good for them. And at the end of the day, we weren't unfair. I do have some constraints of how low we will go on a property, but we also try to be fair to our sellers. So that's one of the big benefits with this. So it eliminates competition, builds trust, drops their defenses, just about everything that, can you say referrals? So yes, that's a great question. That's one of the questions we didn't even get to, but we do ask for referrals because when they feel that they've been taken care of, that they feel like somebody's listening to them, then they are more likely to say, hey, deal with this person. They made the conversation they made the transaction very smooth and easy. These are referrals. This is business. This is what you want. You want people to want to deal with you. Helping someone that way will lead them to referring. So yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They will refer someone to you. You can ask them for referrals. You can ask them for people, but then at the same time, even if they don't have anybody right now, what do you think happens to the woman that has a house? She agrees to sell us the house and it was a smooth transaction. She felt that we listened to her. And then her cousin or sister or coworker or somebody like that says, I'm thinking about selling my house. and it's a month later. She sold her house, got her money, it was no problem. And that person says, I'm thinking about selling my house. I'm thinking about calling one of those We Buy Houses places or something like that. They're going to say, you should call this place because they did me right and this, that, and the other. It will bring you more business. And we didn't do anything unfair. We asked them what they wanted. You know, the biggest way to make people think that you care about them is to actually care about them, is to actually care about what happens, is to actually not, it's not always just about getting the most money from the deal. You will make great money from deals without fixing them up, without doing a lot of work, without dealing with tenants, but just talking to people as if they were people will help you make a lot of money. So this is great information. I'm glad you like it because this is the truth. Treat people like people and they'll be happy to work with you. It's just part of the business. Now, if this all makes sense for you and you want help building this type of business, I don't consider this to be a real estate investor. We consider it building a real estate business because at the end of the day, you need to look at it as a business. I'm going to put the link in the chat. This is to set up a 15-minute call with us. When you set up these 15-minute calls, we're going to talk to you. We are not going to sell you. We are going to talk to you about where you are at and what help that you need. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources. Some people, Fitzgerald, you know already, and you can attest to this. When you get on a call with us, we talk to you about where you're at, where you want to go, and what you need to get to where you want to go. And if we can't help you directly right now, we will tell you what to do. Fitzgerald, I have had many conversations with you, and you've talked to me, and I've told you this is what you need to be focused on. This is where you need to be looking. Everything that you needed. So that's what we do on these calls. If we can help you, we have resources that we can share to help you make an informed decision so that you make the best decision about you. The same way we talk to sellers when we want to help them, we actually care about what happens. Is the same way we talk to you on these calls. We actually care about you being successful. We want to see you reach your goals and get to where you want to be. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. Thank you, Victor. That's the truth. So we show you how to build your own business and start building right away. And then here's the link. I'm going to put it again in the chat. You can use this link or this one if you want to write it down. I just put it in the chat. And this is how you can get in touch with us. Set up a call. Like I said, it's not going to be a hard sell of, hey, you got to do this, that, and the other. We're just going to talk to you about where you want to go and what you want to do. I hope this makes sense to you guys. I hope you have learned something from this. And I hope this gets you in the mind frame of, thank you. I'm glad, yeah, we had a great informative session. Thank you. So I hope this is getting you in the mind frame of dealing with sellers and how to deal with them. It is not as hard as you think. There is a ton of money in this business. There is a ton of money in this business. And it goes beyond just single family houses. We make money with single family houses. We make money with commercial real estate. It is a huge opportunity. So take advantage, set up a call, and I will see you soon. I hope you all have a wonderful week. I will put the replay to this. You'll get an email tomorrow with the replay if you missed any of it or you came in late or somebody you know wasn't able to make it. I hope this has been beneficial to you guys. I hope this is some of the stuff you want to see. If you've got a subject you'd like us to talk about, shoot me a message, text me, DM me, whatever you want to do, and we'll try to cover a topic that if you're interested in it. Until next time, guys, I wish you the best. And as always, Nicia, nice to see you. Welcome aboard. Everyone come on in, turn your chat on so you can see the chat. Hope everybody is having a wonderful Monday. We're going to get started with this interesting topic that I'm sure is going to have a lot of you guys excited, a lot of you guys looking at what you can do. And I've got a couple of things I'm going to share with you that are some big deals. Clyde from Middle Tennessee. Oh, Gary living. All right. So tonight we're going to be talking single family flip. All right, Clyde. Well, then what I'm going to share with you is going to blow your mind because flips are great. Nobody complains about flips. But the strategy that we use, we buy single family and we don't fix them up. We don't put a lot of money into them. We don't put tenants into them. And we turn them and sell them for a quick, fast profit. And it's not a small profit either. Our average profit is $35,000 or better. We've done properties as much as making $100,000 without doing any work on the property. And we can do a lot more deals because we can go faster. So last year we did 58 properties doing this strategy and it works pretty well. And we don't have to fix up. I don't have to deal with contractors. And I'm sure you know, if you did a flip, dealing with contractors can be a whole thing. So, all right, but let's get into it. We're going to be talking about buying multiple properties and how to generate massive wealth with bulk buying. This is a process that you can use right now, today, and it's an opportunity that most people are missing out on. So let's get into it. First thing, a huge opportunity has come available. Most people don't even know about it. This opportunity can build massive wealth. And from what I see, I think it's going to be going on for the next 10 years or so, at least. And I'll explain why in just a second. So what this process is most investors are on the wrong side of this opportunity. So there's very little competition with what I'm about to explain to you. It's a process that we've used. We've done it successfully several times, and you can take advantage of this opportunity as a new or experienced investor. So it doesn't matter if you're a new investor, doesn't matter if you're an experienced investor. Just by chiming in on the chat, how many of you all are new or experienced? Let me know in the chat. Are you a new investor? Do you have some experience doing a deal? Clyde, obviously you've done a flip, so you've got some experience. Anybody else, let me know if you're a new investor, never done a deal, or if you've done some deals before. I'm just trying to get a read for how many new investors we have on the live tonight. So let me know. Okay, iPhone 2, new, some Curtis, some experience. All right, very good. Let me know, the rest of you, let me know in the chat, just, what experience you have. We have the tools to help you take advantage of this. You have the tools to help you take advantage of this. The process that I'm about to lay out for you, everyone can take advantage of this, and I'm going to show you how. I'm going to lay out the tools that you need, and I'm going to show you how we help with that. This opportunity is happening everywhere in the US. So some of you all are in a heavy market like California or maybe a Florida. You think there's so much going on in my market, I can't do this. This is happening in every market. And I've got students that are doing this across multiple markets all over the US. So this is something that you can definitely take advantage of. It doesn't matter your market. Okay. So let's get into this. What is this huge opportunity? What's the big thing? What am I talking about? So let's talk about it. All across America, there are mom and pop investors that have been purchasing rental property. In fact, let me know in the comments how many of you all that are experienced, or even the ones that are new, are looking at buying rental property. You think you want to buy some rental houses? How many people are looking to buy rental property? There's a lot of people all over the US that have done this for the last, Clyde. Okay, great. So I'm going to show you something. So there's a lot of people that have done this over the last couple of years, and they've been doing it, their entire lives. They've been building up portfolios. They've got a portfolio of a couple of houses they bought. And these landlords continue to build their portfolio. They want to keep buying houses and renting them out and just living off that rental income. So now let me flip it on you, because this is going to change a lot of your opinion. For several reasons, these investors are pulling out of the market. Now, I'm going to tell you this. A lot of people that have portfolios are starting to pull out of the market. And the range of reasons are vary. Some of them, the market has gotten tougher. One of the big things is insurance. Insurance is killing a lot of investors because it's making their properties where it's not affordable, where they can't keep the rents high as they need to, as much as the insurance is asking for on the property. Other investors are getting out because they're just getting older. They're getting older. They get at a point in their life when, okay, I've done enough. I don't want to keep managing these properties. And so they're starting to get out and move away from rentals or keeping a portfolio. This situation gives a unique opportunity to buy their entire portfolio or buy a group of properties. Okay. That's something that a lot of people aren't looking at. And I'm going to talk to you about why they're not looking at it and where the opportunity is in this. If you are aware of how to take advantage of this, you can make some huge returns. And I'm going to show you the kind of returns that you can make in just a second. But this is a great opportunity because so many mom and pop owners have built these portfolios, and some of them have very large portfolios. Some of them not so much, but you can still turn the deals. But using this process, you can build a business and you can build generational wealth. And in my opinion, you can build generational wealth that is easier to manage. I'll say that because if you've ever been a landlord, I don't know if any of you all have been a landlord. It is not a passive investment. It is not something you can sit back and sit in your, they call it armchair money, where you can sit in your chair and the rents are just deposited into your bank account. That is not the truth with rent managing a portfolio of single family houses. And so that's where a lot of people get thrown off. But what I'm going to explain to you is how to build a business with this scenario and build generational wealth. Okay. So let's follow along. So first question is, who am I? Why should you listen to me? You just turned in. If you've never heard me talk before, if you've never watched any of my videos, you might be thinking, what do you know? You're probably just guessing. Well, let me tell you, I have successfully closed multiple portfolio deals. My wife, Aisha, and I have closed multiple portfolio deals. That's buying a group of properties from a seller. So we've done several of those over our career. We made over 1 million from a single portfolio using our QuickTurn strategy. So we've made very good money off of properties. We made, and in fact, I'll tell you the story on this portfolio, but in fact, we made about $1.8 million on a single portfolio of properties using this exact strategy. Now, I know you all are thinking, I want to have rental property. I want to make $10,000 a month in rental property. How would you feel making a turn? And when I say a turn, making a profit of about 1.5 to $1.8 million on a single deal, not, and when I explain how this deal went and how you can do this, and we do it repeatedly, you could make that kind of money on a single deal. And it's not as tough as you think. And we're going to explain it. We have mentored other investors. I've got students. If you go to our Facebook group, uh, right, who wouldn't want to make that? I know, Clyde, I knew it was gonna, when you said I did a flip, I knew I was gonna blow your mind. We've mentored other investors to do the exact same thing that we're about to talk to you about. I have a student right now who is buying a small portfolio of 3 properties. She's going to make about $150,000 or more. On the low end, she's going to make at least $150,000. She might be at $200,000 by the time the whole thing is done. And she used this exact strategy and she's been very successful with it. So how do we figure out this strategy? The simple answer is we were them. And what I mean by that is we were the landlords that didn't want the portfolio. We were in the same position that these people that I'm talking to you about, we were in that same position. So we know what they're thinking, we know how they look at it, and we know what we were frustrated with in that whole process. So I'm going to show you how to take it. I don't want to say take advantage. I'm going to show you how to capitalize on this opportunity because it's something that's out there. Most people aren't looking at how to make money on these. They're looking at building their own portfolio, but there's a better way. So let's talk about, how do you find these portfolio deals? How do you come across a portfolio of properties, or an investor or a landlord that has, 5, 10, 20 properties that you want to purchase? Well, the first thing is, not all portfolio deals are created equal. The same rules apply to a portfolio as a single family house. If I'm buying one single family house, I'm going to look at the same rules if I'm buying 20 single family houses or 30 single family houses. It's just I'm doing it 30 times or whatever, if that makes sense. The ideal target are mom and pop owners. These are the ideal target. The reason being is because mom and pop owners have a lot of inefficiencies. They got a system that they've used to manage these properties for years. They probably held the property for a long time, and they're just buying these properties and putting them into their system. They are not efficient. They don't keep the rents at the top value. Now, I'm personally, the way we do this, the way the quick turn strategy works, we do not rent these properties out. Our process is to buy the property and then immediately sell the property for a profit, if that makes sense. We buy it and sell it. We do not keep the property. We don't hold on to it. And I'm going to explain why, and why to me this is more profitable. We don't fix it up. We don't put a lot of money into it. So when I told you about the portfolio we did, no, Clyde, it's not wholesale. It's not wholesale. It's actually a process called wholetailing. It's a little bit different. We're buying the property. I'll give you an example really quick why this is different from wholesale. So wholesale is when you get a property under contract and then you sell the contract, or you sell it really quick to an investor and you make a couple of bucks for putting the deal together. If you've ever looked at McDonald's, we kind of fashion our business after McDonald's. If you know anything about McDonald's, McDonald's brought efficiency to a market. They control everything at McDonald's. When you go to buy French fries from McDonald's, McDonald's owns the field that the potatoes were planted in. They own the trucks that drive the potatoes to the McDonald's. They own the machines that cut and clean the potatoes. They own the entire process. The reason they own that entire process is because they make a lot more money instead of giving out pieces of the profit to all these people. That's what we do with wholetailing or quick turning real estate. The way we do quick turn real estate, we buy property, we own the property, and then we turn around and sell it. Because we own and control that property, unlike wholesaling, you have to sell it to an investor, somebody who can buy cash and they're looking for a great deal. With wholetailing or quick turn, with our process, you sell to any and everybody. I sell to new homeowners. I sell to VA owners, people that have VA loans. I sell to people that have FHA loans. It gives me a much broader market to sell to, and there's a lot more interest in my property. I often get multiple offers on our properties when we put properties out to sell them. So with these portfolios, we're doing mom and pop owners. That's what we're looking for. And the secret weapon to this is ask. So I told you earlier how we did a deal and we did about $1.8 million in profit, not what the houses were worth, what we actually took in profit. And we made that profit over a 5-month period. Okay, we made that profit on that particular deal over a 5-month period. So the way the whole thing came around, we do marketing. Guy called in and said, "Hey, I'm interested in selling a house. I got your marketing." We said, "Okay." We went through our normal speech that we go through and asked them questions. And one of the questions we have at the end of our speech is, before we get off the phone, we say, "By the way, do you have any other properties that you're interested in selling?" This one question made us probably $1 million plus, a million. I don't know what the one house was, but it made us over $1 million. The reason being is the guy's response was, "Yes, I have 20 properties that I want to sell, but I didn't think you all could buy all 20. So I just want to sell you this one." And so we went on and said, "Yeah, we can look at all 20. We can try to see if we can put together something for all 20. And we did. We put together a deal for all 20 properties. This happens every time. Every time we've done a portfolio, we did it simply by asking this question when we get off the phone with people. People will have a whole portfolio that they're not looking to sell, or they're not thinking you can buy, and they think they have to sell them one at a time. You can take the whole thing off their table for them, and they'll be appreciative of it. The other thing is the owners don't realize you can buy their entire portfolio. They think that, hey, you got to buy them one at a time and they got to sell them one at a time, which for a lot of owners, that's not their interest. They don't want to do it that way, but they feel that people probably can't get, the financing for 20 properties. And I'm going to explain that in just a second. We emphasize how selling to you or selling to us can make them more money. Selling to you as a portfolio can make them more money. Why? Because they don't have to pay realtors for the entire transaction. They can sell it quickly. They don't have to deal with tenants. See, what happens is if you got a portfolio, tenants kind of freak out when they see that you're selling off property, and they start getting scared and they stop paying rent, or they decide to leave. And now you've got vacant properties, and it freaks them out because they think that you're about to kick them out anyway, so they might as well leave. So the landlords are very scared about selling one property at a time because they don't want to upset everybody else. But by selling it all as a portfolio, it's one swoop, nobody will find out, and then you deal with the tenants when it's your turn. This will supercharge your profits, and portfolio deals are a great way to go. It's a great opportunity for you to get into. Now, portfolio deals are just like any other deal. And when I say that, I mean that if you ask the seller if they have any other properties and they're interested in selling, just run it just like you would run doing one deal. You're just doing multiple properties. Let the seller know you would be interested in purchasing the whole portfolio, possibly. You don't want to say that you're definitely doing it because you don't know what they have. And then get a full breakdown of the property, the addresses, the tenants, what their status is, if they're paying rent. So collect all the information you need to look at each deal individually. Run your analysis on the entire portfolio just like you would for one property. You can run all the numbers on each property and then put it together as a whole. After you run an analysis, make an offer quickly. Don't overanalyze. That's what a lot of people do. They get freaked out because they're doing these large deals and they start to think, okay, maybe I made a mistake, and they're nervous. Just make the offer. Portfolio sellers will often take a bigger discount because there is more money on the table. Does that make sense to you guys? Let me know in the chat if that makes sense. I'm going to explain how we did the 1.8 million with one of the portfolios that we did. So this guy called in. Hey, Gerald, good to see you. I'm glad you made it. So this guy called in. He wanted to sell these properties, and we asked him. We went through our whole thing. He said he had 20 properties. We put together an offer, but before we put together an offer, we asked him what he wanted. Right, exactly, Clyde. Discount for volume. And I'll give you an example. This portfolio was worth, when we did the numbers, it was worth about 2.1 million. Okay. And we did the numbers. We made him an offer of, I don't remember the exact number we started with. We ended up buying the entire portfolio, a $2.1 million portfolio. We got it for $870,000. Now you might be thinking, wow, how did you get that kind of discount? Because when you're buying in volume and you take a lot of stuff off the plate, they are willing, he's still getting a check. Remember, he didn't pay 2.1 million for this portfolio. He paid a lot less. And to get $870,000 in one lump sum, not having to go through 15 or 20 closings, that's that's enticing to him. That's one time everything is done. We bought this $2.1 million portfolio. Now, here's the crazy part about it. When we sold the properties, we were able to sell the properties for about a little bit over $3 million. And I'm going to explain that, how we did that. Now, the first thing you're going to be asking yourself is how to finance a portfolio deal. How many of you all are looking in the chat and thinking to yourself, there's no way I could buy a portfolio of properties. I don't have that kind of money. And I thought the same thing. I had 11 unit 20 door portfolio. I couldn't offload. We offload stuff. Clyde, we probably do need to talk. How to finance a portfolio deal. You have several options. The first and one of the best options is a commercial lender. That's what we ended up using. We used a commercial lender. They look at a single family portfolio like a commercial property. It looks like one property. Okay, Curtis, you got one. I'm not sure what you got one. You got one portfolio or you got one? Let me know. Just tell me in the chat. So we have a couple of options. Commercial lenders are a great one. The lenders treat multiple deals as one, so that kind of helps you with the numbers. Okay, you got an opportunity. These type of deals can go hard money, but hard money isn't the preferred way to go. Now, for those of you that don't know, what about down payment and closing costs? Securing money, credit partners is the easiest way if you don't have cash. If you don't have the money, you can get a credit partner. Now, because of what we do, quick turning property, so we don't fix and flip. We don't wholesale. We don't fix and flip. We don't rent properties. Quick turning properties allow. Yes, hard money is expensive, Clyde. Quick turning properties allows us to build up a large lump sum of cash because we're constantly buying and constantly selling houses. With that, we have a lot of money in reserve or that we're holding on to at a given time. So we had the funds, but when we weren't sure if we were going to be able to close this thing, we looked at getting a credit partner, a money partner. That would have been our first option because there's a lot of money on the table. And the next best thing to making $1.8 million is making half of that with splitting it with a money partner and not having to come up with any money. And I guarantee you, if you put together a deal like this, you can find a money partner. You can work to find people that you can partner with. You can work out the terms of the deal with them and how you want to split the deal. The deal is key. So there's a lot of people on this call that are asking about how do I get a partner? How do I get someone? Fitzgerald, you're on this call. You asked about how do I get a partner? Find a deal and then you will find a partner. If you get the deal, you will be able to find a partner because people are always looking for money and profit and ways to make money. What they're not looking for is someone that just says, hey, I want to do real estate. Can you partner with me? And you don't have anything to show. They don't know if you're legitimate and they don't want to get into bed with you until you've got something that's worth talking about. So find the deal first and then you can find the money. Believe me, it's easier. Large deals like this can be scary, but you have to commit to follow through. You have to say, I'm going to get this done. And for those of you that don't know, if you're a student with us and you work with us, we have some 100% financing options. Yes, that is right. We have some options that allow us to finance 100% of a deal, and not from 16 different places to make it one deal. We have a lender that will do 100% financing for certain deals if the numbers make sense. So this is a great option. There are always ways to find deals. I promise you, and I'm find deals and finance deals. That should not be your fear. Now, managing a portfolio after purchase. So what do you do after you purchased it? One, set up an escrow agent instead of a property manager. More than likely, if you're buying a portfolio, there are going to be tenants in the properties, at least some of them. And so you don't want to deal with the tenants. Get an escrow agent instead. We do this with our students. We tell everybody how to get an escrow agent set up. Before closing, evaluate the properties for sale. Make sure that they're okay and everything is what you expect. Be clear and direct on your intentions with tenants. One more thing, going back, before you're closing, you want to evaluate properties for sale, because you want to look at, you want to look at what condition the property is in, and you want to talk to the tenants. That's very important. Be clear and direct in your intentions with tenants to avoid headaches later. Tenants are going to be scared because a new owner's coming in. Let them know what you're about. Let them know that you're legitimate, that they can trust you, they can feel comfortable with you. Just be straightforward with them. You don't have to scam anybody. You can be very honest and conduct business in a good way and be successful. If you haven't already set up a team, you need to build a team before closing. Depending on your exit, we QuickTurn, and I suggest QuickTurn. If you don't have significant money in the bank, QuickTurning is the best way to build that money in the bank. And you need to build a team, and we can show you how to build a team so you can set up these kind of closings. We show you how to do all of this. Now, don't switch your strategy after closing. This is probably the biggest advice I can give you. Do not switch your strategy after closing. I have students right now, I have to convince them not to switch strategies. They get these deals, they're excited, there's a lot of money on the table, and they come back and say, Art, I think I'm going to rent it out. Or Art, I think I'm going to fix this one up. Don't do any of that. Stick with the strategy that you plan to do when you bought the properties, because there will always be something you weren't looking at, and it'll come back and affect you later. So you do not want to switch strategies. That's one of the biggest things that will lose you money. Doesn't seem like it, but it is. Quickly execute your plan. It's good. I'm going to send you some stuff, Clyde, when we talk. Quickly execute your plan, because this portfolio will distract your other deals. We did 58 deals, properties in the last, I don't know, probably last year. We did 58 properties. We're probably going to do more than that. I try to move through properties as quickly as possible. I do not want to stay on a property. I want to move the property. Think about it like this. We're always buying, we're always selling. If you're always buying, always selling, then this is going to help you build up a large chunk of cash, because you're always moving properties. That's going to let you hire help. That's going to let you scale your business, and that's going to let you grow quickly. Now, another opportunity with this, sell to your tenants. This is how we were able to turn a $2.1 million portfolio of properties into over a $3 million portfolio of properties, because we sold to tenants. Tenants will be nervous when a new owner comes in. They're going to be nervous. You give them an opportunity to buy. You tell them you're going to work with them to help them buy. Tenants will play, nope, not rent to own or lease option, outright buy. Pay me my money. That's the best way I can say it. Now, tenants will pay top dollar, and there are less fees. Clyde, I'm blowing your mind. I told you I would blow your mind tonight. Tenants will pay top dollar, and there are less fees. Now, the first thing you're thinking is, well, what if they can't buy? They can't buy. Many tenants can buy, but they need some help. Remember, I said get a team. Part of your team will be a lender that will help tenants qualify for all kinds of grants and programs to help them buy. I did it with 20 properties. We sold a large chunk of those properties. Every time I buy a portfolio, my first option is to go to my tenants, because they will pay top dollar. I don't have to pay a realtor commission. And at the same time, I can help them and control the financing to make sure that they're getting everything. And again, this is nothing where I'm taking advantage of the tenant. I'm not trying to undercut them. They're not paying above market. I don't have to do any of that. They're paying market value, but they're paying it, and I don't have to pay realtor commissions. It just makes a lot of sense. Okay, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars using this strategy, only completing a deal or two. You literally, we did 1.8 million on one of these deals. We did another portfolio where we bought 5 properties from a guy, and we probably cleared, I want to say we cleared about maybe 320,000 on that deal. And it took us maybe to sell those 5 properties, it took us maybe 90 days. So we were able to sell those 5 properties in 90 days. Part of that is selling to tenants. That is a big part of it. Use this strategy to build a war chest. And then once you have a war chest of cash, go into commercial real estate purchases. We buy into commercial real estate with the money we use. We use single family to buy property and make cash. And then we take that cash and put it into long-term buy and hold commercial property. Commercial property is not completely passive, but it is much more likely to be passive than single family real estate. Stop buying single family real estate and holding on to it and renting it out. That is an old play. It worked years ago. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not going to give you the financial freedom you want. Buy and sell single family, take that cash, go on vacation with a little bit of it, take the rest of it, put it into commercial real estate, and then grow a portfolio of commercial real estate. And here's the best thing, it's tax deferred. You can defer the taxes on that capital gains by buying the commercial real estate, and you don't have to deal with it. And you can get cash flow from the commercial. So now I've got these single families bringing me cash, this commercial property deferring my taxes, and the commercial property bringing me cash flow. This is how to build wealth. This is the process that nobody talks about. And the thing is, you don't have to do everything. You don't, if it scares you, if this seems like too much, I get it. If it scares you, don't be afraid. This is real money. Yes, exactly. This is real money. This is real cash. This is how you grow from, I had $2,000 or $5,000 to start with, or $10,000 to start with, to I have 50,000, then 100,000, then a couple of million, and you can grow. We have secured not only our future, but our children's future because of what we put together. And it's tax deferred. I'm literally using the money that the government would charge me. You can't do that everywhere. This is what makes sense. Why portfolio deals give you multiple exits? No, Clyde, you're fine. I hate to keep asking questions, but is that what the 1031 exchange is? 1031 exchange is one avenue. There are other avenues that you can do to still get commercial property and still build it tax-free. Why portfolio deals? And for those of you that don't know, 1031 exchange is just a way to defer taxes on commercial. There are other ways too. There are things like opportunity funds and a bunch of other stuff that you can use, but we can talk about that stuff when we discuss what we do. So don't let it scare you. Why portfolio deals give you multiple exits and will put millions in your bank account, not in your portfolio. It's great to have a bunch of properties with a bunch of equity. You cannot eat equity. I literally had a bunch of equity on a bunch of properties and I was starving almost, not starving, but I just wasn't where I wanted to be financially, so Nisa, you can put it in. So that is, okay, so I'm not going to go into that. That's a possibility, but it's tricky and it's not as easy to just put it in insurance. People talk about that. It does not work as clean cut as they make it. And it depends. There's a lot of laws that go into effect with the insurance and then buy it from the policy. You're borrowing from the policy and then you got to pay it back. And there's some technical stuff that goes along with that. This is a much cleaner process. You don't have to put it in insurance. You can do insurance. It's always great to have insurance, but I don't want you to think you're paying yourself back. You are, but you're also paying the insurance company. It's more technical than that. So I'll say that, and I don't want to go into that, but I'll talk about it on another call. The portfolio is more valuable broken apart than together. So if you buy these properties in a portfolio and then sell them off individually, they're worth more individually because they're separate. Your first exit should be to all tenants and let them try to buy the property. That's the first thing I'm doing. And they're going to love you for it. They're going to literally tell other tenants, this is the greatest thing ever because now they're helping me buy a house. You're going to be a champion among the people. Your second exit is to put each individual property on the market and sell it outright. Remember, because we're not wholesaling, we're quick turning. We're going to buy the property and own it so we can put it on the open market and sell to anybody, meaning as long as their money is green, they can deal with us. Your third exit is to sell the entire portfolio. I've never had to sell an entire portfolio because I can always sell it in pieces. I don't know why. If you got a weird portfolio, maybe the houses I don't know, there's something weird about them. Maybe you have to sell the whole portfolio, but you can still profit that way, but you will make more selling them individually. Your fourth exit is to offer the portfolio at a higher price with some owner financing. If you get stuck with any of the properties, you might try this option and it'll let you make a cash flow and you can protect yourself with that pretty easily. To avoid tax issues, you should plan on investing a large part of the profits into commercial. I know it sounds great to get $1.8 million, and you're thinking, with $1.8 million, what could I do? Here's what you can do. You can pay taxes. That's what you can do if you get $1.8 million. And if you don't think if you think Uncle Sam sits back to the end of the year and just says, oh, I'll just wait until they pay me. Uncle Sam is on your behind when you get that kind of money because they want their cut. They don't trust you with the money. Uncle Sam doesn't trust you with the money. They're going to want their cut. You got to have a plan or you're going to pay them a large, large piece of money. When you pull this deal off, if you have partners, your partners will be begging you to do this again. When you pull this off, they will be literally telling you, I trust, like I said, I know I feel the same way, but he will be there, hand out, just like one of your kids. So just be prepared. When you pull this deal off, your partners will be ready to invest again. So if you take on partners, they will be ready to work with you again. And not only this, here's the secret. They will tell their friends and their friends will come and beg you to take their money. It's great, but at the same time, you have to be disciplined. You have to be controlled. That is the process that we put together to be controlled and be disciplined with this. So if you want help with this, if this is something that interests you, if you think that Art, this is something I'd like to learn more about because it seems like it's right up my alley and it seems like something that I could do, then I am going to give you a link. Here's the link in the chat. Set up a call with me, set up a call with my team. We will talk to you about how to do this, how you can start, where you're at. It doesn't matter where you're at. We can show you how to get to the start of this. We can show you how to do the 100% financing. We can show you how to find the portfolio. We have an entire process. We have done this business for 20 something years. We've been doing real estate. We've been doing the QuickTurn process for 9 years, and it has literally changed our life. We have made more money than we could have imagined. We have been able to travel and vacation. I literally spent this summer, I spent 2 months of this summer out of my home, on traveling. If you follow these calls, you saw me all over the place. I was in Atlanta, I was in Florida, I was in California for a little bit. So we travel all over and we get to do this because we have a process. We scaled a business and we started off just like you. We started off with not having everything we need. We did have a little bit of money to start with, and we grew from there. You just need the strategy, the plan, the steps implemented out, and you can do this exact same thing. This is not too hard. If you're not sure you can qualify for financing, I can guarantee you these lenders don't require perfect credit. They work with you, and we can talk to you about what they can do as far as the lenders. We can talk to you about the process, how we show you how to find deals, how we show you how to negotiate deals, how to put these kind of deals together. Our students love us. In fact, I will show you guys, if you go to the QuickTurn group and go to the top of the page, you can see a video about how our students are doing and what they're doing. It's pinned at the top of the QuickTurn Facebook group page, and it'll show you some of our students and what they're doing. They're getting multiple property deals. They're buying houses. And these are people that had no knowledge of investing before they started with us. It literally took a phone call for them to start and learn our process. If this is you, if you want to learn this, if you want to get into this kind of strategy, if you want to see yourself do $1 million, I literally talked to somebody today and we were on Messenger, and I said, what kind of money would you like to see coming in for your business? And they said, if I can make $5,000 a month, I would be happy. I can only begin to tell them I can't laugh, but because I get it, but there is so much more on the table for you, but you have to take the chance. And you might be thinking, oh, this is just a money grab. They're just asking for money. You invest in education, you find something that makes sense. Everything I'm saying, it makes sense. I know it does because it's the truth about what we've done, what we've been able to accomplish, and what you can accomplish if you do the same thing. We're not special. We didn't have some kind of rich uncle or anything like that. We literally started this from $1,500 of marketing, and we grew it to a multi-million-dollar company. And we're continuing to grow our company, and we want to help others do the same. And we have an ulterior motive. We want to help you build this single family business that you can run Well, so Nisi, so here's what I do. We have a couple of options. And before I tell you what the investment is, I need to see that you're a good fit. So set up a call with me and let's talk about it. Let's talk about if it's a good fit for you, because honestly, I don't want to work with you if we can't help you. If we can't help you, I will literally tell you, hey, this isn't the right option for you, but here is the right option. We have a lot of resources. I've been doing this for a long time. If I can't help you, I can at least give you some options that will work for you. And then at the same time, if I can, we have an ulterior motive to help you be successful. We want you to invest in commercial real estate with us as a group. We can do so much more as a group. Do you consider making any repairs to the home? So normally, no, we don't make repairs. The most we're going to do is cut the grass and maybe some minor repairs, like if the lock is broken or something like that. We are not put it this way, I can finish my repairs in a weekend in most cases. I like to tell people we buy it on Friday, we sell it on Monday. So yes, needs always make the offer. You always make the offer. That's important. Make the offer to them and see what happens, because you never know. If you've got questions, ask me any questions. I'll talk to you about it. I'll help you guys, and set up a call with me. We can talk more detailed about what you need, about how this can possibly work for you, how you can start building a portfolio. I will tell you this. I literally have a student in my class that told me, I don't think I can buy a property. She is in the process of buying 3 properties right now. She's buying 3 properties right now because you don't realize the resources that you have until you sit down and you get help. Why not get professional help? At the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you can get the help. And what I mean by that is, if we're not a good fit for you, we'll tell you. We'll say, this isn't a good fit. Here's some options that might work for you. And that's okay, because you might come back later. But a lot of times we can help. We can help you grow and start off smaller and grow this business and scale. And the best thing about it is, when you scale this business, you can sell the business. If you get tired of it after a while, you can sell this business. So I hope this makes sense for you. I hope you all have gone a little bit over. I hope this makes sense. I don't see any questions in the chat, so I'm going to leave you. If you want to set up a call, here's the link one more time in the chat. Set up a call with me. We can talk, and I'll be happy to go over this and see how it makes sense for you. Okay? All right, Clyde, I'm glad you booked your call. I figured you'd be booking the call. Faith, thank you for being on the call, and we'll get you going and get you started. All right? Hope you all have a great night. Talk to you later, and as always, hey, Gerald, good to see you. Glad you were able to make it today. Hi, Nina from Cali. So I want to welcome everybody. We're going to be talking about building a $1 million marketing funnel. And this, I put this subject up specifically, how anyone can get consistent, high qualified leads in 90 days or less at a low cost per lead. How many of you all, let me know in the comments, how many of you all would like highly qualified leads in the next 90 days with your real estate business? Hey, Gail, good. I'm glad you're back, Gail. All right, good. So we will get started on this. So let's get started. So let's start off talking about, what would you do with unlimited leads? If you were to have unlimited leads to buy property, what could you do with 3 to 5 highly motivated sellers calling you each week? So if they were calling you on a weekly basis, how much could you make? Could you make $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month? I know what we do a lot more than that. You close the deals, I'm sure, Nina. We close the deals. We're going to talk about closing those deals and what that looks like on this call. So how much more money could you make? Now let me ask you a better question. How much would you pay for those leads? What would you consider too much, or just how much would you consider paying for those leads? Would you pay, would $5,000 for a lead be a lot? I'm sure that would be kind of high. What about $1,000 a lead? Would you pay $1,000 per lead? Would you pay $500 per lead? If you knew these were highly qualified leads, would you pay $100 per lead? How much would you pay for these leads that you could get if you could get as many as you wanted and they were highly qualified and good profit, potential profit for you? What would you pay? So we're going to talk about how hard is it to find good real estate deals. Finding real estate deals is a core skill. In fact, it is the core skill to be successful in real estate. If you can figure out this skill of finding deals, then you are better than 90% of the real estate investors out there. It applies to all strategies of real estate. It applies no matter what. If you're going to buy, fix, and flip, if you're going to rent properties out, if you're going to quick turn properties, this skill will help you in every single one of those scenarios. We are going to share our strategy for finding property with quick turning. Now, this is what we do when we're buying properties for quick turn. For those of you that are not aware, quick turn is where we buy a property and immediately sell that property without fixing it up, without putting tenants in it. We don't do anything other than buy the property and then turn around and sell it. Now, you may be saying to yourself, how do you do that? There's no money in that. The answer is the money is made on the negotiation. It's made when you negotiate the deal with the seller. It is not made on fixing up the property. That's called sweat equity, when you're putting sweat or work into the property, and that's how you're making money on the property. The other way is by renting it out, by putting a tenant in the property. We don't do either one of those. We don't do sweat equity. We don't do rental, and we're still able to turn profit. And I'm going to show you how much profit we're going to turn with these kind of deals. And I'm going to give you some examples of some people that are actually doing these kind of deals right now and what their success has been. We, as a company, we average 40 plus calls a week. And that's 40 calls that we typically do a week from high equity motivated sellers. So these are people that they're not just any call. They're people that have equity. They've got a lot of equity in their house. They're highly motivated, and they're calling because they specifically want us to buy their house, which is very limiting because we don't have to deal with a lot of competition. So I'm going to explain how we get those type of sellers to call on a consistent basis. That's what makes the business work, getting them on a consistent basis. Now, how do I know this works? Who am I? Maybe I'm just blowing smoke. My name is Art, and my wife, between me and my wife, Aisha, and my son, AJ, we have successfully closed over 100 profitable deals. We've actually we've done pretty well over, quite a bit over 100 deals in profitable real estate deals. We've mentored dozens of successful investors and trained a full staff. We have a full staff that handles our calls and handles all the aspects of our business. And we've done that in a consistent way so that we can hire people and pay them from the business and what we make doing real estate deals. And it wasn't always like this. We started off as landlords. We started off 27 years ago, almost 28 years ago. We started off and we bought a bunch of rental property. I had this rental property and we filled it up with tenants, thought we would run and own rental property for the next 1,000 years. We did that for a while and we realized that we did not like running rental property. It was difficult. It wasn't something that we particularly liked doing. So we eventually, after a few years, sold off all of our rental property and we started going into other aspects of real estate. We did fix and flip. We did wholesaling. We did a bunch of other stuff. Finally, we came across a process called wholetailing. Wholetailing, like I said, is a process of buying a house and quickly selling it. Wholetailing was great, but the problem with wholetailing was that it was not consistent. It was like, think of it like this. You make a check for $30,000 on a real estate deal, you're ecstatic, but you don't know when that next check is coming in. So you could get $30,000 this month and not make anything for the next 3 months, or you could do $30,000 this month, $50,000 next month, and then not make anything else for a year. It's very hard to live your life and set up a budget on that kind of income because it's sporadic. We then added some marketing and a process that I'm going to explain to you now about how we find deals. That allowed us to be consistent with finding deals. Once we were consistent, we were able to do the same process over and over again. And it allowed us to build a lot of cash that we were then able to take and put into commercial real estate and a bunch of other things. And that really allowed our business to blossom and grow and become much bigger, buying and selling properties quickly. So I'm going to explain. I'm not going to get into today. I'm not going to get into buying and selling properties quickly, mainly because that's the quick turn process. But I'm going to talk about how we specifically find deals consistently. So who is this for? Who will benefit from this? Well, it's pretty straightforward. If you're a new investor that has never done or looked for a deal, you've never tried real estate, this information will be beneficial to you because it's going to help you with understanding how with the process of finding deals. If you're a new investor that has tried to find deals and never had any luck, maybe you did a master class. How many of you have done a master class? Let me know in the comments. If you've done a master class on how to buy real estate, how to find deals, and they told you stuff like driving for dollars. They told you stuff like, I don't know, cold calling people. They told you stuff like searching on PropStream to find properties. All these other strategies that you can find a property, I guess, eventually, but you tried it for a while and then it never materialized into an actual deal or something that you actually wanted to do. So if you're somebody like that, then this process will help you. If you're an experienced investor, I deal with a lot of experienced investors that say they can't find consistent deals to make consistent money. So they have the same problem that me and Aisha had early on in our career, where they can't consistently get deals. And so it's hard for them to consistently make money. Maybe they're good at fixing and flipping, they just can't find the deals. This process will help you. If you're in any one of these situations, this process will help you. So let's look at it. The 3 secrets that I suggest to $1 million marketing funnel. Now, these are 3 things that it took us years to learn. I'm going to break it down for you as best I can. Secret number 1 is that using data to figure out where to market. You do not want to guess. You want to use data. And I'm going to explain how we use data in just a second. Secret number 2 is to only use one filter to identify leads. I'm going to explain what that means, because we're taught to use a lot of filters and we shouldn't be using a lot of filters. Secret number 3, you can find all the deals you need in a 50-mile radius. And this is very important if you're somebody that's thinking about wholesaling and you're like, I want to wholesale all over the country. You don't have to do that. And I'm going to explain why you don't have to go so far. You don't even have to go out of your state unless you really want to. I'm going to break this down for you. And then let's dive into each one of these, and I'm going to explain each one in pretty good detail so that you understand it. Are you all following along so far? Let me know in the comments if this is making sense and you're following along so far. Okay. So number 1 we're going to talk about is using data to find deals. There are 2 benefits to, thank you, Gerald. There are 2 benefits to using data. Okay. One is you're going to identify high profit areas. Now, what do I mean by high profit areas? We are not going to chance it. Have you ever started looking for properties and they say, well, where are you going to look? And you just think, well, I don't know. It seems like this would be a good area because the houses are nice, or this seems like an area where there will be a lot of renters, something like that. All of that is guesswork. And guesswork is great, but when you're spending money or taking your time, it's not something you want to do. You don't want to guess where you want to go. You want to know exactly where to go. And the only way to do that is to use data and numbers of what people are actually doing in the area so that you can be successful. So we're going to identify high profit areas. A high profit area is where properties are valued below average in the area, where there are a lot of properties below average in the area. So let's say the area typically sells, an average house sells for $200,000. And you want to, and we're going to look and see that there are properties below that mark. So maybe 160, 150. There are a lot of properties valued below that. The next thing we're going to look for is buyers are actively buying in that area. We don't need to figure out or hope or wonder if people are going to actually buy where we're actually picking up properties. We want to pick up properties where people are buying, where there's competition. We're actually looking for competition. Competition means that there's a need there. And so we want to look for areas with competition. So that's the first benefit of using data. We're not guessing. Second is it's going to reduce the cost of our leads. If we know where to look, that means we're spending less money in places that don't help us. So we're not going to spend money in areas where it wouldn't benefit us to get a lead. If you've ever driven for dollars or done cold calling and you're calling just anybody that has a house that might be vacant or something like that, you can spend all that time looking for those houses, skip tracing and finding the owner, just to find out that the owner owes $200,000 on a house that may only be worth $80,000. That's a lot of wasted energy, and it's discouraging. It can be very discouraging. I know when we did cold calling at a point, we got discouraged all the time because of the fact that we was put all this energy and effort into something we thought would be a good deal, and it never ended up working out to make us any money. And that actually hurts your business because it takes away from you and putting time onto stuff that actually can make you money. Areas change constantly. So just because one area is profitable or a good area to invest in this month, it might not be next month because areas change. Just different things change. Data lets us know where to look in real time. So we're going to know when the market changes. So when it stops being profitable, we can go to another market or another area and start marketing in that area that's profitable. This is one of the biggest benefits and something that almost no investor does. Almost no investor puts actual time into putting data together of where they should market. They just figure they'll buy a house anywhere there's, houses available. And that's not the way to go from our experience, what we've seen. We use what's called an algorithm. It's a spreadsheet that gives us data where we can put together data, and it tells us where others are buying. It tells us where others are buying. It tells us where houses are being looked at. And so that way, when we buy a house in that area, we have an easier time selling it because a lot of people just look at, if I can find a house in the area that makes sense, I'll buy it. They don't look at how hard is it to sell something in that area. But because of our algorithm, we know very well if it's going to be an easy sell in that area. In fact, our algorithm is so good that a lot of times when we get an offer or when we get a deal on a property, we can almost accurately estimate how long it's going to take for that property to sell. So I know if we're in an area where it's only going to take 30 days to sell versus an area where it's going to take 90 days. So we can estimate how much we're going to need for, mortgage payments and things like that very accurately because of the algorithm. That's the power of using data. I know that's a lot. Does that make sense to everybody as far as using data and an algorithm and using the numbers as opposed to guessing? Most people just say, if I can get to the marketing, then I'll make some money. And you might be lucky enough to make some money. But the truth of the matter is you can make a lot more money spending a lot less money by using data. Okay, so that's the first thing, is to use data with your marketing. The second thing is only look for one thing when looking for leads. Let me explain this. So we have a scenario that I always point out, and it's why you can't look for motivated sellers. How many of you, let me know in the comments, if you've ever looked for deals, how many of you all have been taught to look for motivated sellers? That's what everybody says. They say find motivated sellers and you'll make all the money you want to make. Motivated sellers is the way to go. That's what most people are preaching when they tell you. Here's the problem with motivated sellers. Motivated sellers. Yes, Gerald. So that's what everybody says. Here's the problem with motivated sellers. Motivated sellers, it's impossible to know if someone is motivated because of the fact that motivation is a feeling. You can be motivated today. Think about going to the gym. You ever wake up on a Monday and you have very little motivation to go to the gym? It's just you don't feel like it. And they can't quantify that. Nobody can tell you when somebody's motivated. But on a Friday before Saturday night and it's time to go out, you might be like, hey, I'm ready to go out and hit the town. I want to get in shape. Now you got a higher motivation to go to the gym. Or maybe you're getting married next weekend, and so you want to hit the gym pretty hard because you want to look your best. So motivation is not something that you can just easily say, hey, find me motivated sellers. Now, here's what most investors do. Most investors like to go out and they like to use things or filters that they assume means somebody's motivated. When they assume somebody's motivated, they're doing stuff like they're looking for people that have tax liens, or they're looking for people that are in foreclosure, or they're looking for people that have some kind of problem, and they associated the problem meaning that they're motivated. But the problem with problems, if that makes sense, is that problems aren't the main motivator. The number one motivator that we are looking for is equity. Equity is what we are looking for. For those of you that are not sure, equity is the money between what the person owes on the house and what the house is worth. So if we've got a house that's worth $200,000 and a person owes $50,000 on that house has $150,000 in equity. That is what we want. We don't care if they're motivated, if that makes sense. We don't have any way of knowing if they're motivated. We don't care. The reason we don't care is equity matters more than anything else. And the reason it matters the most is because we can work with equity. That's how we make money. So let me talk about the benefits of equity and why we want to look only for equity. That's the only thing we care about. One, people that have a lot of equity in their properties are usually in better condition. If you've ever looked for properties and you're looking specifically for rundown houses or houses that need a lot of work, things like that, those properties they usually don't have a lot of equity because the house needs so much work that the house is not gaining any equity. But properties that somebody has a tenant in, some properties that people live in, they're going to have higher equity because they just paid the mortgage every month and paid it down, and the house is going up in value. And so they're in better condition. Two, sellers are even more motivated when they have equity. Why are they more motivated when they have equity? And let me explain. The reason why is because a lot of times these same sellers have the same issues, like they need to move out of state, or they need to sell their house that their kids lived in, or they need to sell that rental property because they don't want it anymore. And they are oftentimes just as motivated as somebody who we think is motivated that might be in foreclosure. In fact, a lot of times they're more motivated. People in foreclosure are usually trying to save their house. People that have tax liens are usually trying to save their house. People with equity know that they're going to get some money. They just want to get some of the money and move on. So they're usually pretty motivated. This is something that most investors don't look at, but it makes a lot of sense. It's easier to negotiate with people with equity because they still make money. Now, let me explain what I mean. Let's say we've got that same house. It's worth $200,000. They owe $50,000, and there's $150,000 worth of equity. If I cut a deal with them to pay them $125,000 on that house, they're still going to make $75,000. Now, granted, they're not going to make as much as they possibly could. I'm just using an example. But at the same time, they might say, I'm okay with walking with $75,000 as opposed to not getting anything. Now, compare that to somebody that doesn't have a lot of equity or somebody in foreclosure. Somebody that's in foreclosure might say, well, I need money to move. So even if I get out of this house and I don't get anything, if I can get some money to move, and they might want $10,000 to move, but that $10,000 might be all the equity that they have in the house. And they're going to fight for that money much harder because that's all they can get versus somebody who has a lot of equity, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of space and a lot of profit in deals with a lot of equity. Secret number 3, you only need 50 miles. Let me explain what I mean by that with 50 miles. You do not have to invest all over the country. I know there are some people that say you can invest nationwide and everything else. I don't think that's necessary. I've never had to invest all over the country, and I'll explain why. You can find all the deals that you want and need in a 50-mile radius from your house. And I don't know where you live, but I can tell you, you can find all the deals in a 50-mile radius from your house. Let me explain why. Let me explain why this works. The simplest answer to this is that 50 miles from your house, if I walk out of your front door and go in any direction, I'm going to hit a high priced area, I'm going to hit a low income area, and I'm going to hit a middle market area. Okay, that's what I call the 50-mile rule. 50 miles from anybody's house, you can walk in any direction, and you're going to hit a high priced, middle priced, and low priced area within 50 miles. Having that, knowing that that's fact, then you can move all over 50 miles and pick up every deal you need to, because you're going to get high price, middle price, and low price. You don't have to go all over the country. Now, another benefit is that if the property has a problem, you can get there to it. I don't have to get in a plane to fly to get to the property if there was a problem. I don't have to hire somebody if there's a problem. I can go to the house if I need to. It doesn't happen all the time, but in that case that I need to, I can get there. The other thing is you have a better understanding of the area. You ever gone someplace, like let's say you go out of town to visit and somebody said, you say, oh, I want to go over here. And then the people that live there say, oh, you don't want to go in that area. Now you think it's fine, but you're not from there. So you don't know. They know something about that area that says, you don't want to go in that area. It's the same way with investing. When you're looking at a house on a piece of paper with a picture, it can look fine and pretty and perfect, and the neighborhood can look nice, and people can know, oh, that area is infested with drug and gangs, and there's going to be all kinds of problems in that area. That's stuff you wouldn't know if you're investing all the way across the country. But if you're investing within 50 miles from your house, there's a good chance you got an idea of how good or how bad or rough that area is. So it makes it easier for you to make a decision. Okay. So let me talk about why all leads are not created equal. Why all leads are not created equal. The real reason is that the goal is not to get someone to call you. Everybody thinks that's the goal, just having your phone ring. That's actually not the goal. The goal is you want sellers that to call you. You want sellers with equity in their house to call you. That's the big goal. People with equity. And the sellers with equity that have an interest in selling. If I get people that are calling me with equity in their house and an interest in selling, I am that much closer to putting together a deal that makes sense, that makes a profit. Okay. So that is why you want to put together this marketing. And what I'm going to suggest is that you pay for marketing. Now, I know that a lot of you are thinking that, hey, I don't want to pay for marketing, or I can't afford to pay for marketing. I'm going to explain to you why you can afford it and why it's necessary if you want to make any profits. Either way, no matter what you do, you are paying for marketing, whether you realize it or not. And let me explain. Let's say you decide to do cold calling and you're doing it yourself. Cold calling costs time and it gives you inconsistent results. So you're paying for it with your time. You're paying for it with the frustration of not getting a deal done. You're paying for it with wasting your energy and your momentum, your ambition, because you're thinking, this doesn't work, and you start to doubt yourself. So you're paying a pretty heavy price to do cold calling, even though the dollar amount is very low. You're paying a high price for it. What about running Facebook ads or something like that? Facebook ads cost money and you have no control of what you are getting. So people will call you or click on your link to sell their house, but they might be in an area across the country you have no idea. And even if you tell Facebook, hey, run it in this specific area, Facebook messes up all the time and they will send it to an area that you don't want to buy in. Or they'll send it to somebody who's driving through your area and not actually, has a house to sell in your area. So you have no control, and that's costing you money. That's like putting money out without doing the data research. So you're spending a lot of money. Spending money on marketing is cheaper than spending time. And what I mean by that is, let's say you got to pay $200 for every lead. Let's say you're paying $200 for every lead. In your mind, that's a lot of money for a lead. But let's say 75 to 80% of those leads are leads that can actually lead to a deal. That's a high percentage of deals. Let's say you only do let's say you do one deal out of spending $1,000. And on that one deal, you make $30,000. Was that $1,000 wasted? Was that a low amount of money? You didn't have the frustration. You didn't spend a lot of time and energy. You spent some money. You spent $1,000. That $1,000 translates into one deal. Or let's say it was $1,500 and it translates into one deal that makes you $35,000. Is that money wasted? I don't think so. In fact, if I told you every time you spend $1,500, I'm going to give you $30,000, how much would you spend? How much would you give me? How many times would you give me $1,500? I would hope the answer would be as many times as possible. But $1,500 is not a lot, even $2,000. Now, I'm not saying you're going to have to spend $2,000, but if you spent $2,000, would that be too much to spend on a $30,000 or $35,000 deal? Now, I know what you're thinking. Whether you put it down or not, you're probably thinking, yeah, that's not bad if I know for a fact I'm going to get the deal. And you're thinking to yourself, I don't know if I'm going to get the deal. Well, let me show you some of the results of what our students have done, because they had the same logic that you're saying. I don't know if I'm going to get a deal. That's what makes me nervous about spending the $2,000. So let's just look at a couple of results. And these are actual results of real students and what they've done following the process that we lay out in QuickTurn. So deal number one, this is a student. She's never done a deal before. She has a house in Ohio that she's buying worth $120,000 right now. The house is worth $120,000 the day she's buying it. She's got it under contract for $50,000. She stands to make about $50,000 or more on this property. Now, she spent $3,000 or $4,000 in marketing. She spent at least $3,000 or $4,000 in marketing. But her first deal, and the marketing is still bringing her deals. She's still talking to sellers. This is why it's a marketing funnel. Would spending $3,000 or $4,000 be worth it to make a $50,000 profit? And we're not talking about $50,000 after she fixes it up, after she puts a bunch of money into it. We're talking about $50,000 right now. The day she closes, she can turn around and start selling it. Let's look at deal number 2. This is another student. She's got 3 condos. She's buying 3 condos at the same time in Washington, D.C. Each condo is valued at $130,000. She's got each one of them under contract for $63,000, $63,500 under each for each property. She stands to make a total profit of about $135,000. Again, she only did one mailing, so she spent $1,000 to get this deal. She spent $1,000 in marketing. Now, that's not always the case, but for this particular student, she spent $1,000 to get a deal that's going to potentially make her $135,000. And let's say, for argument's sake, let's say we're off and she only makes $100,000 or $85,000. Is it a loss? For $1,000, would you put $1,000 out to make $85,000? That's her deal. Let's look at another one. Deal number 3. This is another student that had a house or has a house in Chicago. The house is worth $250 right now. The student has it under contract in its current condition at $120,000. She's got a potential profit of $135,000. She spent about $2,000 in marketing. She spent about $2,000 in marketing. Now, you might be thinking, what if they spent more than that? Well, at what point would you say that's too much to spend to make $135,000? If she had spent $6,000 in marketing, would you say 100? And remember, this isn't just she spent the marketing to get this one deal. This is the marketing she spent, and she's still got deals coming at her consistently. She's just got to pick them up. So it only takes one actual deal to pay 10 times what you spend in marketing. Okay, so these are real results. These are students, and most of these students, except for deal number 3, had experience. Everybody else had no experience buying property. And these are just the students from the last couple of weeks that have told us about their deals. None of these students had prior and great investment, great return on their investment for the amount of money that they're spending. They had no prior investing experience. They had never marketed before. They had never looked for deals other than doing stuff like driving for dollars. Person that did deal number 3, she used to do cold calling and she hated it. And that's why she ended up working with us. So these are the kind of profits that we put together on deals. Now, if this interests you, if you think that you would like to learn how to do this, if you think that you might gain something from this, then set up a call with us. I just put a link in the chat. This is how to set up a call with us. We will do a one-on-one conversation about where you are and what this looks like for you, how building this kind of thing for yourself looks. We do what's called a financing audit. We've got a great new lender that I'm excited that I'm working with our students with. We have a lender that does 100% financing on investment property. Yes, that's right, 100% financing. And I'll give you an example. One of the students that I just showed you, she is using this lender. And she is buying a property. It's the one for $50,000. She's buying the property for $50,000, and she's got to come to closing with $1,500 to buy the property. She's paying for the title search, the title policy, and she already paid for the appraisal. So she's out of a total of $2,100 to buy this property. So she spent what, $2,000 I think in marketing and $2,100 on her closing. She's out of $4,100 and she stands to make $50,000 plus on this deal. Please don't tell me how you cannot do this. It is not magic. It is not something above and beyond. This is real life real estate. This is what's going on in the market right now. This is why you should be looking at getting into this if you're serious about it. Even if we can't directly help you, if you get on a call with us, we have a lot of resources that we can share with you to help you grow if you're just starting out. This makes sense for everybody that's on this call, unless you are making at least $200,000 or $300,000 a year in real estate. This is real life stuff that can help you grow and build a real estate business. I tell people, don't look at it as being an investor. Look at it as building a business. We can show you how to build a QuickTurn business. We can show you how to get help if you're not ready for that, but you need to set up a call. Okay. Have you gained something from this? Was this call beneficial for you all? Did this add value? I try not to go too heavy into, strategy, because I don't want to scare people off, because when I start talking too heavy, it scares people off. Did you get value from this? If you have gotten value, let me know in the comments. Just give me a thumbs up or tell me, hey, this was good or it wasn't good. If it was bad, let me know. Just be honest with me. Let me know, I didn't get what I wanted or something like that. And if you have ideas of stuff you'd like to learn about that go along with this or go along with getting into real estate, let me know. I'll put it on a future training and I'll talk about it. But I want to see where you all, where you all are going with this. If this is something that's beneficial, these numbers are real life numbers. They're real students. I put a video out. Go back into the pinned videos and you can actually see where we talk to some of these students about the deals that they're putting together in the Facebook group. So if you haven't been in the Facebook group lately, or if you're just recently joined, go onto the Facebook group, look at the video showing what our students are doing. The numbers that I gave you are real. I will tell you, from us, when we started doing this strategy and using this marketing technique, we started off with $1,500 in marketing. And we literally made that first year, we did $870,000 in profit. These are real numbers. It was not a ridiculous amount of deals, but it was profitable deals. And it's the way we have it set up so that we can consistently get high profit deals. If you want to learn more about this, set up a call. This is real life stuff. I'm trying to give you all real numbers so you can see what's possible, not just from us, because some of you all will think that we're special or something like that, but this is possible for anybody. This is the market and what's going on right now. And if you have the right strategy, what is possible with real estate. Okay. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I hope you've gotten something from it. If you have any questions, ask in the chat. Otherwise, I will put the replay to this training in the group tomorrow. You'll get an email with the replay tomorrow if you missed some of it, and we'll talk later. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys this made sense to you. Like I said, if you want to set up a call, this is the link to set up a call, and I will talk to you guys later. Enjoy it. We're going to cover some really interesting information. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Art. Sharon, glad to be here. Glad to have you, Sharon. My name is Art. I'm one of the founding members of the QuickTurn community. You probably joined our community. If not recently, you've been a part of our community. We talk about real estate and a bunch of different stuff with real estate, how to be successful with it. And we talk specifically about our strategy and how my wife and I and my son have built a real estate business. We've built a multi-million-dollar real estate business. We buy single family properties and quickly resell them. We call it the quick turn method. We also buy commercial real estate. So we bought some large properties, and we only have been able to do that because we use the quick turn method to make us some cash. And then we take that cash once we get past what we need to live, and we buy larger commercial properties. So it's a very good way to build some legacy wealth. And it's a good way for you to, grow a business. It's actually a business. I call it a real estate business, not doing investing, but actually building a business. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Okay, so we're at 6:04 my time. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I know we're going to have people jumping on, but hopefully it won't be too much of a distraction. So if you haven't already, just say hello in the chat. Let me know that you're here. If your name's not on your Zoom, just put your name and say hello so we can know. So today we're going to be talking about how to profit with QuickTurn when buying property with tenants. So this is a strategy to get profit when you inherit tenants. So inheriting tenants is when you buy a property, there's already a tenant in the property. They may have a lease, they may be month to month, and you've now got this tenant. And so you've got to figure out what to do. Or maybe you had a plan and it doesn't work out. So we're going to talk to you about our strategy and what we do with dealing with tenants and how you can actually use tenants to make money. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started, and everybody who doesn't get in now, they can catch up a little bit sooner, and we'll go from there. They can catch up, as we go. So, are you considering becoming a landlord? Are you somebody that's considering becoming a landlord? Have you ever looked at a house that has tenants already in the property? A lot of times, if you're trying to buy property, you will come across this situation a lot where there are tenants that are already living in the house. They've already got a lease, and so you still want to buy the house either for a rental or whatever you want to do with it, but you didn't really get to pick the tenant. And so you're kind of stuck with whoever's in the property. How do you know these tenants are any good? That's a common question. You don't have any control. You didn't do a background check on them. The owner of the property can tell you anything and everything about the tenant. They can tell you they're a great tenant when really they're horrible. You just don't know. So it can be kind of scary when you're in that kind of situation. Do you even want to be a landlord? Some people get into property and their plan is to fix and flip a property or something like that, and they don't even want to be a landlord. Have any of you all, let me know in the chat, have any of you all bought property and inherited a tenant, or had somebody come in that was a tenant you didn't expect to, have them as a tenant? So that happens all the time, where you can start off with the tenant and end up, or start off not being a landlord and end up becoming one. Many investors become landlords by default when they purchase a house, because they didn't expect to, but there are other options. So there are other options you can look at, and you can actually make money from these tenants, bigger and better money than just rent. And I'm going to show you those options in just a second. By the end of this session, you'll have a proven method to make profit quickly with tenants or without. So whether you have tenants in the property, you don't have tenants, this will be a way you can quickly turn a profit, and you can, it'll open you up to some options. I'll put it that way. So maybe for some of you, you have been a landlord for some time. So I know when we started off, it took us about 3 years when we started. We bought about 36 properties for a 3-year period, and we were landlords. And after a couple of years, we realized we didn't want to be landlords anymore. It was not the business that we wanted to be in. Are you tired of the back and forth with tenants, which was one of the main reasons I didn't want to be a landlord, because I was completely tired of the back and forth with tenants? Do you want to sell but don't want to give up cash flow? Some people are like, I want to sell it because I'm tired of the tenants, but at the same time, I don't want to give up that cash flow. I would really rather keep the cash flow. Do you feel that rental is not great, but better than fix and flip? If you started off and you were going to fix and flip a property, and now you're thinking, at least I can rent it and I'll make some money and I don't have to do that much. There are some other options. Are you open to looking at new ways to profit in real estate? One of the biggest things that I have to deal with students when we go into QuickTurn is showing them some other ways that they can make money in real estate besides the traditional stuff of just renting or fixing up a property and selling it. So you have to be open to some different things, because a lot of stuff will change. By the end of this session, you will have a new strategy to profit more with less management and less work. So you really won't be doing as much work, and you'll still won't be doing as much management, and you'll still make good money. And so we're going to talk about that. So tonight we will be showing you ways to profit more using the QuickTurn strategy. So we'll show you how you can make major profits buying property with tenants. So this is not going to be rental, but it's still going to make you a really good profit, a really strong profit. How you can eliminate some of your investment costs. So you can actually lower your cost because of tenants if you follow this strategy. And how you can get top dollar for property using tenants. How your tenants can help you make the most money on your property. So it's going to be kind of interesting. How tenants can become your salespeople and make you more money. So how would you like tenants to be your salesperson and help you make even more money? Finally, how to still turn a profit when a tenant isn't agreeable. Now, if you've been a landlord, at least if you've been one long enough, then you probably know about a tenant being not agreeable. It happens all the time. And I'm going to show you how to manage and deal with tenants that don't agree, especially when you're coming into buying a property and you get a tenant that doesn't agree. They can be difficult, but at the same time, you want to be careful with them. And I'm going to show you how to put yourself in the best position so you don't run the risk of getting messed up with that tenant. Okay, so we want to protect you, protect your money, and then at the end of the day, hopefully help the tenant. And if they're just completely not agreeable, we're going to figure out another way to get them out of the property so we can go ahead and move on. So how do we know this works? How do we know this process works? If what we're talking about, how do you know what I'm saying makes any sense? I'll tell you, my wife and I, we have successfully worked with 30 plus tenant families to help us with QuickTurn. So this is how we've help tenants work with us, and we're still able to quick turn a property, still able to turn a profit and make really good money. And we've worked with quite a few tenants. We have successfully quick turn property to tenants. We've actually helped some tenants buy the property that they're in. And that's one of the strategies we're going to talk about tonight. So we've helped a lot of tenants do that. Another thing, we've had many tenants find us buyers for our property within days of buying. So we've had a person that was a tenant. We told them our strategy. They said, okay, I'm with that. And they helped us find buyers for the property that they were in so that we could buy the property. And this happened within days. So we bought the property, talked to the tenant, immediately made a deal with the tenant, and we were able to turn a profit on the property selling it. We are going to show you how thinking differently can allow you to profit greatly. Remember, what I'm going to talk about is a little bit different from what you probably are used to. If you're used to just buying a property, renting it out, then you're going to you'll see some changes. It'll be something different than what you're used to. So just keep an open mind and we'll see how this works. Okay. So first, let me tell you our story. This is me and my wife, Aisha. Excuse the big head picture, but that's all I had. We've successfully closed over 100 profitable deals. We've been doing real estate for over 27 years, going on 28 years. And we've been very successful, at least in the last 9 or 10 years. We've been very successful buying properties and immediately selling them. We call it the quick turn process, or the quick turn method. We've mentored dozens of successful investors and helped them build a business. And we've also trained a full staff. We take calls in and deal with sellers every single day. And me and my wife don't have to be on the phone with sellers. I can buy a property without seeing the property, without talking to the seller, without going to the closing, without fixing up the property, without dealing with tenants, and just getting the check. And we do all of that because we have a system that allows us to do all of that. So again, I'll say again, we don't have to talk to sellers. We don't have to go to closings. We don't have to fix up or clean up properties. We don't have to visit the property at all. And we still collect a check. And it's all because of the process that we've put together. What I like to tell people is we've messed up more than most because we've tried a lot of different stuff, but that has allowed us to get better than many. So we've messed up a lot, but we've actually gotten better than what a lot of people do. And most people, when they learn our strategies and learn how we do stuff, they're a little bit unconventional, but at the end of the day, they're profitable. And I would rather have profitable than conventional any day of the week. So that's our story. That's how we got started. Me and my wife run the business together along with my son, AJ. We've been very successful. And like I said, we buy single family, turn a profit, and then we invest in commercial real estate long term. So why dealing with tenants is so profitable? What makes dealing with tenants profitable? Why is that a good way to go? Tenants know the area and the house. They can make showings easier. So we're talking about dealing with the tenant to buy the house and then sell it. So the quick turn, let me give you a quick breakdown. The quick turn process is to buy a house and then immediately turn around and sell that property for a profit. Now, that's without fixing it up. That's without dealing with tenants. Now, you may be asking yourself, how can you buy a property and then turn around and sell it without fixing it up and still turn a profit? Our model is to negotiate the equity in a house. So the first thing you got to have is a house with a lot of equity. We negotiate to get some of that equity from the seller. We buy that property and then we turn around and sell the property at market value without it being fixed up. We don't sell it at top market value. We sell it at what makes sense for what it was worth when we bought it. We just got it at a discount and we get to realize some of that profit. So we typically turn a 35,000 plus profit on each deal. I've got students right now that are in the process of turning multiple properties at the same time. And one student is doing a $150,000 deal. Another student is doing a $50,000 deal. I've got a couple of students that are doing some that'll probably be about $120,000 a deal. And it's all because of the fact that we're negotiating for equity and not trying to fix up the house. We don't do sweat equity, things like that. So when dealing with tenants, tenants know the area around the house and they can make showings easier. I'm going to come back to this in a second and it'll make sense for you. Tenants often don't work against you, especially if you make them feel like they are part of the process. Tenants in most cases are not unreasonable. They just want to know what's going on. They don't like surprises, as anybody doesn't. This is where you live. You don't want surprises. They respect you a lot more if you talk to them and just be honest and tell them what's going on. You don't have to lie, and be honest with them, and they're usually more than willing to help in most cases, at least in my experience. Buyers see tenants in their best light and can decide the tenant makes buying the house worth it. So what I meant by this is that when a buyer sees your tenant or talks to your tenant, some buyers, especially investors, will literally buy a house because they're like, oh, I've got a tenant in here. The tenant makes sense. I'm going to keep this property and keep this tenant in it. I don't have to do anything. I can literally buy this property. It's called turnkey. I can buy this property and I start making money the day I close on this property. And the tenant can help with that because they can see that the tenant is not crazy. They can see the tenant maintains the property. They can see that the tenant is taking care of stuff. Tenants can make selling to investors faster and easier. Now, we don't always sell to investors, but at the same time, when we do sell to an investor, or if an investor looks at our property, having a tenant that's cooperable makes it much easier. Okay, it's more likely to make that investor say, okay, I'll take the risk and buy this property. So let's go over the 4 ways to profit with tenants. These are the 4 ways that we use that fit into our system of buying and immediately selling a house. The first and the best way is to sell the property to the tenant. Sell the property to the tenant. Tenants can buy property. I know it doesn't seem likely, but tenants can buy property. I'm going to break that down for you. Next is to let the tenant show the property and they can stay if an investor likes them. So let's say the tenant cannot buy the property, but they want to stay, then they can stay. And if an investor buys it and wants to let them stay in the property, they can stay and they can, be in the property and do what they like to do. So it's pretty straightforward. 3, help the tenant move out and clean the property for a full deposit return. When you buy a property with a tenant, in most cases, you're going to get a security deposit. You're going to get money that they put down. Tenants are notorious for feeling that landlords cheat them out of security deposits. So what we do is we're very straightforward with the tenant, and we tell them, hey, if you clean this place up and it's broom swept clean when you leave, you can get your full security deposit back. And not only will you get it back, we'll give it back to you the same day you move out of the house. So we're very fast. We'll have a check waiting for you when we come to check the house. As long as it's clean and we don't have any issues, you'll get your security deposit back immediately. And I'll touch on this in just a second a little bit more. 4 is to offer the tenant a fee if they find a buyer. So I'm going to explain this in just a second. Now, before I go into these further, does this make sense to everybody? Have I lost you guys? Because I don't see anybody in the chat. Are you guys understanding this process so far of buying properties, immediately selling them, even if you've got a tenant in the property, selling it to the tenant or letting the tenant help you buy it? Does that make sense to you? Are you able to follow along? Everything is okay. Everything is going okay. You understand where I'm coming from. Okay, good stuff. All right, so let me break these down a little bit further for you so you understand. The first way is selling the property to the tenant. So what we're going to do is when we go into the property, so let's take a scenario. We just bought a property. That property we got a great deal on. In fact, I'll go over I'll give you an example with one of the students that we have and what they're doing. She's buying a property and the property's worth about $109,000. She's buying the property at $50,000. And I know that's a great space, but she's buying the property and it's worth 109 now. It's probably worth 150 or better fixed up, but right now it's worth about 109. She's buying it for $50,000. Let's say there's a tenant in that property. What she's going to do is go talk to that tenant and she's going to say, hey, we own this property. We don't rent to tenants. We sell properties. But because you're here, I want to make it as easy as possible. I'm going to give you the right to buy the property first. And there's a couple of things we do with that. We take them to a lender. We help them with grant programs that we know about. And we'll tell them, hey, we'll do everything we can to help you, but you've got to buy the house. A lot of tenants, given that opportunity, will try to buy the house unless they just absolutely can't. So that's the first way. And there's a couple of benefits that I'll talk about with that in the next slide. Second way is to let the tenant show the property and they can stay if an investor likes them. So if they can't buy and they're not ready to move yet, then I'll say that's fine. You'll continue to pay rent and you won't have to move. You're on a month-to-month lease. You won't have to move until we find a new buyer. And when that new buyer comes in, if they're an investor, which could be the case a lot of times, if they like you and want to let you stay, you can stay in the property. Tenants love that because they're like, okay, I'll help you show it. And I'll be very nice to everybody that comes in because I want them to let me stay. So they're not going to be mean to the seller, or to the buyer. They're going to try to be nice to everybody that comes into the property because they want them to like them and say, yeah, I can work with this tenant. So they'll try to stay. But that benefits you because now you've got another salesperson in the house trying to help sell the house so that they can, and they don't know if the person is a buyer, an investor or not, but they're going to be nice to everybody because they don't know. So it's going to help you. Number 3, help the tenant move out and clean the property for a full deposit return. This is pretty straightforward. When a tenant can't stay, they're like, okay, I'm going to move out. I'm going to find a new place. I will say, hey, that's great. As long as you clean this place up and it's broom swept clean, because I don't want to pay somebody else to clean the place out, I will give you your security deposit back in full. I won't go to, I don't know what you broke. I don't know if you broke the blinds or the shade or something like that. As long as it's clean and presentable so I can show it without having to go in and clean it out, I will give you back your full security deposit. I got their security deposit when I bought the property. So it's not like I'm losing money. It's just I'm giving their money back as long as they give me the house in a clean, broom swept way. And it helps for me to sell the property quickly. And the last is to offer the tenant a fee if they find a buyer. Now, this is kind of a trick, and I'm going to explain it to you, because what happens is the tenant usually will not find you a buyer, or at least not in the traditional sense. Here's what happens a lot of times when we make this offer to them. Normally, we have to pay a real estate agent to sell our property or something like that. We will give a portion of that money to the tenant if they find us a buyer. Where's the tenant going to find a buyer at? Most of the time, their buyer is going to come from a family member. They're going to reach out to a mother or an aunt or somebody that they know and say, hey, my property that I live in is going up for sale, and they've offered me the first chance to buy it. And then they'll say, if you help me buy it, this other family member, then I will get a portion, or I'll get a commission or a fee for helping find a buyer. I'll give them a fee. They can use that toward the down payment on the house, but it's still cheaper to me because I didn't have to use a real estate agent, and the fee is usually a lot less than a real estate agent fee. So this is a really good way to get them to go out and find a buyer for you. A lot of times, like I said, it will be family or it will be somebody they know, and they will go out and find this buyer for you, and the buyer will come, and they're not going to go through a realtor. They're going to go straight to you, and you can get together a deal, and you're going to get top market value for the property. And it costs you a couple of bucks that you don't have any problem giving up anyway. So these are 4 ways. So let me go over this a little bit more. When should you use this strategy? So let's say you're a new investor. If you have no real estate experience, I want you to start with QuickTurning. And the reason I say that is because it's very simple. You need to build cash reserves first. Even if you want to become a landlord, even if you want to buy commercial real estate eventually, no matter what you want to do in real estate, the first thing you need to do is build up cash reserves and get your money off the table. You want to do some deals that are going to put money in your pocket and allow you to have a reserve so you can grow your business. Does that make sense to you guys? You don't want to go in buying rental property, because if a tenant stops paying, it's going to cost you money. If a tenant tears up your house, it's going to cost you money. If you live in a state where it's hard to get a tenant out of the property, it's going to take you forever to get them out of the property, and you're losing money. If you focus on a business model that buys and sells properties and gets cash in your hands, you will then build up a war chest, and you can get your money off the table and now just work with the money you make in profits. Does that make sense to you guys? But that's a very good reason why I suggest starting with QuickTurn. And why we started with QuickTurn, we didn't start with it, but when we learned and we built this process, we made sure our son, AJ, that he did this same process because it makes a lot of sense. By selling property to tenants, you build up your reputation in your area. I have tenants that literally bought a property from me, and then they go and find other family members and they say, hey, my aunt is now looking to buy a property. Do you have anything that she can buy? And I will sell their family members property. They love the fact that we're straightforward with them. They love the fact that we're helping them become a homeowner. So it builds up your reputation, and it would actually give you more people to sell to. We have even had tenants bring us buyers after we sold them a property. That's what I just said. We have family members and people that they know, and they will come with money in hand. And now there's no trust issue. So they pay whatever we're asking for the property. They don't fight us on price, and we get to sell them to their family members. So it's a win-win. Your tenants become your advocates, and they will help you. I know this sounds weird. We don't keep tenants, but when we get a tenant in a property and we talk to them and give them the whole spiel and explain their options, they enjoy that. They like the fact that we're including them. We're not telling them you got to get out or anything like that. And they become advocates. They help us, and they will tell us all kinds of stuff about what's going on with the neighborhood, what we need to watch out for, if there are other properties in the area for sale. They give us a bunch of information. So it works really well. Tenants that can't buy often clean up the property and show the property for us. So we actually do really well with tenants showing the property, cleaning it up, and still helping us overall. Even though they're not going to make any money, they're not going to gain a house, they're moving out. They are very helpful because we're very straightforward with them. So let's talk about how to approach tenants with a deal. Let's say you're in this position, you've got a tenant in a property that you just inherited or you bought. Let's talk about what you can do, how to approach a tenant with that deal. First thing you want to do is, after you buy the property and you own it, arrange a sit down or a Zoom meeting. Now, sit down meetings are best, and you can have you or your real estate agent or whoever do the sit down. I prefer to do them face to face. If you're someplace, like, let's say you're investing in a market that's out of your area, then you can do a Zoom meeting, which isn't my first choice, but like I said, you can do a Zoom meeting. Next, talk to them with respect, but be firm. You do not want to come in to a tenant and talk like you're the big bad landlord and they got to do what you say, because they have options. And remember, they're holding your investment and they have very little invested in your investment. So I'm going to respect them, but I'm going to be firm. So I'm not going to let them play a lot of games. And tenants are very, they don't know who they're talking to. So they might have had a lot of leeway with their old landlord. They might have had a lot of, he let me get away with late rent payments and stuff like that. I'm going to be firm and give them the rules very clearly on what it's going to be for the little bit of time they're going to still be in this property. So I'm going to be very firm with them. Next, I'm going to let them know their options up front, no wiggle room or uncertainty. If you go to a tenant and you're like, yeah, I kind of want to do this, and yeah, I kind of want to, you're opening up yourself for them to change the narrative or for them to try to do something that they shouldn't do that doesn't fit your plan. You want to go to them and very firmly say, this is the option. These are the options that I have for you. This is how I can help you. This is what I can do. And, like, matter of factly, not very uncertain. Get commitment from them on the first interaction. Now, they know that a new owner is coming into the property. You're going to want to get some kind of commitment as far as what they're going to want to do on that first interaction. You don't want to leave it open and they're like, I'll let you know in a couple of days or whatever. You want to know, are you leaning toward buying the property? Are you leaning toward moving out? Are you leaning toward staying and trying to help me show it? What are you planning to do? And you want to get commitment from them on that first interaction, because if you give them space or give them time, it's going to be a lot more risky for you. Okay. It's just going to look riskier for you. Fully lay out the plan for whatever option they choose. So if they say, hey, I want to buy the property, you're going to give them the full plan on, these are the steps we're going to do for you to buy the property. You want to make it sound like you do this all the time and that you're comfortable. If they say that we're going to move out, okay, these are how we expect you to move out. When are you going to be out of the property by? What date? Let's set everything up. If they say they're going to stay and they're going to show, then you're going to explain, these are the things I'm expecting you to do showing the property. So it's all of that kind of stuff to kind of lay out the full plan. Now, what does this have to do with quick turning, the whole thing with tenants? Because it sounds like we're dealing with tenants, but we're not dealing with tenants. So let me break it down. Quick turning is buying and selling property. Okay. Your first buyer option or your best buyer option is a tenant. A tenant is going to be your best buyer. Your second option is a tenant that will show your house for you and show it well to anybody that comes into the house. You make the big checks consistently by always buying and selling. You do not want to keep these rentals. You do not want to keep tenants. And the reason I say this is because I'm going to give you a comparison. Let's say you buy 3 properties and you can rent them out and you can turn $1,000 profit a month on each of those properties. That's $3,000 on these properties. After all the expenses, you're making $3,000 a month. Now, let me break down with QuickTurn on those same 3 properties. Let's say you sell them and you make around the minimum that we usually make, and you're making about $35,000. So you're probably making $105,000 on those 3 properties doing QuickTurn. But you're going to set up a system so that you can consistently buy and sell over and over again. That's the money you're going to make that month, that $105,000 versus the $3,000 with just renting. You're going to, if you follow the quick turn system, you're going to create a marketing funnel, and you will always have opportunity to buy property. If you're someone that's invested or looked at investing before and you're like, I can't find deals, that is going to go away. That is going to go away. Students that work with us, the last thing they're saying is that they can't find deals. A lot of times they're saying, I'm talking to a lot of sellers, I'm just trying to put together the right deal, but they are not saying that they cannot find deals. And that's going to keep you profitable, keep you making money. And that's the big benefit of the whole quick turn process. So let's talk about what to do if a tenant says no. If they don't want your help, they don't want to do anything, they want you to get out of their house, and they're very rude or something like that. If the tenant doesn't want your help, be prepared. Okay. This is why you need to meet with them face to face. Get information from them before you give them options. So we walk in, and I'm going to explain how this works. We walk in with a paper that asks for all their information and says, hey, we're the new owners. First thing we need to do is get all your information. They're going to give us their name, their social security number. They're going to give us where they work at, their work phone number, their work address. They're going to get everything we want to know. But we're asking them, we don't tell them that we're not letting them stay yet. We just say we need this up front, and we're going to make sure that everything, we're going to sit down and verify everything that they give us on that paper. They give us all of that stuff, and then we tell them their options. They tell us no, they tell us go to hell, whatever they tell us. We're going to let them know that we don't rent property. And if we have to do an eviction, then we're going to go after them to the fullest ability within the law. Now, this is not meant to harm them. This is meant to let them know that if they want to go this route of being uncooperative, then we're going to do everything in our power to protect our investment. And this is a very common thing to do, but it's just, we're going to work to the fullest of our ability. We have gone to the extent we will get judgments, we will garnish wages, and we go through the full process. And it's not that hard. A lot of people just don't do it because they don't feel like they want to go through all that. We go through all of it, and it's very straightforward. The benefit is that you will get money from them. So this is for somebody that says, I'm not gonna leave, and I'm gonna stop paying you. You know, because some people can do that. I'm not gonna leave, and I'm gonna stop paying you. We're gonna get the judgment, we're gonna get all the rent money back, because we're gonna garnish their wages, or they're never going to be able to work in another regular job again. Now, of all the tenants we've dealt with, have I ever had to do this? I've had to do it once. Most people understand, they work with us. I've had one family that we had to do it with, and we did follow through, and we got a judgment, and they paid us for about 3 years. They paid us until they caught all their rent back, plus all the fees and everything else. It's not ideal, but it's just what we do. How profitable can this get? How profitable can this be for you? Tenants will often buy at max market value. So you get the top dollar for your property when you sell to a tenant. You won't have any commissions from the sale. You don't have to pay for a realtor. You don't have any costs that go with selling a property. The other thing is you have zero market time. The property spends no time on the market. So you're going to get your money very quickly. Use that saved time to go get other deals and rinse and repeat. Keep doing this over and over again. This will make you huge sums of money. And I know it sounds a little bit weird, but it will make you great money. And that's all dealing with tenants, but not dealing with tenants. Last year, we sold 20 plus properties to tenants and got top dollar for those properties. We did 58 properties. Of those 58, we probably did 23 of them that we sold directly to tenants that were already in the property. We didn't get the tenant, we didn't put the tenant in, we sold to the tenant and made top dollar. Will this work in my area? Can this work in my area? This works in every single market. High price markets do this strategy well. If you're in a Florida, very high price market, if you're in a California market, this strategy works extremely well in those markets because the tenants a lot of times can buy, they just can't find something that makes sense for them. If you're in a low price market, they may not buy as much in a low price market, but they will often help you sell to an investor who's looking for an affordable property in that market. So it works in low price markets as well. Focus on buying and selling until you have a war chest and use tenants to help you do that. Okay. Build up the cash before you do anything else. I hope this makes sense for you guys. Now, if you want help building this type of business, if this is something that interests you, if this is something that you think you like to learn more about, then I am putting a link in the chat. And in that link, you can set up a call to talk with us. It's a 15-minute call to see how we can help you build this kind of business. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources, depending on where you're at, depending on what you're doing. We can help you with that. So this is the best way to go about it. Start off with a call. If we can help you, we have resources. If we can't help you, sorry, I got the typo. If we can help you, we have resources we can share to help you make an informed decision. So even if what we do doesn't make sense for you, we can at least help you with some resources that will help you make an informed decision and help you along in your path of where you're going. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. You know, they say the best time to start a business is 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. So don't wait. Don't try to figure it out. Don't waste a lot of time figuring out a bunch of strategies. This is how to build large lump sums of cash and then use that cash to go in whatever direction you choose, but you will have a business from this. Okay. Do you all get this? Has this made sense to you? Is this something that you like, these kind of topics you like me to talk more about, or was this a little bit too over the head with this? Was this too deep in the rabbit hole and you'd like me to keep it more on the top side of getting started in real estate? Let me know in the chat what you thought about this topic, what you thought about, what you thought about this. If this is something that you found interesting, you found good information from. Gerald, I'm glad you liked it. Gerald, you like everything. So I'm glad you liked it. So good. I'm glad you got something out of it. We just want to put together some information that helps you guys make decisions, helps you guys look at things. Maybe you're worried about if you buy a property with a tenant, and we just want to let you know you don't have to be worried. You don't have to get scared of it. You can do this pretty easily. Okay. So if you want, like I said, the link is in the chat to set up a call with us. Just click on the link, set up a quick call. There's no sales pitch. There's nothing that's really too crazy about it. We'll just talk to you about where you want to go, what you want to do, and we'll be happy to get you going. Okay. I hope you all have enjoyed. I hope you've gotten something out of this, and I will talk to you guys later. As always, happy hunting. Talk to you guys later. Get started in just a second. Hope everybody is doing well. Hey, Gerald, good to see you. Glad to see you're on here. We've got a lot of exciting stuff we're going to be talking about tonight. How to find high value seller leads for max profit in real estate. This is a great training if you are frustrated with finding deals. If you haven't been able to find a deal, if you've been looking for a long time and deals just don't seem to come about, this is going to be some really good stuff for you. So we're going to cover a lot. All right, guys. So how to find high value seller leads for max profit in real estate. Hey, Pat, nice to see you. So we're going to get into this. So have you struggled in the past to find real estate deals? Now, this is for people that have been looking. Charmaine from Atlanta, good to see you. Welcome. Have you spent weeks or months searching for real estate websites, searching through real estate websites? A lot of people go onto the websites. They look for deals. They're trying to find deals. They don't know where to go. They're not sure what to look for, but they're taught to look for vacant properties, or they're taught to look for properties that look like they've been neglected, and they start driving for dollars and things like that. So that's a very common thing. Have you spent hours and days cold calling potential sellers? This is another thing a lot of people do in the beginning, and even some experienced investors do. They cold call hundreds, if not thousands, of investors. And they're calling all these people, asking them if they want to sell their house, hoping that someone will say, yes, I want to sell my house, hoping that someone will be interested enough to start talking to you about a deal. And it's just what a lot of people do. So they're cold calling. And if you've never cold called before, it is one of the most degrading. You know what? I won't say that. It feels degrading because you feel like, especially if you've never had success with it, you feel like you're wasting your time. You feel like this is stupid. Nobody's really listening to me. So it can be very frustrating. So if you've ever done that, then this training is going to be for you. Have you lost your patience with gurus telling you how easy it is to do a deal? You watch a masterclass, and on the masterclass, they tell you that, hey, we do 3,000 deals a week and this, that, and the other. And they tell you how easy it is to find deals. Yet when you go out to find deals, no one under the sun seems like they're ready to sell their property. Everybody, or if they are ready to sell, they want $1 bajillion before they even talk to you. So if these have been you, if you have been frustrated at any of these points, then this will make sense to you. And isn't it ironic? So I don't consider myself telling you it's easy to do a deal. I'm going to give you the honest truth about finding deals. And like it or not, this is how to find deals consistently and what you'll see about it. You'll learn a lot doing this. So, well, what if things could be different? What if finding deals wasn't luck? What if it was something that it wasn't about if you get lucky enough to come across somebody? What if you could predictably get motivated sellers to call you? Everybody tells you look for motivated sellers. What if you could get motivated sellers? You could literally decide how many motivated sellers you want to call you in a given week or a month or whatever, and you could figure that out and make that decision for yourself. What if they weren't just motivated, but every single seller that you talk to had a ton of equity? Now, for those of you that don't know, equity is just the money that is in the house. So it's the difference between what someone owes on the house and what that house is worth. So I'll give you an example. A house is worth $100,000 and the person owes $10,000 on that house. That means they have $90,000 in equity. Equity is the money that they own. Okay. So that's what we're actually negotiating for, the equity, or that's what we want. We want equity. We want the money that they have in the house. We want to negotiate that money. I'm going to show you today why finding all the deals you want is just a math problem. And when I say that, I want you to understand it really is that simple. It is a math problem. It's even a math problem with cold calling and things. It's just a much more complex math problem because if you do 1,000 calls, however long that takes you to do 1,000 calls, that 1,000 calls will give you some people that want to sell their house. It's just a matter, will you give up or be frustrated or feel discouraged before you finish those 1,000 calls? So I'm going to go over that with you. I'm going to explain why that can be different for you. And by simply understanding this math problem, you can have success and you don't have to struggle and stress and do all that stuff that goes with trying to find deals. So let's talk about who this training is for. Who does it benefit? If you are a new investor, never found a deal, then you definitely want to keep watching this. If you've never seen a deal, never put together a deal, you definitely want to keep watching this because this is going to show you how to do it from day one. So you don't have to figure it out and do all these things that we just talked about. You can figure it out from day one and be successful. So if you're a new investor, this is for you. If you have started learning, let's say you did this and you've taken a master class or something like that, but you haven't gotten your first deal yet, which I'm sure there are a lot of people in this training that are in that boat where they've taken a class or two, they've learned some stuff. Maybe you've heard about wholesaling, maybe you've heard about land contracts or buying land on contracts, stuff like that, but you haven't bagged your first deal. Then you're going to want to pay attention to this training because it's going to help you. Now, for some people, if you're an experienced investor, if you've done deals, or maybe you're a realtor and you've got clients that do deals all the time and you've talked to your clients about how do they get a deal? How do they put some numbers together? If you're an experienced investor, you've done some deals, but you can't get consistency, then this will blow your mind, because what I'm going to teach you and show you today is going to give you consistency. See, the new investors don't know that getting a deal is great. That's what we all want. But consistency is what makes you wealthy. Consistent deals will make you wealthy in real estate. Getting a deal will give you some money. Consistent deals will make you wealthy in real estate. And that's what we're going to talk about, getting consistent deals. So, what do I know? Why should you listen to me? Who says I know anything? Maybe I'm just, kind of blowing smoke or whatever. Let's talk about it. So, I am the of a group called Art and Aisha Ville. My wife, Art, and my wife Aisha. We have ran a successful real estate business for the last 9 years. We've been a successful real estate business owners. We have been in real estate for over 20 years, but we struggled not too long ago. And what I mean by that is, we've been investing for over 20 years in real estate, and we've done a lot of different stuff. We've taken a lot of different classes. We've tried a lot of different things. And it took us that long to kind of figure out what worked for us and what we were successful with. For a long time, we were investors chasing different strategies, jumping from training to training. I cannot begin to tell you how much money we have spent on trainings. And I thought every time I paid for a training, I thought this was the one that was going to help me. And I got little things from each one, but overall, none of them got me where I wanted to be. Eventually, we stumbled across a process called wholetailing. Now, for those of you that don't know, let me know in the comments, have you ever heard of wholetailing? We actually sent a text out last week, and someone got on the text and they said, you know what? Clearly, you don't know what you're talking about, because you said wholetailing and not wholesaling. So clearly, you don't know what you're talking about. And that's not the case. I literally know exactly what I'm talking about. Wholetailing is not wholesaling. So we do a process called wholetailing, or a variation of wholetailing, which is not wholesaling. We tweak that process of wholetailing. Wholetailing is buying a house and then selling it without fixing it up. Now, I know, Carm, you never heard of wholetailing. I'm going to tell you, wholetailing is buying a house and then selling that house without fixing it up. So you're not dealing with contractors, you're not dealing with tenants, you're not going in and remodeling the house, you're not going in. The most I am going to do to a house is I'm going to buy it and then immediately turn around and sell it. I may cut the grass. In some cases, I may paint a room or something if it's really, really bad. But for the most part, I'm doing very little, if anything. In fact, I would say on average, if I spend $2,000 on a house, that house was a major renovation for me. And it's not that it's a major renovation. It's just we don't spend money like that on properties. So we tweaked our process. We tweaked the process of wholetailing by applying marketing techniques that I literally learned in college. I have a degree in finance, and we took a class, and this class literally changed my life, where we had to start an airline on paper, and we had to run the airline, and we had to come up with creative ways to market and get this airline off the ground. And I learned a lot in that class. And the professor was very smart. He was a marketing professor. And we took the class. I learned a lot from him. And later on, I applied some of those same techniques to the wholetailing process. And that became QuickTurn. That's the way we do real estate now. We do the process called QuickTurning. Now we average 2 to 6 properties a month that we're buying. We never fix them up, and we sell them for a good profit. Now, there are some people that are fix and flippers. They buy properties, fix them up. They put a lot of money into them. They make the house beautiful, and then they sell it. I don't like that model, because that is risky, in my opinion. If you fix a house up in an area, it takes time. Even if you're very good, it takes you a couple of months. A lot of times the market can change in that time, or people aren't spending as much, or interest rates go up. All these other things that normally happen in business, and they affect your business. You thought you were going to sell it for this price, the market shifts, and now you can only sell it at this price. And so maybe you won't lose money, but you won't make as much as you thought. The way we do business, we are constantly buying and selling houses. And the reason we can do multiple properties at a time is because since we don't fix them up, since we don't put tenants in them, we quickly sell them, and it allows us to keep bringing in cash. Every time we sell a house, we may make $30 or $40 or $50,000 profit. And that money goes to us building the business and putting it back into marketing, putting it back into growing the business. And so that's why we like QuickTurn, because it's quick and we're turning the property right around and getting rid of it without doing a lot of work. So if that sounds interesting to you, keep listening, and I'm going to talk to you about it. Sometimes we sell in days and we average 80 to 200,000 per month with no tenants or contractors. Now, let me be clear for this because I don't want to confuse you. We don't average 80 to $200,000 per house. We don't sell a house typically and get 80 to 100,000 to $200,000. We do get, sometimes we may make $80,000 or 70,000 or even 100,000 on a house, but on average that's not the case. But when you're doing multiple properties every month and you're just buying them and selling them, you're not putting a lot of time and energy into any property, you can average, because look at it, $80,000. If you're making an average of $35,000 for 35,000 a house, $80,000 only comes to about 2.5 houses a month. So if we're selling 6 houses and only 3 of them sell, then we've made over $80,000 in most cases on those properties. And I know that may seem scary, but look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Buying 6 houses and then selling 3 of them, still having 3, you're making $90,000, $100,000 that you can use, and that's real money. You can use it to grow your business. You can use it to pay for your family. You can use it to do the next thing that you want to do. And that's what we do with QuickTurn. So it makes a lot of sense. It's not complicated. It's common sense, but a lot of people don't look at it that way. So let's talk about it. We are going to show you how you can do the same thing. It's not hard, it's not difficult, and it's not, not something that's above your pay grade. So how should you look for deals? How should you? No, we don't, Carmen. We don't rent out homes. Carmen asked, do you rent out homes at all? No, we do not rent out homes. I was a landlord for years. Aisha and I were landlords for years, and we rented out homes, and we had to do evictions. We had to clean houses out, renovate them. It's not fun. So let me break this down for you really quick. We buy single family houses only to resell them and turn a profit. Once we buy and resell that property and turn a profit, we take that profit and we use it to buy commercial real estate. Once we get past the money we need to live, we buy commercial real estate. We keep commercial real estate for much longer times. And even then, I don't like to do property that we rent out. So we don't rent out apartment complexes. We usually do stuff like mobile home parks or self-storage unit buildings. If you've ever seen those complexes that have all the self-storage units, we buy stuff like that. We buy mobile home parks, and we don't rent the houses out. We just rent out the land, and they bring their own mobile home. So we do a lot of stuff like that, Carmen, if that makes sense. So how should you look for deals? We're talking about single family houses. How should you be looking for deals? We look for 2 things that almost guarantee more deals, more profit, and it's probably the best 2 things you can look for. When you strip all the stuff down, these are the 2 things that make the most sense for finding deals. 1, we look for property with equity. Again, I explained what equity is. Equity is the money that is in the house that is free and clear. So a person that has a mortgage, whatever they don't own the house and it's worth, that's equity. So they owe 50,000, the house is worth 100,000. They've got 50 more thousand in equity. So 50,000 in debt, 50,000 in equity. We look for properties that have high equity. Okay? So that's the first thing. We also, too, we want sellers motivated to sell their property. So we look for people that have high equity first, and then we look for people that are motivated to sell their property. Now, let me explain why these are the only 2 things that matter. When you get these 2 things together, you have what's called motivated equity, and a profitable deal is nearby. It's very easy to put together a profitable deal when you have someone motivated to sell and they have equity in the property. Now, let's talk about the criteria of most investors, what most investors look for when they're trying to do deals and why it doesn't make sense. And this isn't just, don't think of this as just investors. Think of this as all the gurus, the guys that talk about wholesaling and flipping for a quick buck, and you can buy a place for $10 and then you can flip it and make, 20,000. This is what they're looking for in most cases. Most investors, first of all, the majority of investors look for deals through realtors. They go to a realtor, tell them this is what I'm looking for. They look for a deal directly through a realtor. They don't do anything to find a seller. They just go through a realtor. The best deals, in my experience, and I'm sure a lot of people's experience, are directly from sellers. You can get better deals from sellers than you can from going through realtors. So everybody that's looking on the MLS, everybody that's going and scouring Zillow or any of these websites, if you're not dealing directly with the seller, you are limiting how successful your deal can be. Now, here's the thing. Granted, every once in a while, you can hit a home run with a realtor, a property that you buy from a realtor. But why would I want to every once in a while hit a home run when I can almost ensure that I'm going to get a double or a home run or a triple, a good profit on a deal, on almost every deal if I go directly to sellers? The other investors, the few investors that don't go through realtors, are looking for motivated sellers. They're looking for off-market deals. Now, here's what I'll tell you. The typical investor that goes through realtors is somebody who's good at another part of real estate, and they think that part is what adds value. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you're a contractor. You fix up houses. You know how to do all the work. You know how to do electrical. You know how to do plumbing. You know how to do carpentry. You know how to do all the work. You are going to say, I don't have time to find deals. I need to put my time into making the house look nice and doing it quickly. And so I'm going to let my realtor find me a deal and I'm going to fix the house up. Fixing a house up is not actually creating value. It's sweat equity. I'm going to sweat and work at this house and build up and increase the value on this house. It doesn't have to be a good deal from day one. I'm going to make it a good deal because I'm going to fix it up. Does that make sense to you? That's how a lot of investors look at it. I'm going to buy the house. It doesn't have to be a great deal right now, but it has the potential to be a good deal. And then I'm going to fix it up. And then when I fix it up and make it beautiful, then I'm going to sell it at top market value. Those are how most investors work. The other investors that are really good know to look for off-market deals. So they look for things. So they'll say stuff like, well, I'm going to find people that are in foreclosure, or I'm going to find people that have city liens or city code violations, or I'm going to find people that owe back taxes, or I'm going to find people that don't live in the house and they want to get rid of it. Or maybe I'm going to find people that are in evictions court and they don't want to deal with another tenant. And they're going to go through those kind of avenues. And they're not, the people that they're looking for don't say my house is for sale, but they're hoping that they have an interest in selling the house. So motivation, and here's my experience, motivation is impossible to identify because you don't know when somebody's motivation is a feeling. Does that make sense to you guys? Motivation is a feeling. Have you ever been motivated to do something today? You could be motivated to work out today. You can say, man, I'm going to get up and I'm going to work out today. And then tomorrow you can say, you know what? I got to go pick up my kids. I don't feel like working out. You're no longer motivated. Nothing changed on paper. What changed was your feeling. Motivation is a feeling. So when you feel pressure or feel that you need to move, that becomes motivation. And that's what most people want, but they don't know how to find it. And the reason you can't find it is because it's a feeling. The next best thing people think is, well, if I look for people with certain problems, they're probably going to be motivated. So if I look for somebody in foreclosure or with city code violations or with something wrong, they're probably going to be motivated, and that's going to be where I can make a deal. So that's how most people think. Here's the problem. The problem with this is that problems don't always show motivation. If you've ever been in foreclosure, now I'm going to be honest with you, I've been in foreclosure in the past, and it was a long time ago, but I've been in foreclosure. My house was in foreclosure because I wasn't able to make payments. The last thing I was thinking was, let me sell my house. I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, what can I do to save my house? And that's how most people are thinking when they've got city code violations. They're thinking, what can I do to fix these code violations? How can I get money or get somebody to fix it up for cheap? If they've got tax liens, they're thinking, how can I pay off these taxes, or how can I get them to delay when I got to pay these taxes off? The problem that you're looking at isn't even making them motivated. They're actually less motivated than somebody who just wants to sell a house. So that's where the problem comes in with the way most people look for deals. So let's talk about a better way to do this. Let's talk about a better way to find deals. We look for equity in a deal. Equity makes deals profitable. If I've got somebody that owes $10,000 or they don't owe anything and the house is worth $100,000, I can work a deal to get some of that money. I don't have to get it all, but some of it. Most investors build sweat equity. We talked about this when you fix up a house. Why make equity with sweat equity when you can find it and just negotiate for it? What's harder to do? Go in there with a hammer and nails and a saw and make equity by fixing up a house, or just find something with equity and negotiate to get some of it? Let's look at it. If we think about this, this makes sense. It's not that complicated. Instead of assuming our seller is having a problem, Let's just identify those that have what we want. Let's just identify all the sellers with equity, because all the people that have equity have what we want. I don't care if they're in foreclosure, they got tax liens. I don't care about any of that stuff. I just want somebody that has equity. That's all we care about. Everything else is a sidetrack, a sideshow. It's not worth our time. The ones who are motivated, we'll get them to contact us. I know that's a crazy idea, right? Getting people that have equity, then the ones that are motivated will call us. I know it blows your mind. If we identify equity sellers in desirable neighborhoods, we increase our profits. We make more money every single time because we're finding people that have equity and they're motivated. We will beat the other investors every time, and that's the goal. So let's talk about the steps to find equity. How do you find equity with the seller? One, choose the areas you want to market to. Now, if you've ever taken a class on wholesaling or anything like that, a lot of times they will tell you that you need to be a nationwide investor, meaning that you're looking for deals anywhere in the country as long as they make sense. Here's the problem with that. Let's say a problem comes up or something happens and you need to get out to the house just to do something simple. They left the water faucet on or something, I don't know, something simple. The problem becomes you got to get on a plane and fly across the country to do this whole thing, to do a deal. Instead, what I suggest is that you buy in areas close to you. You can do every single thing you need to do in about 50 miles of where you live. I don't care where you live. I don't care what part of the country you're in. If you go 50 miles in any direction from your house, you can find more than enough deals to be successful. Now, you may say, why? How do I know this? The reason being is because if I walk out of my house and go 50 miles in any direction, I'm going to find a high priced area. I'm going to find a middle market area, and I'm going to find a low income area. So there's literally every type of market within 50 miles of anybody's house. So you don't have to be all over the place. And the reason we want to stay in 50 miles is because if we have to go to the house for some reason, we can get there in a car. It's a quick, 30-minute drive or 1 hour drive at the most. So it just becomes easier. Once you've identified the areas you want to market to, you're going to use a list broker service to identify owners with equity. List broker services they keep information on almost every single American in the country. They will tell you, they know how much equity, or they have a good idea of how much equity people have, how long they've been in their house. They all kinds of information that they collect on people. They collect information about people, and you can go to them and say, I want a list of people in this area with equity. And they will give you a list. So you're not marketing to the entire area. You're marketing only to people with equity. And that has value because it's going to save you on your marketing money, how much you're going to have to spend. Next, we're going to market to equity owners in those areas. We're just going to reach out to them and let them know that we're looking to buy property in that area. All the interested owners will reach out to you. They're going to call in. They're going to go to your website, whatever it is, however you're reaching them. They're going to reach out to you and let you know that they're interested. No more cold calling, no more Facebook ads, no more bandit signs, no more random mailings. You are going to have a strategic way to get people that have equity, and you can make profit from their property doing this process. And it wasn't complicated. I told you it wasn't anything magical. Now, what to do once you find equity? Remember, we're looking for two things: motivated equity. So we're looking for people with equity, and we're looking for motivation. So one, we want to talk to these sellers, the people that call us, and we're going to determine how motivated they are. So we're going to ask them questions to figure out if they're motivated. We know they got equity because they wouldn't be calling us, because we only marketed to people with equity. And we're going to find out if they're motivated. Ask them about their situation. We don't even care about the property. The property doesn't matter. Motivation is not in a property. Motivation is in someone's mind. So we are going to ask them about their situation. Why are you selling? What do you want for the property? What do you think it's worth? We're going to ask them questions that help us identify that they have motivation. Ask them what they want. Let them tell you your needs. The last thing you want to do is run out and start making offers to people not knowing what they want. What if they wanted less than what you were offering? What if they wanted you to, what if the speed was a bigger issue to them than the price? What if I don't want to go see the house was a bigger issue? We're going to ask them what their problem is and what they want. And we're going to adjust our offer based on that. We're going to adjust to what they need based on what they say their needs are. We're going to meet their needs. Make them your offer and let them accept it or decline it. Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I do not want you to go out there and make an offer and then second guess yourself. Make an offer that makes sense for you. Make an offer that works for you and that you can deal with. If they accept it, then this is going to work for you. If it doesn't work for you, if it doesn't seem like it's something that you want to do, then you shouldn't do it, because you're going to be stuck with this property if you put together a bad deal. And we don't want to do that. We want to put together, and we have control. Right now, before you own the property, you've got all the power. If you give that power up and just give them the number they want, you are putting yourself at risk and risking your money. Now, some people are going to tell you no, they don't want to take your offer. And that's okay. That does not mean that deal is dead. That does not mean you're not going to deal with them. You're going to follow up with them regularly, because motivation changes. Sometimes you cannot be motivated today, and 30 days from now, you can be motivated. Something could have changed. Now you need to go ahead and sell that place and get rid of it. So we're going to follow up with them regularly. This is the process that will get you consistent deals. We follow up with every person that reaches out to us regularly to find out, maybe they weren't motivated today, but maybe they're motivated tomorrow or the next day. We're going to follow up with them until they die or that property sells. Those are the only two times we're going to take them off of our list to follow up with them. Now, I know that may sound cruel, because you're like, what if they tell me no, they don't want to sell? I talked to you last month. I don't want to sell. I don't care. I can't tell you how many sellers I've talked to and they told me to go to hell, leave me alone. I don't want to sell the house. And then I'll talk to them 2 months later and they'll say, you know what? My sister is sick in Texas. I need to get to her. Let's go ahead and talk about selling my house. And their situation changes. You don't know, and it's not for you to know. That's why you just got to follow up regularly. Is this making sense to you guys? Does this process make sense? I know it's not as complicated as you thought, but does it make sense as far as how you're going to look at making offers and talking to sellers? Is this something that you're getting? Let me know in the chat if it's making sense to you, how to go through this. I know it should be more complicated, but it's not. So let's talk about what we do with quick turn deals. How does a quick turn deal look? We do the exact process I just laid out to you every single month. And we close multiple deals every single month, not just one property, but multiple properties. And if we wanted to close more, we could. We would just scale up. We would do the same process, just on a larger scale, and we will be successful, because the fundamentals of this process of finding motivated equity works and it makes sense. After we come to an agreement, after the seller says, yes, I'll take that price, I'll take whatever you're offering, then we buy the property. We don't get it under contract and then try to sell the contract. We want to control the entire deal, so we buy the property. And I'm going to explain in another video, I'll explain about how we finance the deal. And we have one financing source that we use to buy all of our properties, and it just makes sense. Next, we put those properties up for sale immediately. We can do that because, unlike the fix and flip guy who has to put money and time and energy into fixing the property up, he or she that is doing that has to take that time to fix it up. We got equity that we negotiated for, so we can start working right away. We can work immediately, so we can do deals right away. We bought them below market and we sell them at market with no fix-ups. We don't sell them what they potentially are worth. We sell them for what they are worth now. And buyers love it because they're not overpaying for a property and they're getting something that makes sense to them from day one. If it needs work, they understand, hey, I'm okay with it needing this work because I'm willing to do it, and it's going to cost me less to do it than to pay somebody who did it already and they want to make a profit. So it makes sense for them. People buy our property first because they aren't overpriced. They're not dealing with someone who did a whole renovation. They go in, and a lot of times our sellers will say, or our buyers will say, well, I like this house because it's not going to take me $100,000 to fix it up. And the house that was next door that's completely remodeled cost $100,000 more than this house. So they feel that they've gotten a good value and they buy our property first. And we're less prone to, when interest rates go up and all that kind of stuff, it just makes more sense. Since we don't have to work on the property, we can sell more properties and make more. Imagine if you were a contractor and you buy 3 houses in a month. You're going to have to go run three job sites at the same time. With us, we're buying the property, we're putting it back up for sale. We don't have to go do stuff at the houses, so we can do more properties and we can make more. They may make the flipper, the fix and flipper may make more per deal, because they're doing one deal and making the top dollar or whatever. But we make more money because we do more deals. We go for quantity over quality. So if you like help building a business like this is a business. It is not a hustle. It is not an investment. It is a business. If you want help building a business like this, set up a call with us. We'll be happy to talk to you about what you want to do, about how this would work for you, how you can build this kind of business model. It is not as hard as you think. It is not difficult or impossible. It is very much possible, but you have to take the time to work at it. We can help you choose a strategy based on your resources. If you've got some resources, we can talk to you about how QuickTurn may be right for you. If you're short on resources, we can talk to you about what resources you need, how you can get them quickly, and how you can be successful. If we can help you, we have resources we can share to help you make an informed decision. Some people aren't sure, and that's okay. If you're not sure, it's all right. If you don't know, set up a call. We'll talk. We'll see if we can help you. I put a link in the chat. Check the chat and click on the link to set up an appointment. We can show you how to build your own real estate business and start building right away. You do not have to wait for this. This is not something you got to do 10 years down the road. This is something you can do now. You can start now, even if you don't start with buying 2 and 3 and 5 houses. Start with one. Get one deal purchased, buy it, sell it, get one under your belt, make some money, and then take some of that money and live, and take the other part and put it back into your business and grow your business. This is how businesses grow. This is how you build a big, massive business, by having a consistent process that you can do over and over again. And that's what we're going to be showing you how to do. Get on a call with us. Let's talk about how you can build this. Okay. I hope this has been helpful for you guys. I hope this has kind of shed some light on how to find deals and the mindset, because the mindset and the attitude and the way you need to go about finding deals is very important. So let me know in the comments if you've enjoyed this, if you'd like me to do more training like this, or if you thought this was kind of over your head and too complex. Let me know what your thoughts are. I'll be happy to talk to you on a call. We'll look to see you again and talk to you all about what this means to build this kind of business. If you've got questions, really quick before and if you've got questions about this or something wasn't unclear, let me know in the chat. I'll answer a couple of questions if anybody has questions, and I'll talk to you about, I'll go into more detail about any of this. But if it's more specific, or you want to know if this works for you, or if you have the right stuff to do this, then like I said, set up a call. I'll put the link in one more time just for those of you. So can you do a Zoom with me? I don't know who that is, Zoom user. It just says Zoom user. What's your name? And what did you want to do a Zoom about? We can talk. We're doing calls. Who is it? Because I don't know. I can see in the chat it just says Zoom user. So if you got any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to talk to you. Otherwise, set up a call with us. We'll talk about how you can build this type of business, how you can grow, and most importantly, how you can start making money in real estate and literally go from buying single family. Okay, Tracy, yes, set up a call. That's fine. We'll talk about buying single family, making profit from that, and then growing to a point of buying commercial. We buy commercial, and I tell you, it's a whole nother thing. The money can be really strong with commercial, but you have to have money starting off. The reason we put this whole thing together is because you can build money with very little doing single families. And then once you get that business going, you can put it into commercial. You'll actually come out of this with 2 or 3 businesses. You'll have a single family business of quick turning. You'll have a commercial business of buying commercial properties. And then you'll also be in a position where if you want to manage your commercial, you can manage your own commercial as a third business, or you can outsource that. So there's a lot of benefits with this that go on to, help you build something. So like I said, if you're interested, set up a call with me. I'll be happy to talk to you. Okay. I hope everybody's enjoyed. I hope everybody's got something out of this. I wish you guys the absolute best. Have a great week. I will put a replay to this up tomorrow. And until then, a call with us before, that's no problem. Let me know in the chat just where you're from, where you're at. Teresa, welcome. New from Philadelphia. There you go. All right. Welcome, Teresa. Charmaine from Atlanta. Welcome, welcome. All right, great job. Luanda, so you've never done a deal. All right, great. Well, this will be of interest to you. Okay, we're going to be talking about 100% financing. And I don't know if you've ever watched the training before. When people usually talk about 100% financing, they always talk about some kind of creative financing. This is not creative financing. This is actually 100% no down payment needed financing. And there's a couple of benefits that we're going to go over on this call. So this should be a very interesting call. All right, so tonight we will be building a real estate business with 100% financing. How to use QuickTurn with a 100%, meaning no down payment financing source. Okay, so this is a source that most people don't know about. Most people have never done 100% financing. We're going to talk about that and we're going to get into all the pieces. So let's go ahead and get started. So what's holding you back? Let me make this big. What's holding you back from your real estate? Is it fear? How many of you all are scared of getting started in real estate? I noticed a few of you said you've never done a deal before. Is it fear that's holding you back? Is it lack of knowledge? You feel you don't know enough that you be dangerous to yourself, and that's very common. Is that something that's holding you back? What about, is it a plan of what to do? Are you just nervous about what to do, don't know what to do, not sure of how this whole thing works, and you don't want to make a mistake? Is it financing to buy a property? Lack of knowledge and money, Teresa. So that's interesting. We're going to talk about that. Today, we will solve all of these for you. Now, I know that's a big promise, so stick with me with this. This is, like I said, this is a very important training. So we're going to touch on a lot of this stuff. Okay. Down payment, Carmen, down payment. All right. Very good. What if you could have access to all the resources you need? What if you could have access to all that? You had a clear, proven strategy of this is what you should do. So you have everything you need with that. You had step-by-step help to answer questions, to go over everything. So don't know what to do and lack of money. Okay, Luanda, very good. You're going to get something from this. You had step-by-step help to answer your questions. You had a financing source that could finance all your deals. So you didn't have to worry about how you were going to finance deals. And what if you could do all of this today by the end of this call? Now, again, I know this is a lot to take in, but what if you could put all of this together? How big would you grow? So let me ask you this in the chat. Let me know, guys, what kind of goal would you set for yourself in the next 12 months? If you had access to all the financing you needed, you had a step-by-step plan on how to execute, what kind of money would you like to see yourself complete by this time next year? What kind of money would you have liked to have brought in? What will be your goal? Just put it in the chat and let me know, what would your goal be? Would you want to make $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 in the year? What would be your goal? 10,000 a month, Teresa. Okay, very modest, but I understand it. I just like to see where people are coming from. $10,000 a month. That is for what we do. $5,000 a month, Carmen. $5,000, $10,000 a month is less than one deal a month. That is probably one deal every 3 months to get to about $30,000, $10,000 a month. So let's talk about that. How can I or we deliver on these promises? So let's talk about that. I was just like you. If you are starting off, don't know where to start, don't have a ton of money to start, 100,000 a year. Luanda, I like your thinking. That is very easy. That's probably about 4 deals in a year, give or take roughly. So we'll talk about that. We were just like you. We were trying to build something. We were trying to get to a point where we could put in, where we could make some consistent money for ourselves. And we had limited funds and credit and did not know what to do. We had been real estate investors buying rental property. We weren't sure how to make big money. If you've ever tried to make money but without having tenants, real estate gets very confusing at that point because you're not sure exactly how. We found a way to buy properties and quickly sell them without fix up and without dealing with tenants. So we didn't have to deal with tenants. We don't deal with tenants on the regular. We deal with, so Shamika asked, will this work for multifamily? So here's the good and the bad news. The bad news is no, this will not work for multifamily, at least not large multifamily. You can work for a 2 flat or a 3 flat. But what I'm going to explain to you in this is that you can do this and you can buy much larger commercial real estate. So I'm going to break this down for you. So just follow along, because when you see what I'm going to plan out, you won't want to just do this financing for multifamily. So we found a way to buy properties and quickly sell them without fixing them up and without dealing with tenants. So how many of you would like to do deals where you don't have to deal with tenants, you don't have to deal with contractors and all the stuff that they require, and you could just do your deals and make your money and move on? I know that sounds interesting to me, and that's why we got into it. We painstakingly developed a repeatable system and taught others, so we focused on what mattered most. Now, what I'll say to this and why I say we taught people what matters most is because once you figure out a system to make money, it gets really boring. I don't know how to say it any other way. It gets really boring because you learn how to make some money, you learn how to do whatever it is you're doing, and then it's just repeat. You want to repeat the same process. Where people mess up is they start trying to do other things. You don't want to do other things. If you find a way to make the money, just keep making the money. Don't jump to a bunch of other stuff. And that's why you need to hire help, so that you can go and do the things that matter most, and you have freedom to go live your life, go travel, go find other stuff to do other than messing up your money source, if that makes sense. Now, we routinely buy and sell multiple houses each month, making on average $35,000 to $80,000 each. Our average is about $35,000 a house. And when I say profit, when we make that money, I don't mean what the house was worth or what it sold for. I mean money that actually hits our account when we sell a house. So we make a profit when we sell the house, and that's the kind of money that hits our account based on each house. So it's a little bit, this is actual profit, actual money that we made in the deal. We help new investors get started and hope to invest with them in large scale commercial deals. So Shamika, you mentioned commercial. So here's the way it works a little bit quick, just explaining it quickly with commercial. We buy and sell single family houses. We make money by buying and selling those houses. And then what happens is, after you make the money, if you don't do anything, you're going to owe a bunch of money in taxes. And nobody wants to owe a bunch of money in taxes. So what we do is we actually take some of that money and put it into commercial, and we buy as a group in larger scale commercial. So we'll buy self-storage units, mobile home parks. Okay, you just purchased 120. So you got 120 unit. You got to deal with the management company. That's a little bit different because you're doing large multifamily. We do mobile home parks. We do self-storage. We do, trying to think what else. We do mobile home parks, self-storage, and we do strip malls. So we typically do strip malls. I don't do a lot of, what's the word, multifamily with commercial, but it works pretty well with what we do, and it allows us to give cash flow, make cash flow off of our large scale commercial, and we don't have to manage it, and we don't have to manage the self storage is like manages itself. You don't have to put a lot of management in place. But that's great, Shamika, that you are doing 120 unit. Congratulations. Before we get to financing, let's discuss strategy, because one of the things that I want to make clear about this financing is that your strategy matters more than the house, more than the property that you're buying. If you don't have a good strategy, you will struggle to get a lender to want to work with you, because they understand strategies and they know what works and what doesn't. They're going to look at it, what you're doing, as they're going to look closely at what you're doing. It has to make sense to them, and obviously it has to make sense to you. So lenders want a safe, proven strategy. They want something that they know works and it makes sense from day one. They don't want you doing something that they can't even understand how you're going to make your money. Lenders we are discussing prefer short-term deals. They don't like holding property. Now, having said that, does not mean you can't hold property, but I'm a strong believer that you should not hold single-family real estate, even 2 flats and 3 flats. I think those are people that want to live in the property and rent out the other units and have it pay their mortgage, which is fine if you don't mind dealing with your tenants. But if you're someone that wants to actually run it as a business, you should plan on getting. I don't look at single family houses as a long-term investment. I think single family houses should be a short-term investment, and then you should buy into commercial for your long-term deals. So that's how we look at it. That's how most of these lenders like to look at it. They don't like holding property. Not to say that they can't turn your loan into something where they you can hold the property. It's just they don't prefer it. The goal of short-term real estate is cash. That is the only goal. It is not long-term appreciation. It is not keeping a tenant for years and years and letting them pay off the house. We make our money now, today. and then we take that money and do something else with it. Are you following along with this so far in the chat? Is this making sense to you? Give me a thumbs up and let me know that you understand where I'm going with this as far as single family. Nothing wrong with single family, but you should use it in the capacity of buying it, selling it, getting the cash, and then putting the cash to make sense on something else long term. Okay. QuickTurn builds cash. That's our strategy. QuickTurn builds cash, and that cash can be put into long-term investments, sometimes tax deferred. That's the other benefit with putting it into commercial. We get to the, if you put it in the right way, and please don't confuse what I'm saying with just taking the money and putting it in. You have to structure it the right way. Then you can put it into long-term commercial deals and you can defer the taxes. What do I mean by defer the taxes? That means that you still owe the taxes. They're just not owed right now. You just don't have to pay them right now. That's what tax deferred means. So it's putting the taxes off. What will typically happen with commercial is you'll buy a commercial, you'll get cash flow from it for years, you'll sell that commercial, and you're going to have an even bigger tax bill unless you roll it over into another commercial. So what we typically do is we put our money into commercial and we never take it out. We just keep rolling it into larger commercials whenever we get the opportunity, because we like the cash flow and we never want to pay taxes. I'll literally won't pay the taxes until I die and my kids can deal with it. Understand, every strategy will not work, and you must know your strategy going in. So I get on calls with people and talk about their strategy. If you have a strategy, some people have these strategies where they want to do veteran housing, or they want to do Section 8 rentals, or they want to do any of those kind of long-term hold strategies. Don't plan on doing a long-term hold strategy with short-term financing. It will not work well. It's not going to be a benefit to you. I don't use those strategies. I have had rentals for years, even with government assistance, where tenants were being paid through Section 8 and everything else. There's a lot that goes on with that. And so I choose not to do single family at all. I don't believe single family is an investment grade asset. I think you should take that money, make it quickly, and then go into commercial. So, okay, let's get to the important stuff. 100% financing. Let's talk about that. These are not investment strategies. Let me make that clear. So somebody will say owner financing. So IRS terms you as a dealer. No, Tony. So let me stop everybody for a second. Tony asked, so does IRS term you as a dealer? IRS will not term us as a dealer. The way we actually do our properties, we do it in a corporation. The corporation pays taxes on the profit. The corporation just never makes a profit, if that makes sense to you guys. So they can term us as a dealer or not on our corporation, because we don't buy anything in our own names. And that company can be termed as a dealer, but it doesn't matter, because that's only on the profit that you make. And if you know how to set up your corporation and use the money in the right way, your corporation shouldn't make much of a profit, and it won't make a difference. Okay. So these are not investment strategies. These are actual lenders and actual deals. These are actual lenders who will loan at 100% financing. They also have other programs. So they have something like commercial lines of credit. Now, the way commercial lines of credit work, you apply once and they fund your deals through the year. So imagine if you only paid one time, you only got approved one time, January 1st, let's say, for example, and then you turn around and they will finance every deal that you want to do for the rest of that year. That's how the commercial lines of credit go. They also allow you to roll payments into the loan. So that means if you get the loan, no payments during your holding time. So if you're buying the property, turning around and selling it, you won't have to make payments during your hold time. So that's a great option to keep your cash flow and not worry about how I'm going to pay the mortgage and everything on this investment property. So that's some of the things. They also have no credit score requirements. Depends heavily on the deal quality. So some of these lenders don't care where your credit is at. The most they're going to ask you for, depending on the lender, is a letter explaining why your credit is the way it is. So they just want a letter explaining that, and they will still finance the deal. Some of the lenders, I don't want to say all of them, but some of the lenders will still finance your deal, even with not so great credit. Okay. So wait, there's more. Some of these lenders have the lines of credit, and these lines of credit, I wanted to touch on this one more time. The lines of credit can be in the millions of dollars. They can loan millions. They can offer you a $3 million line of credit, and you can buy as many properties as you want with that $3 million, and you just don't have to keep applying. Really, you fill out one page, and that one page asks about the property, and they do the loan based off of that property. The rolling payments into the loans. You can not only roll payments, but you can also roll points. So if you know anything about loans, they often require points on your loan. So they might charge 1 point or 2 points. That's just a percentage that they want up front. They will allow you to roll that into the loan. This is another reason why these loans are not good for long term, because they're set up literally to be a short term solution so you can buy the property and get it back on the market. They have rehab and purchase money all rolled into a loan. So you can do the rehab money and the purchase money, and they will allow you to draw the rehab money. That's not too new or too different, but that means you don't have to come up with any cash or very little cash to purchase the property and get it ready. And more. They have all kinds of other interesting terms and programs and stuff. Some of them have some really nice programs. So what's the catch? Because I know you knew there was a catch. So let's talk about the catch that everybody's nervous about, and they're saying, oh, I'm waiting for him to tell me why I can't do it. Let's talk about the catch. So when using lenders, there are 3 pillars to success. These are the 3 things that if you have these 3 things, you almost can guarantee and write your own check. Number 1 is credit. The stronger your credit, the easier you will have more financing options. So credit obviously is something big. Now, if your credit is not very strong, that still doesn't stop you from doing anything. I'm going to touch on that in just a second. 2 is cash. If you have cash. Now, here's the crazy thing. If you have cash, let's say you have cash that you don't want to access, like maybe in a 401k or something like that, still counts as cash with these lenders. If you do one of the 100% financing lenders, they will still loan you, and you just have to show that you have the cash. You don't have to pull it out of your 401k. You don't have to pull it out of anything. Just show that you have, that it is yours, and then they can still do the loan. So that's another thing. Or if you have cash, obviously you can do down payments, but that's not what we're looking for. 3 is experience. Lenders like to see someone with experience. They like to see that you've done a deal or 2 in the past, so you're not completely new to them. If you don't have experience, I'm going to talk about that in the next slide, but if you don't have experience, that's okay. But if you have any of these or 2 of these, or if you have all 3, then you should have no problem getting these lenders and getting access to these great loans. Now, you might ask, how much experience do I need, Art? They typically want to see anywhere from 1 to the max is about 5 deals. Once you've done 5 deals in, let's say, 5 years, they will give you access to everything. They consider you a professional. If you don't have that, then there's a way to get around that, and I'll talk about that in a second. The more of these you have, the more options open up for you, okay? So you're going to have to excuse the rest of the slides. I wasn't able to get a picture because we were rushing and I was behind. But wait, for those of you that say, I don't have any of these, so there's somebody on here that says, I don't have any of these, I'm going to give you a bonus training on how you can use these lenders, even if you don't have any of the 3 pillars. So you don't have credit, you don't have cash, you don't have final experience. You can still do deals. You just have to go through an extra step. I'm going to share some techniques that can get you in with these lenders to start doing deals. There is nothing stopping you from getting started. So experience, credit, cash, none of that will stop you. You're going to have access to the lenders, and it's up to you to do a deal. Now, let me ask this question before I go further. How many of you all are actively looking for real estate deals right now? How many of you all are trying to find a real estate deal? And how many of you are just saying, I don't know what to do to even find a deal? And so I haven't started that way. Because I know you all have probably been on a call and talked to somebody else and talked to a coaching program or something like that. And they told you about, you can do this really easy. It's fine. Now, AJ, Teresa, so you all are looking, Tony, you're looking, that's understandable. How many of you all have had success? Are you finding it easier or harder to find deals right now? Gail, you're doing that. Have you found it easier or harder to do deals right now? Are you having any success finding your deals? Because your deal is very important to how your financing is set up and what you can and can't do. And until you know how to find a good deal, or you have a criteria for a good deal, it's going to slow you down with lenders just because you have to have a good deal. That's what makes part of this appealing. Shamika, you found a couple. So, okay, good. So let's talk about that. What if I have no experience? You can still do deals without experience, but it takes a few more steps. For example, you can partner with someone. That's my issue, making sure it's a good deal. There's some I'm going to share with you all when we get to the end of this, I'm going to share with you a training that talks about how we recognize a good deal and how we find a good deal. For example, you can partner with someone, they only need the experience or the ability to show money. So even if you don't have those, you can partner with someone that can help you get the deal. Point is, you can use these resources to fund your deals, whether you have the 3 pillars or not. It's just a matter of how many steps you have to go through. Okay, so now let's talk about the good stuff. Where are the lenders? So to be completely transparent, I am not going to disclose the lenders to you on this call, but there's a good reason why. One, I have given some of these lenders away before and it went horribly wrong. It went horribly wrong. In fact, one of the lenders won't even talk to me now. People called the lenders without having a strategy. And that's a big part of it because they just were calling to see if they could get financing. And the lender's like, yes, he told you this is what it is. You can get financing, but they didn't have a deal. People sent emails and texts wanting to apply and never doing a deal. And they never did a deal. Basically, people wasted the lender's time and they were pissed. The lenders were pissed. So to protect my relationships with the lenders, I cannot just give you the lenders. Many of you all, as nice as you are, you're not going to use them anyway. You're going to make excuses about why you couldn't do this, why it doesn't work. And I have students that are doing this exact process using these lenders every day. And you're going to tell me why it doesn't work for you. But here's what I am going to do, and it's going to make sense for you. So just follow along and we'll see. So how can we get the lenders? At the end of this call, I'm going to share a link with you that would allow you to connect with these lenders. Plus, when you get the lenders, the training that I'm going to put with the appointment, the contacts of the lenders, the training will explain in greater detail how to approach these lenders. Do not I put it in a way that you can't just reach out to the lenders because I don't want 600 people reaching out to lenders and then just not having a deal. I'm going to add in a few bonus trainings that will dive deeper into how we operate, how we use these lenders, and how to make best use of these funding sources. Okay, so this is going to be access. Now, the final bonus, along with these lender contacts, the way I've set this up and structured this, I will personally make an introduction on your behalf with the lenders. So you can say, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm doing, and you can make the connection. And I will use my contact and say, hey, this person is good, reach out to them and everything else. If you do not have to have a deal to meet with these lenders. So let me make that clear, but you should be planning to find one. So everybody that said they were looking for one, that's a great start. Even if you haven't started looking, I'm going to give you some tools and some resources that you can get access that'll allow you to start looking and learning what to do. If you can't find deals, we've got some training available for that without using a lot of cash to find your first deal. So here's the trade-off. I can show you how to find deals. The problem with it, if you're not going to spend any money, is that it won't be consistent. And what I mean by that is the way we find our deals, we have a way that's consistent. We're always bringing in deals. People are always calling us saying, hey, I want to sell my house. Can you make me an offer? All that kind of stuff. The ways to do it without spending any money, you can do it. It takes time. You're either going to spend time or you're going to spend money. And even if you don't spend time, you're going to have to spend a little bit of money if you don't spend time. But I'll show you how to do it, but they're just not going to be consistent. So they're not going to bring you 12 and 15 and 20 deals or 6 and 7 deals every time. They're going to bring you a deal, maybe 3 or 4 phone calls that lead to a deal, but it'll allow you to get started. The goal is to get started, get the first deal done, and make some money with the right strategy, and then you can grow. You don't have to do it all at once. You just have to get started, and you need to get that first deal off your chest so you can feel like, hey, I can do this. This works. This is not something that's impossible. Okay, so here is the link, and I'm going to put this in the chat. This is the link to get to the lender guide and get access to the lenders. So you can use this. Now, there is a charge for this to get this lender, but it's only $10 to get the lenders. Now, you can say, hey, I don't think it's worth it. If you don't think getting 100% financing is worth it for $10 to connect with the lender, then I don't know. It's just not right for you. It's just not right. But I can tell you this, it is legitimate. These are real lenders. These are real terms that make sense. And there's some bonuses that come along with this. So there's some great lenders in here. There's some great connections. And I'm going to share our strategy with you, and you're going to be able to see that. So that's the link you can join. Now, if you want help building your own real estate business, if you say, Art, this is great. This is the piece that I've been missing, and I just need a step-by-step strategy. If you want to talk to me about that, Let's talk about what it takes to build a business and where you want to go. Set up a call with me. I'm going to send you a link here so that you can set up a call with me or my team, and you can talk with us directly. Now, a couple of you that are on this call have talked to me on a call, and if anybody in here asks, I'm sure that you can say the call was not a waste of time. We share a lot of information. We share a lot of information. We share a lot of, just steps you can use, what you can do to be successful. Because at the end of the day, I want you all to be successful. The more successful you are, the more successful it allows us to be with possibly working with you in commercial real estate. So it's a win for everybody involved. So I'm going to put, for the lender guy, I'm going to put both contacts I'm going to put both links in the chat. One is to set up a call with me or my team. The other, set up a call. Okay, so I'm going to put both of these in the chat, and one is for the lender guide if you want to access that. The other is to set up a call with me and talk about where you want to go. And I honestly tell you that the most you're going to spend with talking with me is free to talk with me. If you want to do the lenders, like I said, that's $10, and there's also access to training on that link and everything else. Shamika asked, Art, can you help me with finding a lender with my project? I already have a property. Are you talking about the 120 unit, or are you talking about a different property, Shamika? Just let me know in the chat. So this is to help you guys. This call doesn't matter if you have fear or lack of knowledge, you don't want to fail, those things will not pay for on the 120 unit. Send me an email, Shamika. I'll direct message you an email to send it to, and then you can send me an email and I can see what you're looking at and what you need and go from there, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. So if you guys want help, if you guys want to learn and see if this is a good fit for you, if you're serious about getting into real estate and serious about saying, hey, I want to do something, but you're not making moves, I'm a big believer in making a step forward a day. If you make a step forward a day, then that's definitely something that will get you moving forward. But these are the links and everything that you need. Shamika, stay on for just a second, and then I will get you here's the links again. I will get you a email address. Just give me a second. All right, guys, I hope this has been beneficial. I hope you've learned something. I hope you take this up and actually get access to these lenders and get access to some training if you need it. Set up a call with us if you want to talk to us about building your real estate business and you want to know how you can do this on a larger scale. If you're serious about growing, if you want to do something that replaces your income, if you want to do something that builds a business that you can possibly sell, or you want to get eventually into commercial property, then hey, this is a great option for you to talk with me. I'll be happy to talk with you. Now, before I get off this call, does anyone have any questions while I'm getting this email together? Anyone got any questions for me on any of this stuff or about the link or anything like that? Because I am like a book, so I will try to answer your questions. If not, let me see where I can find it. All right. Okay, if not, then I will talk to you guys later. Hopefully, I will see you with the guide and connect you with some of these lenders, or I'll see you on a call, and I'll be happy to help you and talk to you about your goals on a call. One more time, in case you didn't get it, which I think everybody did. Yes, what type of corp is best for this? So that's a great question. The answer is it depends drastically on your strategy. And what I say by that, the strategy, we use a strategy called QuickTurn. If QuickTurn makes sense for you, then you can do a corporation or you can do an LLC. It really depends on your area, how many deals you plan to do. Last year, we did 58 properties. And this year, we're hoping to do, Carmen, I'll send you an email. And then that way, Carmen, do you want to set up a call, or have you set up a call with me before? Or did you have a question, something personal that you want to ask? I'm the lender. How can we work together? I'm the lender. So you can, I don't know, Zoom user, I don't know your name. Let me see if I can, let me see. Zoom user, send me a message. Here, let me try to, give me 1 second. Send me a email and let me know what you got and we can talk a little bit. That I sent you a direct message with my email. So again, this is the way to set up a call to talk with us. If you want to get started, if you want to get the guide and get access to the lenders, that is also on here. I'm going to put this to everybody else. And I hope to talk with you guys soon. All right. Do I have another question? Okay, Carmen. So click on the link to set up a call. It's the Calendly link. Is I just sent it. Says to check to set up a call in the chat. Let me send that to you again. That is the link for the call. And that's the link for the lender guide for the 100% financing. All right, guys. I hope you have gotten something from this. I want to make sure I address everybody. Any other questions for me before I get off? Otherwise, I will talk to you guys later. And hopefully, after you all are securing your 100% financing and your lines of credit and everything else that you need, or how to build your business, and we'll get you going. All right. Thank you. I will call. All right, Tony, great. I look forward to talking with you. That's great, everyone. So I hope you all have gotten something from this call. I will talk to you later and see you. Hope you have a great week. If you came in late and you want to make sure you see the whole call, I will be sending out a replay of this call tomorrow. Let me know in the chat. Was this beneficial to you? Is this something that you all think you can use? The 100% financing and the lending and understanding strategy? Because I think it's something that you can use, but some people don't look at it that way. Is that something? Okay, good. I'm glad, Nikki. I'm glad you said you can get something from it. AJ, great. I will try to put more stuff out like this, but I do content that everybody pretty much likes pretty regularly. So hopefully this will be some stuff that you all will gain from. I will talk to you later. You'll get a replay tomorrow. Check your email and check the Facebook group, the QuickTurn Facebook group. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Have a